Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The crowd was loud. Qin Ziwen overheard a few keywords, words like altar, card, and selfish. Soon the two groups started arguing. People were shoving and cursing, and the scene descended into chaos. When someone pulled out a club and smashed it over another's head, the conflict escalated into a full-blown brawl. The onlookers who were just there for the show quickly backed away. Watching the drama for entertainment was one thing, but getting dragged into it would be a disaster. A young man was struck on the arm with a club. He let out a furious roar and pulled a folding knife from his pocket. He surged forward, plunging the knife into his opponent's heart. He then ripped it out and viciously slashed it across the man's throat. Come on, I'll fucking kill you." The young man in white roared. His opponent clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief before collapsing to the ground. Soon he was silent. Seeing someone fall, both sides of the brawl instantly cooled down. Wang Mingchow. "You killed Brother Qin," a man in black clothes said, his eyes wide. Wang Mingchow roared back, "I meant to kill him, that piece of shit. You like kissing his ass, but I can't stomach it. I've had enough. I call him Brother Qin a few times, and he really starts thinking he's the boss, huh? It was the same a few days ago when we were dividing up the meat from the hunt. He gave all the best cuts to you guys, his little clique. Did he think this was his company, pulling that kind of crap on us? He and I were the ones who found that altar in the first place, but he used his position as team leader to take a card for himself. Fine. For the sake of so-called team spirit and the bigger picture, I put up with it. But when the second card showed up, why should it go to you, just because you Zhang Bo are such a good ass-kisser?" Zhang Bo grew furious. "What ass-kissing? Besides, Brother Qin said he'd give tomorrow's card to you. You're the one who had to make a scene, now everyone knows. Are you happy now?" Wang Mingchow sneered. "Hess, you take me for a 3-year-old, I wanted the one in your hand. Since you weren't willing to give it up, I'll just flip the table so no one gets to play." With that, Wang Mingchow raised his hands and looked around at the crowd. "Neighbors, today I'm going to tell you all a huge secret. Besides getting cards from killing beasts, there's also something called an altar that spawns them. And the cards from the altar aren't a one-time thing, it spawns a new one every single day. Remember, the one who told you this is me, Wang Mingchow. If I turn up dead one day, it was definitely Zhang Bo who did it." Zhang Bo's face turned pale when he heard this. He cursed, "What do you mean if something happens to you, I did it? Are you trying to frame me, you bastard?" The onlookers weren't interested in the last part, but they were very interested in what Wang Mingchow had said before. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The cards you're talking about, are they the same kind that appeared after they killed that crocodile?" Wang Mingchow stated openly, "That's right, exactly those." "Oh, and the card that Qin Ziwen got was a building card, something called a level 1 tailor shop. And the card this guy Zhang Bo got was a resource card, a level 1 salt mine." "Yep, a salt mine, just like you're thinking." Hearing this, many people in the crowd held their breath, looking at Wang Mingchow and Zhang Bo in disbelief. From the dark look on Zhang Bo's face, it seemed Wang Mingchow was telling the truth. Someone next to Zhang Bo said, "Wang Mingchow, you've leaked the information. With so many people in the gated community, do you think you'll ever get another card?" Wang Mingchow shrugged, a look of indifference on his face. He said mockingly, "It's better than you lot hoarding them in secret. I told everyone because I felt like it. It makes me happy, I'll do whatever I want, we all only get one life, so why the hell should I defer to you?" He then looked down at Qin Ziwen's body on the ground, crouched, and began to search it right in front of everyone. Zhang Bo and his group quickly surrounded him. "Brother Qin has a wife and kids, you were vicious enough to kill him and now you want to desecrate his corpse, we absolutely will not allow it." The corner of Wang Mingchow's mouth curled up. He gripped the folding knife in his hand and wiggled it. "Hess, I'm just checking to see if a card drops when he dies, just like with that crocodile we killed. What do you think? When someone who has a card dies, will it drop from their body like loot?" As he said this, the way many people looked at Zhang Bo subtly changed. Others stared at Qin Ziwen's body and at the young man searching it. Zhang Bo's expression changed. For a rare moment, a trace of regret surfaced in his heart. "If I'd known this kid was so much trouble, I never would have let him join the team in the first place." After searching for a moment, Wang Mingchow pulled something from Qin Ziwen's pocket and quickly stuffed it into his own. He then stood up and looked around. "Anyone who wants to know the altar's location can come find me in private. I'll tell them for free." After saying this, Wang Mingchow turned and walked away, shouting, I live in Building 9, Unit 1, Apartment 101. Anyone who wants to know the altar's location can come find me. Wang Mingchow was gone, but the impact of his actions was just beginning. Back home, Qin Ziwen put the bucket on the floor and opened the window. The beaked eagle, which had been waiting for a long time on a branch outside, quickly flew into the room. He took the wild kiwis from his backpack and placed them on the table, soon covering the coffee table. Carrying the bucket, he placed the field mice and the hedgehog into a separate section of the animal cage. Bro, Qin Ziwen was standing behind him. What's up? Qin Ziwen said, if what Wang Mingchow said is true, that an altar can spawn a new card every day, then if we found an altar, wouldn't we be able to get a card every day? That's more valuable than a gold mine. An altar is definitely a good thing, Qin Ziwen agreed. I can only get 1 or 2 cards a day. If I could secure an altar location that no one else knew about, it would be almost like a weaker version of a daily reward system. Qin Ziwen continued, it seems like Wang Yun's team also found an altar. They have quite a few people on their team. I know. Qin Ziwen said, bro, do you think Wang Yun will come looking for us to keep this a secret? Qin Ziwen looked out the window, recalling the small details of his interactions with Wang Yun. He probably won't come. There's no need to go see him, I trust him. In the living room, Wang Yun looked at his team members, his expression calm. I trust my judgment. Qin Ziwen isn't the type to run his mouth. If he had any designs on it, he'd come to us directly, not broadcast the information to everyone. But we're talking about cards. Doesn't he have a brother? Even if he's not tempted, you think his brother won't be. Captain, I think we should still go see him, at least make things clear if he's not willing. Bam! Wang Yun slammed his hand on the table and looked around at everyone. Listen to me, there are 5 families here. I'm relieved and grateful that you all trust me and are willing to stick together. Many of you were old friends who I often went hiking and had cookouts with before the crossing. The only reason I've been able to build this team is because of everyone's trust and sense of fairness. After we found the cards at the altar, I did exactly as I promised. Each family takes a turn getting 1 card per day. Aside from me taking 1 on the first day, the order for all the subsequent ones has been decided by drawing lots. The person on his left spoke up. Brother Wang, I trust you. You handle things fairly and we're willing to work with you. Since you've put it that way, let's just drop this topic and discuss how to use this building instead. Back home, Qin Ziwen relied on his memories from the day, rewatching the video recorded by the phone he had placed in the small pack on the beaked eagle's chest. He then drew a rough route map. On the map, he made sure to mark the locations where he had picked the wild kiwis and encountered the wild boar. The main reason he hadn't finished picking all the kiwis today was a lack of backpack space. He decided he could go there first tomorrow to gather the rest. He recalled that fruits were divided into 2 types, climacteric and non-climacteric. If a climacteric fruit wasn't fully ripe, it could be picked when it was close to maturity and would continue to ripen afterward. After finishing the map, Qin Ziwen picked up the master map he had drawn before, his gaze falling on a spot marked Cave to the north. The 2 places I know of for obtaining cards are both related to caves. What about that cave on the mountainside I saw in the video? Could there be an altar inside that one too? And it's not just that one, the beaked eagle can fly. I can use its aerial advantage to have it scout from high above. It's bound to find caves others haven't discovered. A one-time altar that only yields a single card, versus an altar that provides a steady supply of cards every day. The strategic value between the 2 is worlds apart. It's worth making a dedicated search for them. That evening, he went to check on the small animals in the cage. The rabbit, field mouse, and hedgehog were all quietly staying in their respective sections. After accumulating water for the past 2 days, the huge stone pit was already nearly half full. It seemed the level 2 spring eye's water production rate was indeed quite fast. He scooped up a bowl of the clear spring water, washed up, and then lay in bed, quietly waiting for the next day. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for 10 days. Today you caught a field mouse and a hedgehog with a snare trap, harvested a sufficient amount of wild kiwis, and drew a simple map. Overall score, 40. Reward. Expansion card, blank expansion card, micro X2. Qin Ziwen's eyes lit up, finally. He got up and went to the expanded space behind the bathroom. Facing the empty area, he used the 2 cards. Thanks to the buffer space he had intentionally left during previous expansions, a large new square of empty land appeared before him when the 2 new cards activated. Then Qin Ziwen took out the level 1 farmland card he had prepared and activated it. A brilliant light enveloped the land in front of him. Soon, a 20x 20 meter plot of dark brown earth, with a total area nearly the size of a standard basketball court, appeared in his field of view. He walked to the edge of the farmland. As his shoes stepped onto the soil, he didn't feel the usual heavy resistance of dirt. Instead, it felt fluffy. Crouching down, he plunged his hand into the soil and grabbed a handful. The dark brown soil trickled through the gaps between his fingers. It felt finely granular, moist but not sticky. He didn't know much about farming, but he could tell this was excellent soil. Qin Ziwen muttered to himself, it would be a real shame not to plant something in such good soil. He turned and went to the spare bedroom to wake his brother, calling him over to help transplant the gray sweet potatoes. They picked off the tubers of the gray sweet potatoes, cut them into small pieces, and buried each piece in the soil. Brother, will they really sprout this way? Won't they just rot? Qin Ziwen hesitated before nodding. They will. Trust me. I've never planted them before either, he admitted to himself. He only knew fragments of information he'd picked up from books or online, that crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes could supposedly sprout into full plants if you just cut them into small pieces and buried them. As for whether it'll actually work, I have to at least try. Brother, this place is getting bigger and bigger. Now there's a whole field too. You're a hell of a digger, Qin Ziwen teased. Haha. Qin Ziwen laughed. We still need to go to the riverbank to find more gray sweet potatoes, and then pick the things we couldn't get yesterday. Gray sweet potato, is that what these are? Yeah. I saw its root tubers were a drab gray color, so I decided to call them gray sweet potatoes. Easy enough to remember. When they came out of the stairwell, Deng Guang was already waiting downstairs. He always left home very early in the morning. There were more people than usual in the gated community this morning, gathered in small groups. With just one glance, Qin Ziwen knew something had happened. Deng Guang said something happened last night. Wang Mingchow is dead. Qin Ziwen was shocked. Dead. Deng Guang said, yeah, he was found in the early hours of this morning. His body was right at the entrance to the gated community. He'd been stabbed over a dozen times in the chest, but the fatal wound was a cut to the neck. His head was almost severed. The killer must have been venting their rage. Qin Ziwen muttered, who could have done it? Could it be Zhang Bo? Deng Guang shook his head. No idea, there's no surveillance, no eyewitnesses, but a lot of people suspect it was Zhang Bo. Even if he didn't do it himself, he's probably connected to it. In the middle of the crowd, Zhang Bo had a stress blister forming on the corner of his mouth. It wasn't me, it really wasn't. If I killed him right after he said all that yesterday, wouldn't that be as good as a confession? Am I that stupid? A large crowd surrounded him, using the pretext of avenging Wang Mingchow. They had Zhang Bo cornered, not letting him leave. One person in the surrounding crowd shouted, if you didn't kill him, then let us go see your salt well to prove it. Let's see what's so different about your structure compared to Huang Tao's. Zhang Bo's mind went blank. What does proving I'm not the killer have to do with them going to my house to see the salt well? He looked at the expressions in the eyes of the people around him and suddenly understood. It doesn't matter if I killed him or not. What matters is that I have a salt well. Having seen enough of the commotion, Qin Ziwen was about to leave when a woman rushed toward him from behind, but Qin Ziwen blocked her. Qin Ziwen's expression darkened. What do you think you're doing? The woman's face was sallow, her eyes ringed with dark circles. She demanded loudly, Qin, where's my husband? Her shrill voice attracted the attention of many people nearby. Qin Ziwen took a closer look before recognizing the disheveled and unstable woman as Liu Changzhen's wife. Standing behind his older brother, Qin Ziwen said impatiently, how should we know where your husband went? We're not close with him. Liu Changzhen's wife muttered, my husband's been missing for 2 days. The night he vanished, he just got dressed and went out. I've been searching for him for 2 days. There's no trace of him, dead or alive. As she spoke, her eyes filled with resentment. Yesterday, I went to find the guy who was fishing with him. He was too scared to talk at first, but I hounded him all day until he finally told me. While they were fishing during the day, they saw you using an earth cage. My husband tried to get him to go steal it with him that night, and then my husband disappeared. It was you, wasn't it? Her words caused many of the surrounding neighbors to start pointing and whispering about Qin Ziwen and his brother. Deng Guang was taken aback. He said, puzzled, Zhu Yi, you must be mistaken. Younger brother Qin has been with me for the past few days. Liu Changzhen could have been snatched by a crocodile when he went out. It's not like that hasn't happened before. You can't just go blaming brother Qin. Zhu Yi's lips quivered, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. She had also considered that he might have been taken by a crocodile or some other predator, but she couldn't accept it. A perfectly healthy person just gone in an instant. What are my child and I supposed to do now? I don't care, this is still related to you. If it weren't for your earth cage, would he have gone out at night? He wouldn't have met with an accident. Based on humanitarian principles, you should compensate me. Qin Ziwen remained silent the whole time, just watching her quietly. Is this a side effect of having killed someone? He wondered. After encountering an unexpected incident like this, his first instinct was to shut her up for good, to make it so she could never speak again. My mindset is completely different from before I killed. But he knew that wasn't a rational thing to do. In a public place with so many people, especially within the gated community, a relatively safe environment, making a move in front of everyone would only provoke resentment and vigilance from the other residents. If everyone in the entire gated community were scattered into the forest, we'd be a pack of highly intelligent beasts struggling to survive. Acting on animal logic would be fine then. But now we have the gated community, we have a home. Even though the threads of civilization are stretched to their breaking point, they haven't snapped just yet. A decisive person would be feared and respected, while a cruel and bloodthirsty one would be loathed and shunned. Just as Qin Ziwen was weighing the pros and cons, his younger brother stepped forward and shoved Zhu Yi to the ground. Then he said coldly, "We gave you an inch and you tried to take a mile. You're trying to extort us. Taking without asking is stealing. How dare you say something like that?" Zhu Yi sat on the ground in a daze. She looked around pleadingly, but no one spoke up for her. Everyone was just watching from the sidelines. When his eyes met Zhu Yi's, Deng Guang looked away. "Mom." A boy rushed out from behind Zhu Yi. He crouched down, held his mother's arm and whispered, "Mom, are you okay?" Zhu Yi whipped her head around and cursed. "Your mother just got pushed to the ground and you're just standing there watching the show. You didn't even try to help me. I raised you all these years for nothing." Liu Zhuang glanced at Qin Ziwen, who stood a full head taller than him. The courage he had just managed to summon vanished, and he lowered his head in fear. Seeing how spineless her son was, Zhu Yi flared up in a sudden rage. "Help me up." Liu Zhuang quickly helped his mother up. The gazes of the onlookers made his eyes dart around nervously, and his breathing grew ragged. "All you know how to do is bully a woman like me." Zhu Yi spat out the words, turned, and started to walk away. After a few steps, she saw her son still standing there and cursed again. "What are you standing there for? Like a block of wood, you've never been able to do anything right since you were a child." Liu Zhuang's nose tingled. He buried his head and hurried after Zhu Yi. Exiting through the east gate, Qin Ziwen walked along the riverbank. Seeing that Qin Ziwen had been silent ever since they left, Deng Guang offered some comfort. "You don't need to blame yourself. No one could have expected old Liu's accident. It's just fate. Zhu Yi's always been like that. She's just loud and hot-tempered. I live next door to her and I can often hear her beating and cursing her son. That kid is more scared of his mom than anyone else." Qin Ziwen, who had been thinking about the cave's location, snapped back to reality with a smile. "Brother Deng, I wasn't dwelling on it. I was just wondering how to find more gray sweet potatoes. I've noticed they only seem to grow in the muddy soil by the river, but there aren't many." Deng Guang caught on. "Oh right, the ones you picked last time. Okay, I'll help you keep an eye out for more." Along the way, they found another 8 plants. 3 were in the mud, while the other 5 were found in the grassy patches on the bank. Their leaves were mixed in with the grass, making them hard to spot if you weren't paying attention. Compared to the ones from the fertile mud, the tubers of the gray sweet potatoes growing in the damp soil on the bank were slightly smaller. After walking for some time, they arrived at the spot where the earth cages were set. Qin Ziwen went to check the snare traps first. Thanks to the rope old Deng had provided yesterday, the number of snares had shot up to 10. Checking each trap was like opening a blind box. The first trap was empty. The second was empty, too. After 2 empty snares in a row, Deng Guang's brow furrowed. He suspected the rope he provided might not be up to snuff. At the third trap, a familiar field mouse lay motionless on the ground. The noose was cinched tightly around its head, its eyes rolled back. Qin Ziwen chuckled. It's even sticking its tongue out to look cute. Qin Ziwen laughed in exasperation. "That's it rolling its damn eyes back." Qin Ziwen grinned, "Hee, just kidding." With that, he picked up the field mouse by its tail. It hung limply, like a limp noodle, but Qin Ziwen noticed its hind leg twitch the moment it was lifted. "Eagle downs." Qin Ziwen clapped his hands, and the beaked eagle swooped down from the branch like a gust of wind. It stared intently at the field mouse. The field mouse remained perfectly still, even as Qin Ziwen untied the noose. The beaked eagle pinned the mouse with its talons, but it still didn't move. Only when the eagle's sharp beak drew near did the mouse finally give up its act, struggling desperately. But its struggle was utterly futile. Qin Ziwen took the field mouse from under the beaked eagle's talons and tossed it into the bucket. Then, the group checked the 4th trap. This trap had caught a brownish-green lizard. The noose was caught right around its neck, where the head met the body. It was a good 2 palms long. Seeing people approach, the lizard opened its mouth wide, trying its best to look intimidating. Qin Ziwen patted the beaked eagle's head. Here's a snack for you. Lizards are a pain to keep, and I don't want to eat the meat anyway. Might as well let the beaked eagle have an extra meal. The beaked eagle struck with a single peck. The lizard went quiet instantly, falling to the ground as if asleep. After checking all 10 traps, they had caught a total of 4 prey, 1 wild rabbit, 2 field mice, and 1 lizard. The lizard was given to the beaked eagle as food, while the rabbit and mice were put in the bucket. Qin Ziwen said to Deng Guang, "Brother Deng, you should take these 2 field mice home. You provided most of the rope, after all." Deng Guang waved his hands dismissively. No, you're the one who set the traps and you even taught me how to make them. Consider the rope my tuition fee, your skill is what caught them. Besides, I took a lot of kiwis yesterday, a good 20 pounds worth. Qin Ziwen said seriously, those are 2 different things. Deng Guang grew anxious, they're the same thing. If you keep this up, I'll be too embarrassed to come out with you anymore. Seeing his reaction, Qin Ziwen didn't insist. All right then. They reached the riverbank and started pulling up the earth cage. Before it even broke the surface, he could tell it felt different, heavy, something inside was struggling frantically, the force traveling all the way up the rope. The green earth cage burst through the water's surface, jets of water spraying from its mesh holes. Inside the earth cage, a 2-meter-long, brown-black, round-headed snake was thrashing violently. Qin Ziwen lifted the end of the cage and swung it hard against the ground, dumping the large snake out. The moment it was out, the snake's first instinct was to flee. The beaked eagle on the tree dove, hooked the snake with its talons and lifted it into the sky. The snake twisted its body, trying to coil around the beaked eagle's talons. The beaked eagle gave it a sharp peck, causing the snake to writhe in pain. After flying a dozen meters into the air, the beaked eagle dropped it, then dove in pursuit. The snake had barely hit the ground and hadn't recovered when sharp talons tore through its scales. Unable to bear it any longer, the snake whipped its head around to bite the beaked eagle. The eagle flapped its wings to dodge, caught up again as the snake tried to flee, and stomped down hard, pinning the snake's head in its 7-inch spot. The eagle's beak pecked again, viciously, tearing off a large patch of scales and skin. After being toyed with several more times, the water snake was reduced to a shredded mess. Meanwhile, Qin Ziwen looked at the 2 small loaches stuck in a corner of the cage. He shook the 2 loaches out and tossed them into another plastic bucket filled with water. The loaches were fresh and alive. After being tossed into the bucket, they swam around non-stop, stirring up ripples in the water. "Loach soup is delicious. Xiao, I want to have loach soup tonight." Qin Ziwen readily agreed. "All right." He suddenly slapped his head in frustration. "Ah, I forgot to ask about those mushrooms we picked yesterday. If they're edible, we could have added them to the soup to enhance the flavor." "Haha, that would have been fine, but don't eat them until we've confirmed they're safe." Qin Ziwen casually retrieved the earth cage. "We need to move this earth cage. The feng shui here is terrible. The first day the cage got broken and the second day a snake showed up." He carried the earth cage several dozen meters upstream. There was a gentle slope there, with lush water plants by the riverbank. It was another good spot to set the cage. After a moment of hesitation, he decided against setting the earth cage down. Starting tomorrow or the day after, he planned to head northeast to try and find the altar in the northern mountain range. If he set the earth cage here, he would have to come back tomorrow. The journey itself was time-consuming, a round trip would waste the better part of a day. So he just packed all the snare-trapping equipment into his bag as well. Since he didn't plan on coming back this way tomorrow, there was no point in setting traps. He took the map out of his pocket, compared it with the river's flow, and used the map's markings to quickly determine the approximate location of the wild kiwis. The 3 of them walked for some distance through the forest. Qin Ziwen stopped and looked around. "Do you smell that?" Qin Ziwen frowned. "I do, it smells like a corpse." The stench of death was unmistakable, especially from one's own kind. Once you've smelled it, you never forget that unique scent. Deng Guang began to search the surroundings. "If we can smell it, it must be close." After a careful search, they soon spotted a body lying face down on the ground not far from the base of a tree. The body belonged to a male. His head was turned to the side, his expression contorted in agony. His shirt was hiked up to his waist, and his cheeks and palms were covered in dirt. The exposed skin was covered in purplish-red livor mortis. There were contusions on his hands and feet, and ants crawled in and out of the wounds. A chill ran down their spines. A dead body here meant there was danger nearby. Qin Ziwen roughly estimated from the body's condition he couldn't have been dead for long. Yesterday at the latest. The temperature in the forest wasn't low, and in this environment a body would decompose quickly. Plus, there were plenty of insects in the forest. If he had been dead for too long, the body wouldn't look like this. "He was stabbed through here." Deng Guang pointed from a distance at the corpse's shoulder. Something seemed to have pierced clean through it, leaving a bloody mess where bone was visible. Qin Ziwen frowned. It probably wasn't a large carnivore. If it were a predator, there would be signs of it being eaten, but as of now, I don't see any bite marks. Qin Ziwen guessed, so it must have been a highly aggressive herbivore. And the wound is on his back, so he must have been caught while trying to run away. Deng Guang guessed could also be an omnivore. Staring at the puncture wound on the corpse's shoulder, Qin Ziwen grew more and more puzzled. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be a wild boar? This looks like it was made by a tusk. A wild boar, the one we saw yesterday, couldn't jump that high. Qin Ziwen shook his head and pointed at the wound. For a boar to gore him in this spot, it would have to be enormous. As soon as he finished speaking, the air fell silent for a moment. Deng Guang gave a dry laugh. No way, right? We saw a wild boar yesterday, and it wasn't nearly that big. The animals here are generally larger than on Earth. We've seen crocodiles over 7 meters long. It's not impossible for a boar to be bigger too. At this thought, Qin Ziwen felt that their surroundings weren't safe. He looked up. The beaked eagle was perched on a branch, vigilantly surveying the area without making a sound. Good. It seems there's no immediate danger. Qin Ziwen asked, so are we still going to pick kiwis today? Staring into the depths of the dense forest, Qin Ziwen was silent for a long time. We're going, we've already come this far, and our destination is just ahead. He took out his phone and took a picture of the body. This might be Liua's companion. We'll ask him when we get back. Qin Ziwen warned, we ran into a wild boar on our route yesterday. That means this area might be its usual territory. Everyone stay sharp. Fortunately, they reached their destination without any further incidents. The group picked all the remaining wild kiwis from the tree and put them in their bags, filling 1.5 backpacks this time. With some experience walking in the forest now, the 3 of them were moving faster. Qin Ziwen took out his phone. It was just past noon, 12 o'clock. There was still plenty of time. After taking out their dry rations and eating, Qin Ziwen thought for a moment and decided to press on deeper into the forest. A piercing shriek echoed through the forest. The beaked eagle beat its wings, sounding a warning. They all looked in the direction it was flapping, down the slope to their side. A massive pitch-black beast had crept up on them at some point without them noticing. A chill went through them. This thing is smart. It actually knows how to sneak up on prey. Realizing it had been discovered, the great boar at the bottom of the slope stopped and let out a threatening warning sound from its throat. Behind the great boar, a smaller one came into view. Next to the adult, the piglet looked as small as a toy figurine. Go. Qin Ziwen said decisively. They couldn't go down the slope, they had to find another way. Luckily, the slope was covered in vines and branches. The great boar was too large to charge straight up. The 3 of them went down the back of the slope. This side was steeper, but it was thick with trees. Grabbing onto the trunks, they made a quick, hair-raising but safe descent. Let's go, we'll circle around. Behind them, the great boar stomped its way to the top of the slope. SKRAW. The beaked eagle shrieked, diving from the sky and clawing for the boar's eyes. The great boar raised its head, its tusks sweeping sideways, but the beaked eagle flapped its wings in midair, feinting to evade the attack. The great boar prepared to continue up the slope, but the beaked eagle dove from behind and to the side, clawing at the piglet. The 200-pound piglet squealed in terror. This forced the great boar to turn back and protect the piglet. The beaked eagle didn't press the attack, just kept harassing it. The boar shook its head, thoroughly annoyed, and roared furiously at the sky. Even after the beaked eagle spread its wings and flew away, the great boar remained frozen in place, watching warily for a long time. Then it glanced in the direction Qin Ziwen and the others had fled, grunted twice, and slowly led the piglet away. After getting away down the back of the slope, Qin Ziwen's group circled around, not stopping for a moment. Compared to other animals, humanity's greatest advantage is its superior endurance. Qin Ziwen said in a low voice, I suspect the man who died was attacked by that boar. That boar snuck up on us, clearly intending to attack. This might not be the first person it has killed. If not for the beaked eagle's warning and stalling, they probably wouldn't have had time to escape once the boar got close. And Ji Guang looked around at the repetitive scenery and the dense canopy overhead, a sense of panic rising in his heart. Where are we now? Can we find our way back? Oh yes, the way back to the gated community is straight ahead. Qin Ziwen pointed forward. Overhead, the beaked eagle was leading the way. It could fly above the forest, get a bird's-eye view, and pinpoint the gated community's location. This was the beaked eagle's greatest use, acting as a GPS satellite in the forest. They would never have to worry about getting lost. Hearing that they could find their way back, Deng Guang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was terrified of getting lost in this forest. Hold on. Qin Ziwen grabbed Deng Guang, who had started walking forward. From the dense woods ahead, accompanied by the rustling of vines and bushes, a tall, heavy shadow emerged. A beast nearly 2 meters tall, or closer to 2.5 meters including its thick, three-pronged antlers, stepped out. A dark brown mane flowed from its neck, and its intelligent, dark eyes observed the three of them. After watching for a moment, it chose to ignore them and ambled leisurely away. What a huge deer. It was nearly 3 meters long, with powerful muscles rippling beneath its coarse hide. One could only imagine how painful a kick from it would be. As it walked away, 5 more deer, 2 large and 3 small, emerged one after another from behind it. The smaller deer seemed a bit afraid of humans. Upon seeing them, they quickened their pace and quickly hid in the bushes ahead. The resources here are so abundant, Qin Ziwen thought excitedly. Aside from those 6 deer, they didn't have any more close encounters with other wild animals for the next hour or so. Most animals scurried away from a distance as soon as they sensed their approach. Deng Guang asked casually, "By the way, Brother Qin, are you planning to take those gray sweet potatoes back to eat directly?" Qin Ziwen shook his head. "No, I filled some boxes with soil and planted them in pieces." Deng Guang was taken aback. "Have they sprouted?" Qin Ziwen answered honestly, "No, not yet." Deng Guang paused, nodding slowly and thoughtfully. He said in a low voice, "You've never planted sweet potatoes before, have you?" "Never." Deng Guang understood and started giving instructions. To grow sweet potatoes, you need to sprout them first. When you get back, you can dig up the pieces you buried, wash them clean, then coat the cut surfaces with quicklime or plant ash. That'll prevent rot and increase the survival rate. The temperature for growing them can't be too low or too high. Somewhere in the 20s Celsius is best. And don't bury them too deep. About 5 centimeters of soil is enough. The soil needs to be kept moist. If you're lucky, they'll sprout in 2 or 3 days, otherwise it might take about a week. Qin Ziwen asked, "Brother Deng, have you grown sweet potatoes before?" Deng Guang smiled. "My family grew them when I was a kid. You could say I'm a country boy. Oh, and when you cut them, it's best to make sure each little piece has an eye. The new sprout grows from the eye." As he spoke, Deng Guang had Qin Ziwen take a gray sweet potato from his bag and taught him how to identify the eyes. The eyes weren't hard to spot and Qin Ziwen quickly got the hang of it. "Thanks, Brother Deng." "No need to be so formal." While the two were chatting, Qin Ziwu, who was walking ahead, heard the gurgling sound of water. He quickened his pace. "There's a creek here." The creek wasn't wide, less than 10 feet across. The creek was lush with aquatic plants and strewn with rocks. To their front right was a slope, and the creek seemed to be flowing down from above them. Water bamboo, Deng Guang recognized a plant in the stream. Following Deng Guang's gaze, Qin Ziwen saw a plant with wide, sword-shaped leaves that stood a meter tall. Deng Guang went forward, scanned the area to make sure there were no snakes, then used his pocket knife to cut open the base of a leaf sheath. He took out a section of the stalk and, like shucking corn, peeled back the outer layers to reveal the fleshy stem inside. After a clear look, Deng Guang's face lit up with joy. It was indeed what he thought it was. "Brother Qin, this stuff is edible. Have you ever had it?" Qin Ziwen walked over and shook his head. He didn't recognize it. Deng Guang said, "This stuff is delicious in a stir-fry with meat. It's edible. There used to be a lot of it growing wild by creeks and rivers, but you don't see it as much anymore." The three of them spent a good while harvesting by the creek, filling nearly half a backpack with water bamboo. Straightening up, Qin Ziwen made a fist and pounded his lower back, letting out a long sigh. Besides the water bamboo, they also managed to catch over a dozen large crabs and tossed them into a bucket. The creek was full of crabs, perhaps because no one had ever caught them before. The water was rich with resources. There were also some finger-long blackfish, but they were too fast and hard to catch. Qin Ziwen looked up. "If we go any further up from here, we'll be heading up the mountain. We should be at the foot of the mountain." This was a downward slope of the mountain, with the creek flowing from above. He couldn't be sure of their exact position, but he decided this creek was worth marking. The resources were plentiful, and many animals would come to drink. He set up the earth cage, crushed a crab, and tossed the pungent pieces inside as bait. Then he placed his phone in the small pouch on the beaked eagle's chest and sent it flying up to survey the surroundings. "Hopefully, it spots a clear landmark," he thought, "so we can figure out our exact position." When the beaked eagle returned, Qin Ziwen took out the phone. By comparing the location of the gated community in the video with the tributary creek behind them, he was able to roughly pinpoint their current position. They were about 1 to 1.5 kilometers from the gated community as the crow flies, near the foot of the mountain and to the northeast of the community. As he reviewed the video, one frame caught his attention. Qin Ziwen quickly paused, dragging the progress bar back and forth to confirm. There was a cave right above their current location. Qin Ziwen's fingers gently rubbed the phone's case as he mulled it over, uncertain. The two known altars were both discovered inside caves. Now I've found a new one. Could there be an altar in this one too? It was as if a little devil was whispering temptations in his ear. There's a cave here, Qin Ziwen said, looking at the other two. Qin Ziwen said without hesitation, let's go. Deng Guang hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Let's go check it out. They climbed upstream along the creek, and after about half an hour a cave came into view. The cave wasn't very high, only a little over 2 meters, but it was nearly 3 meters wide. Inside, it was pitch black and dimly lit. The creek originated from within the cave. The entrance to the cave was a jumble of rocks. The farther in they went, the deeper the water became. Qin Ziwen scanned their surroundings, noticing that many of the plants at the cave's edge showed signs of being trampled. Be careful. Qin Ziwen discovered several scratches on a nearby tree. There are scratch marks here. Deng Guang found something even more definitive, a cigarette butt in the grass. Someone's been here. Someone's been here, Qin Ziwen grew vigilant. He looked at the cave before them. If someone had been here, then it must have already been explored. He took a flashlight from his bag and switched it to its 4th setting. An intense beam of light instantly illuminated the pitch-black cave. The cave had a gourd-shaped opening narrow at the entrance but spacious inside. It opened up into a pool of water, and beyond the pool, a deep tunnel stretched into the darkness above. Overhead, several basketball-sized bats flew toward the depths of the tunnel. In the pool, water splashed as something, illuminated for a moment by the beam, swam for cover in the deeper parts. And there, on a stone platform next to the pool, stood a square stone altar, a full meter high and 2 meters in diameter. Deng Guang stared blankly at the square stone altar. So this is the altar they were talking about. Qin Ziwen's breath hitched in excitement. Brother Qin, we found the altar. But there doesn't seem to be anything on the altar. Qin Ziwen's words were like a splash of cold water, snapping the other two back to reality. Following the beams of their flashlights, they saw that the altar was completely empty. The card floating over the crocodile corpse was bright and conspicuous, but there's nothing on this stone platform. Qin Ziwen glanced around, connecting this to the tracks they'd seen earlier. Someone must have taken the card from here today. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen and Deng Guang looked a little disappointed. Brother Qin, when does the card refresh? I don't know. But based on my gaming experience, it would normally be at midnight. Of course, it could also be at 6 or 7 in the morning. Qin Ziwen suggested, why don't we stay here and wait for the card to refresh? We can grab it and then go. Qin Ziwen was tempted for a moment, but he quickly shot the idea down. The gated community was about a mile away as the crow flies. But in this uneven forest, with all the slopes to climb and pits to navigate around, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to get back. And that was during the day. Traveling at night was another matter entirely. Traveling through an undeveloped, primeval forest in the dead of night was far too dangerous. Qin Ziwen's voice was firm. We're going back, but we can set out earlier tomorrow. We'll leave at 5 am sharp and come here to see if the card has refreshed. Remember to bring all our gear tomorrow and be ready for anything. Okay. Having made their decision, Qin Ziwen turned his gaze back to the cave. We'll be in a hurry tomorrow, so we won't have time to scout the cave then, he thought. I'd better use this time to map out a route and check for any threats inside. He looked at the deep pool inside the cave. As he swept his flashlight beam across it, he could see particles of sand and silt suspended in the water. Beyond a certain depth, the light was simply swallowed, the boundary between light and shadow blurring into a deep, profound blackness. The water from the pool extended out of the cave, carving a winding channel from the entrance. This was the source of the stream. Qin Ziwen picked up a stone and tossed it into the pool. Plop, ripples spread across the water's surface. Beneath the surface, a vague, dark shape was startled into rapid motion. In the beam of his light, he saw 2 bright eyes reflecting from beneath the water. Deng Guang cried out in alarm, "There's something in the water." The creature only seemed to glance around before quickly swimming off into the depths. Qin Ziwen analyzed. It didn't look like a snake. It was kind of flat and thick, like a crocodile. But there shouldn't be crocodiles in a mountain cave like this, right? Qin Ziwen guessed could be a giant salamander or a large catfish. Just inside the cave entrance, hugging the wall, was a narrow path extending from the rock face. Following the path further in, the way widened until it became the stone platform beside the pool. Let's go. We'll head back for now and come back earlier tomorrow. The journey back to the gated community was tense, but they encountered no real danger. Halfway there, they encountered a leopard in a tree. It had a powerful build, almost like a small tiger. The leopard, perched in the tree, stared down at the 3 of them. Perhaps because it wasn't hungry, it didn't attack. By the time they returned to the gated community, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the sky was growing dark. Qin Ziwen saw many neighbors outside the gated community's gate digging up soil. They were carrying it back to their homes to build up gardens on their balconies. Downstairs, he saw Xiao Zume and Deng Wen. The two of them were struggling to carry a large, two-tiered box that was nearly half full of soil. "Old Deng, you're back." Xiao Zume set down the box and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Deng Wen called out, "Dad, brother Qin." After calling out, the young woman pursed her lips. She knew they had spent the day deep in the forest and that it wasn't safe there. Deng Guang hurried over to help. "What are you two?" Xiao Zume smiled. "We're planting things. We have to find something to do while we're stuck at home all day. We can't always rely on you." "Xiao Zume, I saw a lot of our neighbors moving soil too." Xiao Zume said, "That's right. Someone was selling seedlings in the gated community this afternoon, and someone else was teaching us how to grow vegetables and prepare the soil. This soil has all been baked to kill any pest eggs and weed seeds inside. It makes it easier to grow things." Qin Ziwen looked toward the south gate, where smoke was rising from beyond the courtyard wall. "Is that where it's happening?" Xiao Zume nodded. "Yes, that's the spot. Baking the soil is free too. Everyone can get 1 pot's worth for free with their ID. If you want more, you have to trade supplies for it." Qin Ziwen was surprised. "Are they a charity? That's really generous." Xiao Zume said, "Not exactly. They're also buying fruit and vegetable seeds. Oh, and they also said we can leave buckets of our waste outside our doors after we use the bathroom. They'll come around to collect it for free every day at a set time." Deng Guang watched the many neighbors coming and going with containers and couldn't help but remark, "Looks like a lot happened in the gated community while we were gone." Xiao Zume added, "That's right. And now there are people selling medicine in the gated community. It's all very professional. They even hung up a sign outside that says Ranks in Hall." "Medicine, you mean like pills?" Xiao Zume shook her head. "No, they're homemade salves. Some stop bleeding, some reduce inflammation, and others can treat minor things like colds and sore throats. I heard Rankson Hall is run mainly by a retired old traditional Chinese medicine doctor and his son, who's also a doctor. They've even taken on a few apprentices. The old doctor lives in Building 9, Unit 1 on the 4th floor. They own both apartments on that level." Qin Ziwen glanced at the adjacent Building 9. Buildings 9 and 8 were on the west side of the gated community, right next to the perimeter wall. Before, you could see the street from there, but now all you could see was the great forest. No one can guarantee they'll never get sick, he thought. Having a doctor around at a time like this, especially a TCM practitioner who might be better suited for this environment, is definitely good news. Qin Ziwen decided he would go next door to check it out later. There were over 1,000 people in the gated community, from all walks of life. He suspected there had to be more than just one person with a medical background. On their way upstairs, they found the hallway blocked by two neighbors who were in the middle of an argument. Qin Ziwen recognized one of them as the man who lived on the floor below him. He recognized him instantly because of his distinctive salt and pepper hair. The man didn't look old, but his hair was already white. The man he was arguing with was short and stout, with a medium build. "What gives you the right to lock the rooftop?" "I live on the top floor, why can't I lock it?" "Who says the rooftop belongs to the top floor?" "You dare say that in front of everyone in this building. When I bought my apartment, the developer said it belongs to all the property owners. The apartment across from me is empty. I'm the only one on the 10th floor, so the rooftop is mine." The man with the salt and pepper hair glared. "The rooftop is yours. Say that again. I'm telling you the rooftop is for common use by everyone in this building. If you dare lock it, I'll just break the lock, and I'll pick clean every last thing you've planted up there." "You wouldn't dare." The two were arguing fiercely. When the man with the short, salt and pepper hair saw someone coming upstairs, he quickly pulled them over to mediate. Deng Guang and Qin Ziwen both turned to look at Qin Ziwen in unison. Qin Ziwen didn't think this was something worth arguing about. Whoever the contract says the rooftop belongs to, that's who it is. If it's not specified, then it's a public space shared by all the residents of the gated community. Seeing that he was outnumbered, the short, stout, middle-aged man left resentfully. "HMPH, fine, I won't lock it. With so many people in this building, let's see how you all divide it up." After the man from the top floor left, the middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair greeted Qin Ziwen. "My name is Zhao Pu." "Hello, I'm Qin Ziwen, and this is my younger brother, Qin Ziwen." Qin Ziwen nodded politely. Zhao Pu hesitated for a moment before saying, "I used to be a surgeon. If you ever have a fever, a cold, or any sprains or bruises, you can come find me." Qin Ziwen was a little surprised. "You're a doctor." "I used to be," Zhao Pu said, looking ashamed. After another moment of hesitation, Zhao Pu said, "By the way, do you Have any extra food? I could trade some medicine for it. Sure, do you want some wild rice stems? Qin Ziwen had his brother take off his backpack, which was half full of the wild rice stems they had gathered. He took out 2 stems, Zhao Pu took them, sniffed them and nodded. These are quite fresh. Yes, this works. Wait here a moment. Zhao Pu turned and went into apartment 401. He came out a moment later holding a small plastic bag containing 3 boxes of medicine: ibuprofen, montmorillonite powder, loratadine, and a bottle of alcohol. Zhao Pu said earnestly, the ibuprofen is for inflammation and fever, the montmorillonite powder is for diarrhea, the loratadine is for allergies, and the alcohol is for disinfecting wounds. They're all quite useful here. Old Deng, do you want any? Qin Ziwen looked at Deng Guang. Deng Guang waved his hand. I have some common medicines stocked up at home. Qin Ziwen opened his school bag, which was nearly half full. He thought for a moment, then took out 15 stems and gave them to Old Deng, weighing about 3 pounds. Then he took out all the remaining stems from the bag, which was about another 3 pounds. He also took out about 2 pounds of kiwis from his own bag, plus the 2 large crabs from the bucket. Will this do? Zhao Pu nodded hurriedly. Yes, that's more than enough. More than enough. He hadn't expected to get so much food in trade. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Qin Ziwen. After accepting the food, much of the worry vanished from Zhao Pu's brow. He explained, I sprained my ankle before we were transported here, so I was resting at home. It's just me and my kid. I couldn't go out to find food for the first few days and we're almost out of everything. Qin Ziwen nodded in understanding. In the first couple of days after they arrived, it was a good time to dig for wild vegetables, join the crocodile hunt, or team up with neighbors to explore the surrounding area and gather fruits and vegetables. There were risks, but resources were also plentiful. Now, over a week had passed, and the surrounding area had been picked clean. It wasn't so easy to find anything edible anymore. There were still fish in the river, but crocodiles were in there too, so the danger hadn't passed. To go deep into the forest, you basically had to be in a team. All right, we'll head back then, Qin Ziwen said with a wave. Watching their backs, Zhao Pu looked like he wanted to say something more but held back. They didn't know each other well after all. He just watched as they went upstairs and closed their door. After getting home that evening, Qin Ziwen first opened the window to let the beaked eagle in. He put the crabs from the bucket into a basin of water to keep them, then placed the wild rabbit and field mouse into the animal cage. The menagerie inside was growing larger, now containing a full 5 wild rabbits, 3 field mice, and a hedgehog. The newly caught rabbit was a bit nervous at first, but after entering the cage and meeting the other 4 of its kind, it gradually calmed down. Then he took the remaining kiwis out of his bag and piled them in a box to let them ripen naturally. After dinner, Qin Ziwen and his brother went downstairs for a walk together. As they walked, they came to the south gate. He hadn't been this way in a while. Recently, he had been using the east gate to enter and exit the gated community. A lot of people were gathered at the south gate, coming and going. On the empty ground outside the gated community, a circle had been built with stones. Inside was scorched earth, looking like a mound from a distance. Thick smoke seeped out from the gaps between the stones and soil. There were several of these mounds, and some bare-chested men were working with great enthusiasm. Nearby, some people holding containers waited to collect the soil. A tall, thin man in a hat was directing them. Slowly, slowly, everyone, don't rush. Form a line. Anyone interested in buying the burned soil or purchasing seedlings can come see me. The prices are excellent, we're offering a discount right now. Qin Ziwen stood to the side, secretly studying the process of burning the soil. The steps weren't difficult, just laborious. Several men who were shoveling earth continuously added firewood, then mixed the wood ash with the burned soil. He thought about the process he and his brother had gone through, picking worms out of the soil. That was so tiring and troublesome, and we couldn't even be sure we got everything. For example, we couldn't clear out all the weed seeds in the soil. This method is much simpler by comparison. After he finished his stealthy lesson, Qin Ziwen looked around and noticed quite a few others observing up close just like him. The soul-burning business probably won't last long. It's manual labor, but it's not highly skilled and is easily copied. So, is this group's real goal to cultivate the habit of growing fruits and vegetables among the gated community's residents? No, even without them, some residents are already planting things. They're just catalyzing and accelerating the process. They must have some other objective. He secretly shook his head. Whatever their objective is, it has nothing to do with me. I have my own goals. As long as they don't conflict with mine, it's fine. Returning to the gated community, Qin Ziwen went to Building 9 and up to the 4th floor. He found one of the doors open. Directly above the doorway hung a wooden plaque engraved with the 2 large words Ren Hall. Judging by the plaque's age, it didn't look like it had been carved recently. A faint medicinal aroma drifted out from the room. Several clay pots were simmering with herbal medicine. The living room had been converted into a simple clinic. Behind a table, a silver-haired old man with a serene expression was taking a middle-aged woman's pulse. "Are you here to see the doctor?" a young man asked, noticing Qin Ziwen standing at the door. Qin Ziwen was taken aback for a second, then smiled and said, "I heard about this place and came to have a look." "Haha, sure, feel free to look around." The young man seemed used to this and lowered his head to continue sweeping up trash. After watching for a while, Qin Ziwen went home. Once home, he lay down on his bed. "Early to bed, early to rise, I have to leave very early tomorrow." The beaked eagle cautiously sidled over, a sound rumbling in its throat. "Siooku tilde." Perhaps from spending so much time with him, the beaked eagle had learned to lower its voice when interacting with people. Qin Ziwen smiled and rubbed its head. "Good night. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for the 11th day. Today you harvested 1 wild rabbit, 2 field mice, several crabs, and a quantity of wild rice shoots. You also gathered a decent amount of wild kiwi fruit and drew a simple map. Comprehensive score 41. You have received your rewards: recruitment card common. Skilled human race blacksmith X1, resource card, level 1 coal mine X1, and a bag of chili powder." Qin Ziwen stared at the new recruitment card. A human. And a blacksmith no less, the one he needed most. But what's with the human race specifier? Could there be other races? I've never seen any though. After some thought, Qin Ziwen went to the bathroom and took out the level 1 coal mine resource card. The level 1 coal mine required a 10x10 meter empty area. Qin Ziwen looked around but was disappointed. Due to the farmland he had built, plus the other structures, he couldn't find a contiguous 10x10 meter area, even though there were some empty spots here and there. He could only hold on to it for now and would have to wait until he got another blank expansion card to build the coal mine. He then took out the recruitment card and looked at the purple card in his hand. Its face depicted a burly, long-haired, middle-aged man. His exposed arms, cheeks, and neck were dotted with scars from being burned by sparks. A leather apron was tied around his chest. His arms were thick and his muscles corded. His hands alone looked full of power. He could summon him at any time, but that would mean a person suddenly appearing out of thin air. He wasn't worried about anyone else, as he didn't interact much with outsiders, but Deng Guang was always with him. A person couldn't just suddenly appear in their group. Moreover, his entire bearing was completely different from that of a modern person. Any normal person would notice something was off. Therefore, he had to find a way to rationalize the man's appearance. Soon, Qin Ziwen had an idea. The altar they visited today would be the perfect excuse. The card he'd supposedly gotten from the altar would be this recruitment card. He packed his things, hung the 2 mountain-climbing knives he'd gotten from Zai Jun on the side of his backpack, and pulled on his high-top combat boots. He opened the window and released the beaked eagle. "Let's go." At 5 in the morning, the sky was still dim. The 3 of them put on masks and hurried out the south gate. Once outside, they looped around and headed due east. Traveling light, the 3 of them moved with great speed. Having traveled this path once before, their pace was slightly faster than it had been on their return trip the previous night. The beaked eagle flew above the forest, gliding close to the treetops. SKRAW. The beaked eagle let out a cry. A leopard lounging on a branch up ahead was startled by the sound. It opened its eyes and watched the beaked eagle warily. After a moment's pause, it leaped to a neighboring branch and with a few more bounds, vanished into the surrounding woods. After they had traveled some distance, a thick fog silently rose in the forest. Visibility dropped to less than 10 meters. The trio was forced to slow down. Fortunately, the beaked eagle was there to occasionally correct their course. Finally, just after 7 o'clock, as the sun rose, Qin Ziwen spotted the familiar cave. He stopped, panting heavily. "We're here." He glanced around. It was eerily quiet. "Let's go." Qin Ziwen took out a flashlight, its beam piercing the darkness of the cave. Inside the pitch-black cave, a card floated above the stone altar to the left, rotating slowly. The card was exceptionally conspicuous above the otherwise empty stone altar. "There really is one." Secretly pleased, Qin Ziwen said, "I'll go get it. You two watch the entrance." Qin Ziwen said, "Be careful, bro." "I will." Qin Ziwen first shone his flashlight toward a deep pool of water. A dark shadow was resting near the edge of the shallows. When the bright light hit it, the thing swiftly retreated to the bottom of the pool. Doesn't seem too brave, he thought. Mulling it over, Qin Ziwen stepped into the shallow water, sending ripples across the clear pool. The water level near the entrance was low. He waded a few steps in, then leaped lightly onto a stone platform extending from the side. He hurried over to the altar. It was a square stone altar with many grooves carved into its surface, looking like something used for a mystical ceremony. Half a meter directly above the center of the altar floated a silver card with a black border. If I remember correctly, this color scheme means it's a resource card. He climbed onto the altar and touched the card with his finger. The moment he did, the floating card lost whatever magical force held it aloft and dropped onto his fingertip. After grabbing the card, he quickly retraced his steps. Let's go. There was no card yesterday, but there was one today. This could only mean the altar had been discovered and someone had come and taken yesterday's card. That meant someone could follow them at any moment. This place wasn't safe. Less than 10 minutes after Qin Ziwen's group had left, a large party of more than 30 people hurried to the scene. We're here. This fog is so thick. If we hadn't seen the markers we left yesterday, we probably would have gotten lost. When the group entered the cave and saw the empty altar, all hell broke loose. Where's the card? How is it gone? Someone took the card. It was here yesterday. Did one of you take it? The two groups immediately started arguing. In the crowd, Zhang Bo's expression was grim. A tall man in a gray windbreaker next to him leaned in close and whispered, "Brother Zhang, I'm not trying to stir up trouble. But I just feel like something's not right about the card being gone today." That other group insisted we all gather at the gated community entrance and leave together. They claimed it was to prevent the card from being stolen by someone else. But I suspect they leaked the location and had someone come grab the card ahead of time. All of our people are here, but who's to say all of theirs are? Zhang Bo's face darkened. He looked toward a man in the other group. Lu Hantao, was it your people who took it? Lu Hantao flew into a rage. He had been suspecting that Zhang Bo was the one who sent someone to take it ahead of time. Bullshit. All 18 of us that were here yesterday are present right now. Who could have come early to get it? We don't even know the route well. Don't you try to pull that thief crying thief crap on me. Zhang Bo's expression was grim. Ha. I gave you the location, didn't I? It's not like I could take that back. Lu Hantao subconsciously felt that Zhang Bo had a point. Zhang Bo gritted his teeth. But you lot wasn't giving you yesterday's card enough. Today it was supposed to be our turn and now it's gone. Maybe you wouldn't leak the info, but can you guarantee that none of the people behind you did? The two sides descended into chaos, and a commotion quickly broke out. In the midst of the pushing and shoving, one person lost their footing and fell into the pool. Help me, I can't swim. The man thrashed about desperately, doggy paddling in the water. Suddenly his eyes widened in terror and he screamed, "There's something here, something's biting my leg." His blood-curdling scream was cut short. The man was dragged under, his hands flailing briefly on the surface before disappearing. A moment later, a dense cluster of bubbles rose from the depths. The deep, dark pool grew still once more without a single ripple. "There's a monster in the water, why didn't you say anything?" "You're setting us up." Lu Hantao's expression changed. The crocodiles by the river had killed people several times before, sending the gated community into a panic. This pool inside the cave didn't look like anything good either. To be honest, he had been wary of it when he came yesterday, but there was nothing unusual at the time. Zhang Bo said, "I didn't know, we weren't attacked when we came here before." Lu Hantao seized on the loophole in his words. "Not attacked, which means you've seen it before." Zhang Bo chuckled. He had indeed seen it and knew there was something in the pool, but he deliberately kept quiet. Being threatened by this group into revealing the altar's location had already pissed him off. He wasn't running a charity, so why should he explain everything clearly? He'd held back some information specifically to prevent anyone from coming early. But he certainly wouldn't admit it. He immediately retorted sarcastically, "We never saw anything. But didn't you guys send someone to take the card early? Didn't the person who came ahead of time see what was in the water? Did they not tell you?" Lu Hantao's face turned red with anger. He glanced warily at the bottom of the pool. "I didn't leak the information." Zhang Bo taunted, "Then can you guarantee no one else on your team leaked it?" Lu Hantao couldn't. His was just a loose alliance thrown together at the last minute. Zhang Bo sneered, "See, you can't even guarantee it yourself." Lu Hantao scanned the surroundings and suddenly asked, "Could it be a third party?" Zhang Bo frowned. "A third party?" Lu Hantao said in a cold voice, "Yes, tomorrow we come earlier. We'll set out half an hour early, no, an hour early. I refuse to believe we can be beaten to the punch again. If there really is a third party and he took the card today, he'll definitely be tempted to come back tomorrow." Zhang Bo was starting to understand. And if no one shows up tomorrow, that means there's a mole. After leaving the cave, they walked east along the foot of the mountain for a long time before stopping. Qin Ziwen took out the card and let his brother and Deng Guang take turns examining it. Once they got their hands on it, the two of them stared at the recruitment card as if it were a priceless treasure. Deng Guang marveled, a recruitment card. Can this really summon a living person? It's incredible. Qin Ziwen was happy for his older brother. Brother, this means our team can have one more person. Handing the card back to his brother, Qin Ziwen said, Brother, what do you think that group who found the altar will do when they realize the card is gone? Qin Ziwen shook his head. I don't know, but if I were them, I'd definitely come early tomorrow and set traps in the area. They'll never let us get another card this easily. After a pause, Qin Ziwen said, I think we need to set a rule for the future. Everyone's going to want something like a card. We're a team and you can't get anywhere without rules. I'm not a dictator. I've always believed in one principle: one person can't earn all the money in the world. If there's money to be made, we all make it together. That's how a team stays energetic, and it makes everyone more dedicated. Qin Ziwen started to say something, but Qin Ziwen raised a hand to stop him. Qin Ziwen said, starting today, whoever on our team discovers an altar gets to claim any one card it produces. Of course, only one. You can save this opportunity. If a card you really want shows up later, you can claim it unconditionally, but you only get one chance. Then, for any subsequent cards the altar produces, distribution will be decided by the number of people who participated in the operation. For example, there are 3 of us. Each person who participated in today's operation earns 1/3 of a contribution share. Once you accumulate 1 full share, you can reserve a card produced by any altar on the following day. Qin Ziwen asked curiously, Brother, why do we need to reserve one? Qin Ziwen explained, because the cards are random. Different cards have different functions. We've only just started dealing with cards, so it's hard to establish a fair standard for their value. For now, we'll just leave it to luck. This method is also temporary. If we develop a standard for valuing cards later on, we can change the rules. Deng Guang hadn't expected he would also have a chance to get a card. Moreover, Qin Ziwen's method sounded very fair. He just felt a little ashamed, as if he hadn't contributed much. I just feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Qin Ziwen smiled. Brother Deng, everyone has a role to play. You're an indispensable part of our team. Deng Guang let out a long breath, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. Qin Ziwen said, let's head back for now. I got a card today. It's a good chance to test how high of a rating I'll get for acquiring one. The 3 of them didn't take the same route back. They took a detour and returned to the gated community before noon. In the wasteland outside the gated community's entrance, Qin Ziwen saw a man pushing a wheelbarrow. This wheelbarrow had a single tire at the bottom, with 2 long handles passing on either side of the wheel. A large, open-topped wooden box was mounted on top. The thing looked crude, but it was a transport tool well-suited for mountainous terrain. Qin Ziwen inquired, Brother, where did you buy this? The man pushing the wheelbarrow had a deeply tanned neck. He took a towel from his shoulder to wipe away his sweat. There's a carpenter's workshop in Building 7, Unit 1 on the 7th floor. They sell these. It's pretty handy for moving things. Oh right, my name is Qin He. If you ever need anything moved, you can find me. I live in Building 2, Unit 1 on the 1st floor. The price is negotiable, just trying to make a living. He has the same surname as me, Qin Ziwen thought. The gated community was gradually becoming home to all sorts of people. All kinds of professions were popping up, even primitive manual laborers like this. Back home, with the door closed, Qin Ziwen took out the recruitment card. He silently willed it to activate. The recruitment card transformed into a streak of light, flying from his fingertips and coalescing into a solid ball of white light on the floor in front of him. When the white light dissipated, a blacksmith, identical to the one in the card's illustration, appeared in its place. The blacksmith was only about 5'7", but the muscles on his shoulders were prominent. The blacksmith stood in place, his eyes blank for a moment before quickly regaining clarity. He looked at Qin Ziwen, opened his mouth and stammered, my lord. His speech was halting, but the language was intelligible. Qin Ziwen asked, can you understand what we're saying? The blacksmith nodded, yes. Qin Ziwen pondered for a moment, then asked, what's your name? The blacksmith replied, my name is Li Taishan. I'm a blacksmith from the West Market Iron Workshop in Yangzhou City. The blacksmith's speech grew more fluent. Qin Ziwen picked up on the keywords. Yangzhou Iron Workshop. Where did you come from? Li Taishan frowned, thought for a long time, then shook his head dejectedly. This humble one can't remember. I only know that from now on I must obey my lord's commands. Qin Ziwen asked, then what do you remember? At the mention of his trade, Li Taishan immediately puffed out his chest, his voice growing a few shades brighter. Reporting to my lord, this humble one is an expert in smithing. I can forge farm tools for the fields, fittings for the canal boats, and everyday ironware for the neighborhood. Qin Ziwen nodded. Don't call me my lord from now on. Just call me Brother Qin. Li Taishan's voice boomed, yes, my lord. Qin Ziwen shot him a look. Li Taishan's voice softened a few notches. Yes, Brother Qin. As for calling the Lord brother, that was something Li Taishan would never dare to do. How could he possibly call his lord brother? Qin Ziwen asked, can you forge weapons and armor? Compared to other tools, weapons and defensive gear are a higher priority right now. Li Taishan looked ashamed. Brother Qin, I can forge things like sabers, spears, swords, and hammers, but I don't know how to make overly complex or obscure weapons. As for armor, I've never made it before, but I could give it a try if I had blueprints. Qin Ziwen nodded in understanding and praised him. Don't worry about it. That's already very impressive. Hearing this, Li Taishan chuckled and scratched his head, a simple, honest smile spreading across his face. It was just that, combined with his features, the smile looked rather ferocious. Come with me, Qin Ziwen said, leading Li Taishan to the level 1 blacksmith shop. Go take a look. Are all the tools inside? Li Taishan stepped inside and looked around the room. He then glanced down at the furnace and bellows, giving the latter a test pull. A look of delight appeared on his face. He turned, cupped his fists, and said, reporting to Brother Qin. The tools here are a bit crude, but all the vital pieces are here. It has all the essentials. I can even forge any other tools I might need myself. The only things missing now are firewood and iron ore. Hearing him say, reporting to Brother Qin, Qin Ziwen almost lost his composure. He turned away, clamping a hand over his mouth to forcefully stifle his laughter. Qin Ziwen cleared his throat. You don't need to say reporting. Just call me Brother Qin, and when we're outside, talk to me like a normal person. Actually, forget it. When we're outside, say as little as possible. If you don't have to talk, don't. Just watch my eyes for cues. Li Taishan replied, understood. Qin Ziwen pointed at Li Taishan's long hair, which was tied back simply with a cord. We'll get the things we need later. The priority right now is to change your look. That long hair has to be shaved off. Understood. They didn't have a razor at home, but they did have scissors. After a good while of work, they finally managed to shear off Li Taishan's long hair, leaving him with a patchy, uneven buzz cut. Combined with his brawny physique and the scars on his arms and face from flying sparks, he looked utterly menacing. One glance and you'd think he was a bad guy. After cleaning up the fallen hair, Qin Ziwen led Li Taishan to the guest room. You can sleep in this room for tonight. Li Taishan had never seen a modern comforter or bedsheets before. With a trembling hand, he carefully stroked the duvet cover. Its softness was incredible, almost like silk. He swallowed hard. Li Taishan turned, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. All right, let's eat first. Qin Ziwen went to make dinner. He used the rice from their last distribution to cook a large pot of kanji, which he served with smoked crocodile meat and a soup made with wild rice shoots and loaches. Li Taishan ate with gusto, proclaiming how good his lord's cooking was 32 times over the course of the meal. This isn't a blacksmith we've recruited, Qin Ziwen thought. It's a sycophant. After lunch, Qin Ziwen took the two of them out. Brother Qin, a voice called out from the side. Following the sound, they saw Liua approaching, leaning on a crutch. Qin Ziwen glanced at his leg. How's it doing? Liua said, thanks for asking, Brother Qin. It's much better. The wound has already scabbed over. I went to Rankson Hall yesterday to get it treated. His gaze fell on Li Taishan, who was standing behind Qin Ziwen, and he paused for a moment. Because Qin Ziwen had warned him not to speak carelessly outside, Li Taishan kept his lips sealed shut, his jaw muscles taut. With his patchy buzz cut and a t-shirt stretched tight over his bulging frame, you could say he was fresh out of prison and people would believe you. Averting his eyes, Liua asked, Brother Qin, are you guys recruiting? We just got a new member. A flicker of hope appeared in Liua's eyes. Can I join you then? Our team only recruits people who are the right fit. You just graduated, right? What did you major in? Liua answered, I was in the materials engineering program at Shenyang Nanhua Vocational Technical School. Qin Ziwen fell into thought. Liua quickly added, it's a nickname for Northeast University. I studied metallic materials focusing on metal processing. Qin Ziwen was surprised. That's what you studied. Liua nodded. Yeah, I'm pretty interested in ancient weaponry. I figured that with this major I could learn to make weapons and armor. But after I enrolled, I found out it was a bit different from what I had imagined. Qin Ziwen glanced at the hand Liua was using to grip his crutch. How long will your leg take to heal? What did the doctor say? Liua said, I've been taking antibiotics and anti-inflammatories. I should be able to move around freely in 2 weeks tops. When Qin Ziwen didn't respond, Liua gritted his teeth. 1 week, I can be ready to head out with the team in 1 week. Qin Ziwen said, don't. Hearing this, the light in Liua's eyes dimmed. Qin Ziwen looked at him, just focus on recovering for now. You can come out with me in 2 weeks, that materials. Materials engineering. Qin Ziwen grunted in agreement. Right, first, I want you to write down everything you know so you don't forget it over time. Especially about steel, how to turn iron into steel using ancient methods. Spend some time thinking about that. Don't worry about food for the next few days, you'll have rations, just stay home and focus on writing. But I expect to see results, can you do that? Liua's face flushed red as he nodded vigorously. Yes. Good, I'm counting on you, don't disappoint me. Qin Ziwen watched Liua's motivated figure limp away on his crutch, then retracted his gaze. He knew that steel was a broad category, and there was a difference between good steel and bad steel. If they really possessed the technology to reliably forge iron into high-quality steel, the value of the equipment Li Taishan crafted would increase exponentially. Therefore, Liua had value. More and more groups were forming within the gated community these days. Going it alone is a sure way to lose out, but I'm not comfortable joining someone else's crew. So he planned to build his own team, with his brother and recruited members at the core and a periphery of valuable neighbors. He would use this team as cover, buying himself time to grow stronger. After strolling around the gated community for a while, they returned home in the afternoon. Qin Ziwen closed his bedroom door. With a flick of his wrist, 2 cards with silver faces and black borders appeared at his fingertips. One was the level 1 coal mine card he had received from the Dawn settlement, and the other was the level 1 iron ore card he had acquired at the altar. With the blacksmith and the blacksmith shop. The puzzle was now complete. Everything was ready. All he needed was the east wind. He walked over to the farmland and dug up all the gray sweet potatoes he had planted. As he was digging, he discovered that some of them had already sprouted tiny white buds. So fast. After some observation, Qin Ziwen had a theory. It was probably because of the structure. This farmland, like the cellar and the lavatory, must possess some kind of special effect that either ripened or accelerated the growth of crops. Unfortunately, the effects of these structures weren't displayed intuitively. They could only be inferred after they manifested. He reburied the gray sweet potatoes to let them continue to grow. Things were usually hectic, so it was rare to have half a day of leisure. Qin Ziwen felt a little out of sorts. He thought about how he needed to test the scoring value of a card and forced himself to resist the urge to go fishing. He went to Deng Guang's apartment on the 8th floor to tell him they would be leaving early the next day. Deng Guang's eyes widened. What, we're leaving at 3:30? Qin Ziwen nodded, yeah. We got the card yesterday, and I'm guessing that group won't take it lying down. They'll either post guards near the altar or set out earlier themselves. We need to catch them completely by surprise. No one would ever expect us to leave at 3:30. Deng Guang asked doubtfully, but 3:30 is the middle of the night. Won't it be too dangerous? Qin Ziwen said, I've already used the recruitment card. The blacksmith is coming with us this time. There will be 4 of us, so ordinary beasts won't dare to attack us. He paused for a moment. Of course, old Deng, if you think it's too risky, you can wait for us here. Hearing this, old Deng hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. All right, 3:30 it is. After Qin Ziwen left, Xiao Zume walked over. What's wrong, why the long face? Deng Guang shook his head. It's nothing, we're just leaving a little earlier tomorrow at 3:30. Xiao Zume was surprised. 3:30 in the mornings. Deng Guang nodded, yeah, I just think it might be too early. Xiao Zume was worried too, but she tried to comfort him. If Xiaoqin dares to leave at that time, he must have his reasons. Besides, has anything been 100% safe since we got here? Just the other day, I heard someone got bitten on the hand by a poisonous snake while digging for herbs. The person chopped their own hand off right then and there. Deng Guang sighed grimly. After parting with Deng Guang, Qin Ziwen went to the 6th floor and stopped in front of apartment 601. He looked at the tightly shut door of Zai Jun's apartment and tried the handle. As expected, it was locked. Qin Ziwen glanced around. The easiest way would be to climb over from the balcony of 602 next door. After a moment's thought, he knocked on the door of 602. Knock, knock, knock. Anyone home? Qin Ziwen asked politely. He asked several times, but no one in 602 replied, but he heard a slight noise from behind the door. Hello, I'm your neighbor from downstairs. Is anyone home? There's no one home, a little girl's timid reply came from behind the door. Qin Ziwen couldn't help but chuckle. He pictured a little girl on the other side. Are the grown-ups not home? I wanted to talk to your mom and dad about something. No one's here, they went out. the little girl replied in a squeaky voice from behind the door. Since the adults weren't home, Qin Ziwen didn't press the issue. He just said, "All right. When your mom and dad get back, could you please tell them the neighbor on the 5th floor wants to make a trade with them?" As he came down from the 6th floor, the door to 501 across the hall happened to open. Wang Xiaoli stuck her head out, her face a bit haggard. She stared fixedly at Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen gave a polite smile, nodded at her, and prepared to open his door. Wang Xiaoli suddenly spoke up. "You guys weren't home during the day yesterday. A few people were hanging around your door for a while. They might have been casing the joint." Qin Ziwen paused, his hand on the door. He turned his head. Wang Xiaoli peered at him from the crack of her door, only half of her face visible. After a moment of silence, Qin Ziwen asked, "When?" "I think it was in the morning, but I don't know the exact time." There were 3 of them, acting all sneaky. They had the same vibe as the shady friends Zai Jun used to hang around. "Friends of Zai Jun? No, I don't recognize them." Qin Ziwen opened his door, went inside, and came back with 2 ripe kiwis from a box in the living room, thrusting them toward Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli didn't take them. "Could I trade these for something else? Kiwis are tart, they just whet your appetite and make you hungrier." Qin Ziwen nodded. He said to his brother, "Go get a pound of smoked meat." Then he pressed the kiwis on her as well. "Take it all." A complicated expression flickered in Wang Xiaoli's eyes. "Thank you." After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Do you want to come in for some tea?" Qin Ziwen didn't move from his spot. "No, thank you. But if you notice anything else, please keep an eye out." Wang Xiaoli hummed softly in agreement. Only after Qin Ziwen closed his door did Wang Xiaoli slowly pull her door shut. After that family raised a ruckus last time, she had become well known within certain circles in the gated community. It was a bad thing, but it was also a good thing. The downside was that people would point and whisper when she went out. The upside was that more people were seeking her out in private, but she didn't care. "I just want to live, to survive. Even if I have to live like dirt, I will survive here." After the door was closed, Qin Ziwen asked in a low voice, "Bro, is what she said true?" Qin Ziwen gazed out the window. "Do you want it to be true, or do you want it to be fake?" Qin Ziwen said, "If it's true, then there really is a group out there. If it's fake, then that hag is up to something." Qin Ziwen's eyes grew cold. According to the scoring criteria, killing enemies with malicious intent is also an effective way to earn points. Scum like that needs to be hit hard and fast. Qin Ziwen said to his brother, "Don't sleep too deeply tonight. The 3 of us will take turns on watch." Qin Ziwen nodded in understanding. A little after 6 in the evening, someone came looking for him, the man from 601. Qin Ziwen explained his plan. He wanted to use the man's balcony to get into 602. The man from 601 was stunned. Into 602. He was instinctively repulsed by the idea of letting a stranger into his home. After a long hesitation, he finally said in a low voice, "Can I go ask my wife's opinion?" Qin Ziwen agreed. About half an hour later, the man from 601 came down again. "My wife said it's okay, but only one of you can come into our home." I understand," Qin Ziwen said. The man from 601 breathed a secret sigh of relief at Qin Ziwen's understanding. "Bro, let me go," Qin Ziwen said. "I'm more agile than you." Qin Ziwen didn't argue. He just instructed, "All right, be careful, you should probably tie on a safety rope. And be mindful when you're in someone else's home." Ziwu gave him an okay sign. A few minutes later, the door to 602 opened. Ziwu beckoned from behind it for his brother to come in. The layout of apartment 602 was identical to their own, 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. The decor was a modern take on classic Chinese style. On the wall behind the living room sofa hung a large piece of calligraphy that read, "Heaven rewards the diligent." A tea tray with a tea set was on the coffee table. The room stank, a smell emanating from the kitchen trash can. The garbage inside hadn't been thrown out in ages and was teeming with small insects. Qin Ziwen tied the trash bag shut and lifted it out. The kitchen was very clean and the refrigerator was mostly empty. There was only one item in a plastic bag on the top shelf. He took it out. It was vacuum-packed and looked like some kind of dried animal penis. A strange look crossed Qin Ziwen's face. But judging by the packaging, the contents should still be fine. He searched some more and found a box of dried goji berries in a drawer beneath the TV stand. In a chest of drawers inside the bedroom wardrobe, he also found a black handbag. Inside the bag were 3 stacks of red bills. But the most valuable finds were the dozen or so lighters scattered in a coffee table drawer, most of them the cheap 1 or 2 yuan kind. Beyond that, there were pots and pans in the kitchen, 1 cleaver, 1 paring knife, various appliances and furniture, assorted clothing and bedding, and 2 keys to the front door. In a drawer in the master bedroom, there was also a new, unopened box of Akamoto condoms. He pocketed the keys. He picked up the kitchen trash bag. He left everything else for the time being. Back home, Qin Ziwen chuckled. We even helped him take out his trash. He should be thanking us. Qin Ziwen nodded. Yes, we can use this as a backup base from now on. By the way, when you crossed over, was it easy to get from balcony to balcony? At the mention of this, Qin Ziwen shook his head. It wasn't that easy. The balconies are close, but there's a gap between them and no footholds nearby. If you miss your grip during the jump, you'll fall. Honestly, I think it would be easier to rappel down from the floor above than to cross over from next door. The floor above. Qin Ziwen said, right. Tie a rope around your waist and jump down from the balcony above. It might actually be easier. Qin Ziwen walked to the edge of his balcony and looked toward the one for 501. Visually, the distance didn't seem that great. This had to do with the gated community's location. Public safety in Jiang City had always been excellent, and the Riverside gated community was located downtown, with a police station just diagonally across from it. Combined with the facial recognition system used by the property management and the mandatory registration for entry, security was well assured. Because of this, the building's design prioritized aesthetics. But now that same aesthetic appeal had become a security liability. As of yet, there hadn't been any reports of theft or break-ins in the gated community. Of course, it's possible they've already happened and we just haven't heard about it. Night fell and the moon began its ascent outside the window. The three of them took turns standing watch. Li Taishan took the first shift, Qin Ziwen the middle one, and Qin Ziwen the last. At midnight, Li Taishan shook Qin Ziwen awake. My lord, it's time. Qin Ziwen opened his eyes. Anything happen on your watch? Li Taishan shook his head. Nothing. Qin Ziwen sat up in bed. All right, you go get some rest. After Li Taishan left, Qin Ziwen turned his attention to the daily settlement. You have safely survived in the wilderness for a 12th day. You discovered a mysterious altar and obtained a card from it. Overall score, 50 points. You have received a reward. Sand expansion card, small x1. A new type of expansion card, a sand expansion card. As the name implied, its purpose was easy to guess. With a flick of his wrist, a white card made of a material that was neither gold nor jade appeared at his fingertips. Unlike the blank expansion card, this sand expansion card featured a brownish-yellow desert landscape in its center. It could be used to expand any area within the home, creating a 20x 20-meter patch of sand terrain. The sand. Qin Ziwen had initially planned to use it on the area behind the bathroom, but he suddenly realized that the existing 400m2 space was needed to support the coal and iron mines. Mining them would inevitably kick up a lot of dust. It would inevitably interfere with the spring. If this area here is the residential zone, then there should be a designated mining zone as well. With this in mind, he went directly to the guest bedroom across from the bathroom. Li Taishan had just returned to the guest bedroom and was preparing to rest when he saw his lord walk in. He quickly got up from the bed, worried he'd done something wrong. My lord. It's fine. Stay put, Qin Ziwen said, and immediately used the card on the guest bedroom window. The sand expansion card in his hand dissolved into light that flowed into the window. The window vanished, replaced by a stretch of sand extending into the distance. Overhead, moonlight shone down, illuminating the surface of the sand. The temperature and light were identical to the outside world. He stepped onto the sand. In terms of real-world space, I must be floating in midair inside the gated community, he mused. He then went to the balcony and looked back toward the guest bedroom. Aside from the missing window, everything appeared normal from the outside. The sandy expanse was its own independent folded space. The number of secrets in this apartment is growing. To stop any would-be thieves from sneaking in, I'll need to use expansion cards on the balcony, kitchen, and master bedroom windows too. That way our place will be sealed up tight, and the balcony will no longer be a weak point. I'll leave the front door as the only connection to the outside. And not just that, I'll add another iron door behind it for extra protection. As for arousing suspicion, more and more people in the gated community are getting cards now. It's impossible to hide everything completely. People aren't that stupid. It's better to reveal some things while concealing others. Back on the sand, he took out 2 resource cards. Both the coal mine and the iron mine required a 10x10 area. He walked to the far end of the sandy area and, facing the 2 corners, used the level 1 coal mine card on the left and the level 1 iron ore card on the right. The cards transformed into 2 streaks of light, each sinking into its respective side. When the light faded, a black coal seemed nearly a meter high had risen out of thin air from the sand on the left, emitting the faint smell of coal smoke. He squatted down and a single grab yielded a handful of crushed coal. It was a true open-pit mine, you could just pick the coal right off the ground. On the right side, a reddish-brown vein of rock had appeared. From a distance, it looked like a great red slab embedded in the sand. In the middle of the vein was a semi-open mine entrance, shored up with wooden beams and rocks. Walking closer, he saw fine, iron-brown particles piled on the ground at the mine's entrance. Inside, angular chunks of protruding ore glinted with a faint metallic sheen. Image, iron mine. Liua. Qin Ziwen called Liua over. Pointing at the two mines, he asked, well, can we use this coal and iron? Liua went forward to inspect the coal and iron. My lord, we can use it. This is good coal and good iron, both are top-quality raw materials. Any tools forged from this will be incredibly durable. The hours after midnight dragged on. By 3 in the morning there was still no movement outside. Qin Ziwen murmured, it seems they're not coming at night. They'll either try to break in during the day when we're not home, or they have some other plan. Bro, should we head out now? Yes, let's go. Qin Ziwen smoothly picked up the key to apartment 602. He didn't have Li Taishan join them, telling him to stay at home instead. He instructed, you stay here and don't give away your position. Keep the curtains drawn and don't peek out. I'll knock before I enter when I get back. If anyone else comes in, they're a thief. Just smash them over the head with the hammer. Understand? Understood, Li Taishan nodded firmly, tightening his grip on his hammer. Don't you worry, sir. This hammer of mine can smash iron, and it can smash people too. After heading downstairs, they met up with Deng Guang. They left the gated community, then circled back to Building 8 through the underground parking garage. Deng Guang was a bit confused. Aren't we going to get the card? Qin Ziwen shook his head. We're not going today. A round trip to the altar would mean they wouldn't get back until 9 or 10 at the earliest. If the thieves got into their apartment and exposed their secrets, he would undoubtedly become a target for everyone. Xiao, you hide in the garage. When you hear a commotion upstairs, come up from the B1 level and block their escape route. But be ready to adapt. If there are too many of them, prioritize your own safety. Qin Ziwen patted his younger brother's shoulder. Qin Ziwen nodded firmly. Afterward, Qin Ziwen and Deng Guang went up to the top floor from entrance 1, crossed over the roof, and re-entered the building through entrance 2. They made their way down from the rooftop to apartment 602. Using the key, Qin Ziwen opened the door and the two of them slipped inside to hide. Deng Guang was surprised. He hadn't expected Qin Ziwen to have a key to this apartment. He voiced his concern. Xiao is all alone on the B1 level. What if there are too many of them? Qin Ziwen theorized there shouldn't be that many. If they really had the numbers, they would have just robbed us openly instead of trying to steal. At 9 in the morning, the sky was bright. Are you sure they left? Relax, I've been watching this place for 2 days. They're never home in the mornings. They're definitely gone by now. Besides, only 2 guys live there, no sign of any women, the apartment is empty. The 4 men spoke in hushed tones in the stairwell. Is the intel solid? It's solid, don't worry. These guys were in on the crocodile kill and they got dozens of pounds of meat out of it. Damn it, I haven't eaten meat in days. Huh? Didn't you eat roasted grasshoppers yesterday? Roasted grasshoppers don't count as fucking meat. I'm having a proper meal today. They couldn't have eaten all the meat already, right? Absolutely not, there are only 2 of them. Plus, my source says they have an earth cage and go fishing every day. They're loaded. This 1 score will be enough to feed us for at least a week. The oldest of the 4 gave the orders. Hey Ozzy, you go downstairs and keep watch. Ergu, you head upstairs. If anyone comes, just cough. Once the others had dispersed, the oldest of the group, a man in a hat, approached the door. He spat out a piece of chewing gum and stuck it over the peephole, then pulled a small black box from his pocket. The top of the box had a wire coil that resembled a mosquito-repellent coil. The man in black following him stepped into the stairwell, glanced around, then walked over to the door across the hall, taking something from his pocket to cover the peephole. The man in the hat waved the small black box in front of the electronic lock for a moment. The lock let out a crisp ding. He gripped the doorknob and gestured to the man in black behind him. The man in black hunched over and cautiously stepped inside. The instant his head cleared the entryway, a powerful force rushed toward his face. Whoosh. Crunch, it sounded like a heavy, wet stone smashing into flesh. Thick blood splattered everywhere. The man in black's head snapped back violently. He didn't even have time to cry out before half his face caved in. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the floor. Fuck. It's an ambush. The man in the hat's pupils dilated as he instinctively pulled a folding knife from his pocket. But when he saw the hulking figure of Li Taishan emerge from the apartment wielding a sledgehammer, he immediately turned and fled. Nowhere to run, you thief. Li Taishan bellowed, charging out with his hammer raised. On the landing between the 5th and 6th floors, Ergu heard Li Taishan's roar and started scrambling upstairs. But just as he reached the 6th floor landing, the door to 602 flew open. Qin Ziwen swung his mountain-climbing knife straight down at the man's head. Ah. Caught completely off guard, he took the blow right on the top of his skull. Qin Ziwen sent him sprawling with a vicious kick. He's all yours. With that, he turned and charged down the stairs. Deng Guang stared at the man on the floor, his palms slick with sweat. He tightened his grip on his club. Just stay on the ground, you hear, don't move. Ergu struggled to his feet. Clutching his head, he didn't say a word, simply staggering to the wall for support and continuing up the stairs. The blow had left him completely stunned. His only thought was to get away from this place. He had to get home. Thwack! The sound was crisp and loud. Ergu swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood gushed from the wound on top of his head. Behind him, Deng Guang clutched his club, his knuckles white, and muttered, "I told you not to move. Why didn't you listen?" Behind the door of apartment 601, the man of the house quickly snatched his eye away from the peephole, his face a mask of terror. Seeing his wife approaching from the bedroom, the man quickly put a finger to his lips in a hushing motion. On the 4th floor, the lookout Heiazi heard the commotion and immediately turned to bolt. He flew down the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time. 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor. He was almost at the ground floor. He ran, sprinting frantically. He rounded the landing, charged down the last flight of stairs, and sprinted onward. Heiazi was completely oblivious to the tall, silent figure waiting in the corner to the left of the ground floor security door. Living up to his name, he was like a startled mouse with only a single word echoing in his mind. Run. The security door was right ahead. Just get outside, blend into the crowds in the gated community, and this will all be over. A grin of ecstatic relief already spread across his face, revealing stained, yellow teeth. But in the exact instant his torso cleared the doorway, a dark gleam slashed a perfect arc through his peripheral vision. It was as if he had run right into it himself. The timing was impeccable. Schlick. A sharp pain lanced through his throat. The expression on Heiazi's face froze. He felt like he was flying, his vision spinning through the air. He saw the ceiling rushing away, the familiar security door, a man in a black tactical jacket and a face mask, and finally, a headless corpse that kept running forward from sheer momentum. Thud. With the heavy thud of his head hitting the floor, his world went dark like a computer shutting down. In the corner's shadow, Qin Ziwen remained in his follow-through stance, staring dazedly at the mountain-climbing knife in his hand, reliving the sensation of the decapitating strike. I can't believe that strike was so perfectly timed, he thought. Thump. Up on the stairwell landing, the man in the hat saw the headless corpse at the bottom of the stairs. His legs gave out and he slid down the wall to his knees. Holy shit, he thought, now that's a fucking monster. Run, go on, try and run from me again. Li Taishan gripped his hammer, his face contorted with savagery. Qin Ziwen followed close behind. He was surprised to see the man in the duck-billed cap sitting against the wall, no longer running. His gaze drifted down to the headless corpse below, headless. Qin Ziwen snapped his head back around. A head sat on the ground in front of the headless corpse like a rubber ball. I told you to stop him, why did you have to be so brutal? But then again, this explained why the man in the duck-billed cap had stopped running. Qin Ziwen looked at him, name. The man in the duck-billed cap wore an expression of resignation. Running into ruthless people like you, I admit defeat. From the foot of the stairs, Qin Ziwen said coldly, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Don't you dare slander me. The corner of the man's eye twitched. What kind of law-abiding citizen acts like you? Let me go, he said, and I'll tell you who hired me. Qin Ziwen said flatly, that's not important. I've already guessed who it is. I'm just curious how you got my door open. Let me go and I'll tell you everything. Qin Ziwen's face was a blank mask. Do you think you're in any position to bargain with me? I might let you live, but only if I'm satisfied with your repentance. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare you, and for that, you should be eternally grateful. This is not a negotiation. Do you really think you have any right to be making demands? The man in the duck-billed cap raised his head. He had a scar across the bridge of his nose and looked to be in his late 30s. He gave a bitter laugh. You're being a little unreasonable, don't you think? I'm just a thief. I've been in this business for years and I only ever steal. I don't do other things. Spare me the details, Qin Ziwen ordered Li Taishan. Break his arms and legs, we're taking him back. Boss, wait, you haven't even asked me anything. Just ask, I'll tell you everything. The man scrambled backward in a panic. If he was really so tough, he wouldn't have become a thief in the first place. Qin Ziwen made a gesture to pause, and Li Taishan, quick on the uptake, froze. How did you open my door? I used a Tesla coil. This is it? As he spoke, he reached into his pants pocket. Don't move, open your hand. Qin Ziwen's eyes hardened as he raised his knife in warning. The man's mouth twitched, but he complied, slowly opening his hand and pulling it from his pocket. It's not a gun, things aren't like they used to be. How could a normal person get their hands on one of those these days? Qin Ziwen said, turn around. Lie face down on the ground, hands on your head. After the man complied, Qin Ziwen stepped forward and pulled a small black box from his pocket. The top of the box had a loop of metal wire bent into the shape of a mosquito coil. The box had a single button on the front. It looked crude, like it was homemade. This is the Tesla coil. The man replied sullenly, it's just a handmade high-frequency electronic pulse generator. It interferes with nearby electronics. If a lock's electromagnetic shielding is garbage, it gets disrupted by the strong interference. It'll either reboot and unlock automatically, or it'll misread the pulse as an unlock command. Of course, it doesn't work on all electronic locks. It really depends on whether the manufacturer cut corners or not. The developer installed the same electronic locks throughout our gated community. I tested it on my own door over and over to get the calibration just right. The frequency is perfectly tuned for these locks. How do you use this thing? Qin Ziwen gestured with the Tesla coil in his hand. The man in the duck-billed cap quickly explained. Qin Ziwen quickly grasped how the Tesla coil worked. He glanced at the man. A regular artisan, aren't you? The man gave a hollow laugh. Got to keep up with the times, right? Keep up with the times. Qin Ziwen suddenly asked, who sent you? The man instinctively started to bargain, but the words died in his throat. He answered honestly, it was a woman. She lives in your building too. Her surname is Zhu. Medium build, long hair, thin eyes, thin lips, and a kind of shrill voice. Ah, so it really was her. Qin Ziwen nodded. The description matched Zhu perfectly. Qin Ziwen fell into a contemplative silence, mulling over how to handle the situation. The man on the floor was sweating buckets. He knew his life rested on a single whim of the person before him. They've already killed several people, he thought. They definitely wouldn't mind adding one more to the count. Come here, Qin Ziwen beckoned. The man in the duck-billed cap scrambled up from the ground and hurried forward, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Qin Ziwen shoved the small black box into his hand and said with grave sincerity, that woman lives in Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 801. Her husband died and now it's just her and her child at home. She's in a truly pitiful state, and of all things, she had to run into a home-invading criminal like you. The man's pupils widened, his hands trembling. He knew what they wanted him to do. This is pure evil. Even a veteran thief like him found it black-hearted. Boss, you guys are the professionals at this sort of thing. What do you mean, professionals? You slander me again, you son of a bitch. I told you this was self-defense. Would any of this have happened if you hadn't broken in? Huh, say something. Qin Ziwen punctuated his words with an angry kick. If it weren't for these assholes, I'd be at the altar getting my second card right now. That's a full 50 points. The man in the duck-billed cap had a long, mournful face. He was filled with regret. If he could go back to yesterday, he would slap his past self silly, grab him by the collar, and through gritted teeth warn him not to listen to that bitch. AHHH. The scream echoed from outside the building. A neighbor heading home had just entered the first-floor lobby and seen the corpse on the ground. They shrieked in terror, then turned and fled. Qin Ziwen said to his younger brother, throw it in the basement for now. Don't disturb the neighbors. Qin Ziwen grabbed a foot with one hand and the head with the other, dragging the body across the floor and leaving a long trail of blood. Watching this scene, the man in the duck-billed cap took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Fine, I'll go. Eastern gated community outside the altar cave. Zhang Bo walked in. Seeing the card floating above the altar inside, he let out a short, angry laugh. Interesting, yesterday someone snatched the card early. Today, nobody shows up at all. He turned his head and looked at Lu Hongtao. Tell me, do you think that group can predict the future? Lu Hongtao's eyes were icy. Yesterday they had arrived so early, yet the card was already gone. This meant the person who took it knew the card's respawn time and also knew they were coming. Tonight, they had staked out the place all night, taking a risk by gathering a large group out in the open. And the result, tonight no one came to steal the card at all. The facts were plain to see. It could only mean one thing: they had a traitor in their midst. Zhang Bo said, in that case, we're taking this card. According to our original agreement, the second card was supposed to be ours. Lu Hongtao was silent. Personally, he had no problem with that, but someone in Lu Hongtao's team disagreed. We wasted so much time waiting here with you guys. We can't just leave with nothing. Yeah, your time is valuable, but ours isn't. I get where you're coming from, but you have to see it from my side. It's not like I'm the one who leaked the info. I've got 2 elderly parents, a wife, and kids at home, all depending on me to provide for them. The teams argued incessantly. Everyone had their own argument and nobody was willing to back down. In the end, the two teams parted on bad terms. They had arrived together, but when they left, they had split into 5 separate groups. Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 801. Zhu Yi sat on a small stool. In front of her was a simple stove made of stones, a pot of water boiling on top. She heard a blood-curdling scream from the hallway outside. A flash of satisfaction crossed her eyes. She had met Gao Qiang on a message in a bottle app. They weren't very close, but they had met up privately a few times. She didn't know what Gao Qiang did for a living, but it probably wasn't a legitimate, stable job. The result of their first meeting had left her rather dissatisfied. In bed, Gao Qiang was the complete opposite of his name, which meant high and strong. He was even worse than Liu Changjin. She wondered if men liked to name themselves after the very things they lacked. After that, she wanted nothing more to do with him, but it turned out Gao Qiang had secretly taken photos of her during their first encounter. He used the photos to blackmail her into meeting him a few more times. She was clever enough to realize this couldn't last. Figuring it was only a matter of time before something went terribly wrong, she threatened to call the police on him, and that finally made him stop contacting her. After her husband's death left a widow with a child, she wanted revenge on Qin Ziwen and had no choice but to contact Gao Qiang again. In her heart, she hated both Gao Qiang and Qin Ziwen. She even resented Deng Guang. She believed that if Deng Guang hadn't insisted on associating with Qin Ziwen, things would never have reached this point. As far as she was concerned, she'd be happy to see any of them die. Beep. The door lock chimed. The lock cylinder turned and the living room doorknob was pushed down. Zhu Yi whipped her head around and looked at the door. Who's there? The door swung open. Gao Qiang, wearing a baseball cap, stood outside, looking at Zhu Yi with a complicated expression. A sense of foreboding rose in Zhu Yi's heart. You, what are you doing here? If Gao Qiang had come to see her under normal circumstances, he would have just knocked. I'm here to see you about something, Gao Qiang said, striding quickly toward her. His right hand was in his pocket. The moment he was close, he whipped it out, gripping a small knife and lunged forward. The blade sank into Zhu Yi's chest, but a thick layer of fat stopped it from reaching her heart. Zhu Yi staggered back 2 steps, grabbed the pot of boiling water, and viciously threw it in Gao Qiang's face. Gao Qiang threw up an arm to shield his face. The scalding water splashed onto his arm and cheek. He hopped around in agony from the burn. Zhu Yi used the opportunity to run toward the kitchen for a knife, but after just 2 steps, a sharp pain flared in her chest. Gao Qiang's stab hadn't been fatal, but it had damaged her blood vessels and muscles. Gritting her teeth against the tearing pain, she staggered forward a few more steps. However, the wound in her chest slowed her down. Behind her, Gao Qiang's heavy breathing was getting closer. Zhu Yi grabbed the kitchen knife from the cutting board. At almost the same instant, a large hand clamped down on her shoulder. You bitch, Gao Qiang's voice was seething with rage. This is all your fault, all your fault. He stabbed her from behind, plunging the knife into her lower back. Zhu Yi's vision went black and she nearly passed out. The cold blade ground and twisted inside her kidney. All the strength drained from her body like a receding tide. Her mouth fell open, her legs gave way, and she crumpled to the floor. Ah, touch my mom, a voice roared from behind him. Bang, Gao Qiang staggered violently. Liu Zhuang stood there holding a small stool with both hands. His eyes were red, the terror still etched on his face. Gao Qiang touched the back of his head, his fingertips came away red. He turned to look at the boy who was about his height, and his expression twisted into a savage snarl. You little shit, you're really asking for it. Gao Qiang rushed over, grabbed Liu Zhuang by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. Although they were about the same height, Gao Qiang was clearly a lot burlier than Liu Zhuang. In a contest of strength, Liu Zhuang was at a clear disadvantage. Might as well kill 2 as 1. Gao Qiang's eyes turned bloodshot. He repeatedly stabbed the small knife into Liu Zhuang's stomach. Liu Zhuang gripped Gao Qiang's sleeve tightly, his eyes fixed on him. The stare made Gao Qiang increasingly unnerved. You little bastard, stop looking at me. If you want to blame someone, blame your mother for pissing off the wrong people. Gao Qiang closed his eyes and plunged the knife into Liu Zhuang's neck. Liu Zhuang's body went stiff. Seeing this from the floor, Zhu Yi's eyes nearly split with rage. A sudden surge of strength flooded her from an unknown source, and she felt as if the pain in her body had vanished. She scrambled up from the floor, grabbed the kitchen knife from the cutting board, and swung it down at the back of Gao Qiang's neck. Gao Qiang sensed the movement behind him. How could I fall into the same trap twice? He twisted to dodge, but Liu Zhuang's hands were clamped around him like iron hoops. He only had time to turn his head slightly before the blade landed on his shoulder. The blow was so painful that Gao Qiang almost fainted. He turned his head in disbelief. She was stabbed that badly and she can still get up. The half-closed door was pushed open. Qin Ziwen walked into apartment 801. Gao Qiang, Zhu Yi, and Liu Zhuang were all lying on the floor. The walls, blood was splattered everywhere. Gao Qiang opened his blood-caked eyes, his lips moving. Help, help me. I finished. Qin Ziwen crouched down, reached into Gao Qiang's pocket, and pulled out a small black box. Gao Qiang tremblingly raised a blood-soaked hand, trying to grab Qin Ziwen's leg. The boot moved away and his fingertips brushed against Qin Ziwen's pant leg. Stepping out of the room, which reeked of blood, Qin Ziwen tilted his head back and breathed in the fresh air of the hallway. The stench in that room was too much. Deng Guang looked at Qin Ziwen with a newfound sense of awe and fear. In apartment 802, Xiao Zume, who had opened her door upon hearing the commotion, covered Deng Wen's eyes. Deng Wen grumbled in protest. What's the big deal? It's just dead people. It's not like I haven't seen them before. But who was that man who broke into Liu Zhuang's apartment? Qin Ziwen hurried out of the room and whispered in Qin Ziwen's ear, "Brother, it's all been cleaned up." Qin Ziwen patted his younger brother's shoulder. Deng Guang looked worried. This whole thing got way too big today. I don't think we can keep it under wraps. Qin Ziwen, however, was calm. We've done nothing wrong. What's there to worry about? If you aren't ruthless, people will always think you're an easy target. Take this time, for example. Why didn't he rob someone else? Why did he come for my family? Is it because Huang Tao has no food? Or Rena Hall has nothing of value? No, it's because they thought we were easy prey. Since we can't hide it, we won't. Deng Guang took a deep breath. He thought about the person he'd knocked down with the club. The man hadn't seemed to be breathing when they came upstairs just now. He didn't know if he was the one who'd killed him, and the thought still made his heart pound with fear. Qin Ziwen said, "Let's clean up the scene." But there are a lot of bodies. It'll be hard for just the few of us to move them. The hallway was silent. The residents on every floor had either heard the commotion or sensed something was wrong and were hiding in their homes. Xiao, go knock on doors. Ask our neighbors in Unit 2 to come out and help clean up the scene. Sister-in-law, you go to Building 6, Unit 2, Apartment 201 and get Gu Xiaochen. Deng Guang whipped his head around. Seriously, this arrogant, calling the neighbors to come clean up a murder scene. Qin Ziwen explained, "Brother Deng, I'm thinking about this in two ways. First, we need to get our version of the story out there immediately. Controlling the narrative is crucial. If we don't seize it, someone else will. We can't let people with ulterior motives slander our names. We are the victims here. Someone tried to break in and rob us, and we were forced to fight back. Second, we can use this opportunity to get to know our neighbors in Unit 2. As for the things in apartment 801, the neighbors can take whatever they want. Once they've taken something, they'll be on our side." Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 401. Watching Qin Ziwen walk away, Zhao Shuheng looked at Zhao Pu. "Dad, it's not dangerous, is it?" Zhao Pu patted his son's head. "We're just moving something. What's so dangerous about that?" "This is an opportunity." A flash of worry crossed Zhao Shuheng's eyes. "Dad, we're moving a body. Didn't you hear the noises from outside just now?" Zhao Pu chuckled. "Your old man is a doctor. I've seen more dead people than all of you combined. What's the big deal? The fact that they're asking us to move a body proves they're short on people." Zhao Shuheng looked at his father's white hair, pressed his lips together and nodded. Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 601, the man's voice trembled. "Honey, should we go? If we help move the body, won't that make us accomplices?" Although the woman was also a little scared, she gritted her teeth. "We're going, we have to." The man asked his wife, torn, "Why do we have to? There are so many residents in this building. If we don't go, how would they even know?" "What?" "I might not remember who showed up, but I'll remember exactly who didn't." Qin Ziwen handed Deng Guang a small notebook. "Brother Guang, please register the neighbors who came to help." "We can't let them help for nothing." Footsteps sounded from downstairs. Xiao Zume walked in front, with Guo Xiaochen following close behind. Upon seeing Qin Ziwen, the smile on Guo Xiaochen's face grew even more enthusiastic. He quickened his pace, entered apartment 602, leaned forward and extended both hands. "Brother Qin, whatever you need, just say the word." "Here, have a seat." "You're the one who sells information, right?" Qin Ziwen brought him a stool. Only after Qin Ziwen was seated did Guo Xiaochen sit down. He said humbly, "Oh, I wouldn't dare call it selling information. Let's just call it information resource sharing." Qin Ziwen laced his fingers together. "I'm sure someone is interested in what happened here today. I'm prepared to give you some first-hand, authentic information." Guo Xiaochen laughed. "Haha, that would be wonderful." Qin Ziwen then recounted the day's events in detail. Guo Xiaochen slapped his thigh repeatedly as he listened, filled with righteous indignation. "That's outrageous, to think there are people like that. Instead of getting an honest job, they insist on being parasitic thieves. Then, after getting caught stealing, they try to kill the witness to silence them. It's a good thing Brother Qin was a step ahead. Scum like that get what they deserve. Guo Ziachan stood up and beat his chest. Don't you worry, Brother Qin. I'll make sure the truth of the matter gets out there. That would be a lot of trouble for you. Qin Ziwen handed him a black plastic bag. Guo Ziachan took the plastic bag. It felt heavy in his hand, a weighty show of sincerity. He couldn't help but proclaim, I don't have many virtues, but my sense of justice is off the charts. I just can't stand to see good people wronged. The two men looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without a word. Brother Guo, I'd like to ask about something. Are there any large groups or organizations in the gated community right now? Guo Ziachan understood what Qin Ziwen was asking. He thought carefully for a moment. I'm not sure what your standard for a large group is. But as far as I know, the folks over in Building 2 have formed a mutual aid association. Basically, most of the families in the 2 units of Building 2 have joined. It's over 100 people in total. That group selling soil in the gated community recently, that's them. Realization dawned on Qin Ziwen. So the sell soil campaign that had been causing such a stir the past couple of days was their doing. Guo Ziachan continued. Besides the Mutual Aid Association, there are plenty of smaller teams, groups of a few families, maybe a dozen or so banded together. The main issue really is trust. It's not like it used to be. Before, if an old person fell, plenty of kind-hearted people would rush to help them up. Now, if an old person falls, everyone just whips out their phones to record it to avoid any liability. When I was a student, I saw someone begging and even gave them some of my living expenses. Now when I see a beggar, my first reaction is that it's a scammer trying to trick me out of money. At this, Guo Ziachan sighed wistfully. This trust between people, I don't know when it started, but it feels like it just vanished one day. Brother Qin, I can tell you're a man destined for great things. I'm not one for flattery, but I truly believe that only someone like you, ruthless, with a kind face but a dark heart, can actually get things done. Qin Ziwen's face darkened. What do you mean ruthless? What do you mean a kind face but a dark heart? You'd better explain yourself clearly. Noticing the change in Qin Ziwen's expression, Guo Ziachan gave a sly chuckle. Brother, I mean it as a compliment, really. I'm praising you. I've seen some big bosses, and the ones who make it are rarely simple-minded. The naive ones, the silly, white, and sweet types, they get eaten alive during the startup process, not even a bone left to pick. Brother Qin, rest assured, I'll be sure to pay extra attention to any information related to you in the future. I also hope to earn your friendship and when the time comes, a bit of your protection. Qin Ziwen extended his right hand. Guo Ziachan quickly put down the bag and shook it. After Guo Ziachan left, Qin Ziwen came over. Brother, it's all taken care of. Where did you dump it? In the rivers. Deng Guang said grimly, if you two keep this up, I won't even dare to fish in that river anymore. Qin Ziwen sounded a little nostalgic. It has been a while since I've gone fishing. In truth, what he really wanted to do was net fish. Fishing with a rod was too slow. If only I could get my hands on a wire mesh net, that would be much more efficient. Deng Guang handed the small notebook to Qin Ziwen. I've registered everyone who came. Almost all the neighbors from our building showed up. Only Granny Li from 202 is too old and has trouble getting around, so Xiao didn't let her come. Qin Ziwen was a little surprised. So no one actually refused to come. Deng Guang said, at first some people were just watching from the sidelines, but once more people started coming out, the rest followed suit. Qin Ziwen understood, let's go. Time to meet my neighbors. In apartment 801, residents were coming and going. Some were carrying away a comforter, others had their eyes on pots and pans, and some were eyeing the electronics. The bloodstains in the room had been cleaned, but traces of blood were still hidden in corners and crevices. When they saw Qin Ziwen approach, some greeted him while others averted their gaze. Zhao Pu walked over. Hello. Qin Ziwen whispered in his brother's ear. He was the first one to come out and help move the body. He's got guts, doesn't seem scared at all. Qin Ziwen extended his hand. Dr. Zhao, hello. Thank you for your trouble. Zhao Pu took his hand, replying politely, it was my duty. If the body was left out for a long time, it could breed bacteria and viruses, even cause a plague. This was for the good of everyone. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Pu looked steadily at Qin Ziwen and offered his services. Mr. Qin, if I may ask, is your team in need of a doctor? I used to be an attending general surgeon. Qin Ziwen seized on the K-word, used to be. Zhao Pu lowered his eyes bitterly. I resigned after a medical malpractice incident. Qin Ziwen smiled faintly, it doesn't matter. To err is human. I'm sure you didn't want that accident to happen, Dr. Zhao. Welcome to the team. To find a surgeon in this environment, one with modern medical training, formal clinical experience, and practical surgical skills, was a rare find. I've really hit the jackpot, Qin Ziwen thought. As for the medical malpractice incident, you couldn't be too demanding. Just as he'd said, he believed there were always accidents in this world that no one could ever predict. Just like this whole transmigration, seeing that Qin Ziwen didn't mind the blemish on his record, Zhao Pu relaxed considerably. Zhao Pu said, Mr. Qin, were any of you injured during the earlier conflict? Any wounds need to be treated immediately. Is anyone hurt? Qin Ziwen asked, turning to his men. Li Taishan blinked, injured. He just remembered someone trying to get in. He'd landed a heavy blow with his hammer, then given chase. The man ran and he chased. Then the man suddenly fell. Li Taishan looked at his arm and had a sudden realization. Brother Qin, I was in too much of a hurry while running and slammed my arm into a wall. I've got a bruise here. Deng Guang recalled following behind Qin Ziwen. After Qin Ziwen stabbed the man, Deng Guang had followed up with a blow from his club. He hadn't clashed with anyone else after that. He shook his head and said, honestly, I'm not injured. Qin Ziwen puffed out his chest proudly. Against a bunch of petty thieves like that, why would I get hurt? It was a piece of cake. Zhao Pu glanced at Qin Ziwen again. He remembered him as the one who'd come to tell them to clean up outside. He must be Mr. Qin's brother, he thought. He stepped forward and examined the bruise on Li Taishan's elbow. I have some safflower oil at my place. I'll put some on for you later. It should heal in a couple of days. As his gaze fell upon the dense network of burn scars on Li Taishan's arm, a flicker of doubt appeared in Zhao Pu's eyes. What does this man do for a living? Zhao Pu wondered. A welder, a chef. If he'd just used some scar cream, he wouldn't have ended up with so many. After sorting things out, Qin Ziwen returned to his apartment, ready to conduct an experiment. He closed the door. He had Li Taishan start forging in the level 1 blacksmith shop. Standing in the hallway outside the room, he listened to see if the sound of the hammering would carry that far. The apartment's soundproofing was excellent. With 3 doors and several hundred square meters of space acting as a buffer, the sound was almost inaudible. Only by pressing an ear to the door could one hear the faint, intermittent sound of hammering. He then went to the floor above his. From up there, he couldn't hear the sound at all. This was likely because the blacksmith shop was located within the folded space created by the expansion card. It was a pocket dimension where sound propagation was naturally restricted. It's daytime right now, I wonder if the sound will be more noticeable at night, Qin Ziwen mused. Qin Ziwen considered this. Still, based on the experiment's results, Li Taishan could forge during the day without the sound getting out. Liua still hadn't provided the formula, but they could start smelting for now. They had plenty of iron ore after all. The top priority was to have Li Taishan forge several suitable long weapons. Long weapons were the best tools for dealing with beasts. Longer is stronger. A simple wooden stick was just a last resort. The makeshift long spear Qin Ziwen had previously fashioned by gluing rope to a clothes-drying pole was, in Li Taishan's view, too flimsy. It would likely shatter on impact with any large beast. Qin Ziwen told Li Taishan to start by forging long spears. The spears needed to meet 4 key criteria. They had to be hard, somewhat flexible, have a sharp spearhead, and be easy to wield. As long as those conditions were met, looks didn't matter. Li Taishan gave a rough time estimate. My lord, it will probably take about 5 days. That long? Li Taishan explained, my lord, the smelting is the most time-consuming part. This is all raw ore. It takes about 2 days to smelt the raw ore into pig iron, and another day to refine the pig iron into wrought iron. Then, forging the shaft, shaping it, and polishing it will take roughly 2 more days. So smelting the ore is the biggest bottleneck, right? Yes, my lord. What if you have refined materials to work with? Qin Ziwen asked, pulling out some spare pots, bowls, and pans. Li Taishan inspected them carefully. This will speed things up. I can forge a high-quality spearhead within 2 days. Good, get started. Let me know if you need anything. Oh yes. With that, Li Taishan picked up a bucket and went to dig for coal. That afternoon, Guo Ziaochen came knocking. Brother Qin, something big has happened. Qin Ziwen led him into apartment 602 and poured him a glass of water. What's wrong? Sit down and tell me slowly. Guo Ziaochen took a sip of water and shook his head. It's not really about you. In fact, I reckon for the next day or 2, no one's going to be paying any attention to you at all. You know how Wang Mingchow caused that huge scene the day before yesterday, making the whole altar business public? Well, things quieted down after he died, but today, somebody leaked the location of the altar he found. And it wasn't just one person, multiple people leaked it. Now the whole gated community is in an uproar, with everyone trying to recruit people and build up their forces. From what I've heard, one group teamed up with Wang Mingchow's old teammates. They formed a pact to take turns collecting the card. But it turns out they had a mole. Someone secretly swiped the card on the second day, and both sides started blaming each other. To figure out if it was an inside job or if some outsider was involved, they staked out the altar all night long. But right up until morning, nobody showed up to take the card. A strange expression crossed Qin Ziwen's face. The more he listened, the more bizarre the story sounded. Why does this sound so familiar? Guo Ziaochen cleared his throat and continued, so now the truth is pretty obvious. Unless the person who snuck in and took the card was a psychic, it makes no sense for them to show up on day 1 and then just not come back on day 2. So, there's sure someone on the inside leaked the location, letting an outsider grab the card first. That temporary alliance fell apart immediately. Now everyone's scrambling to form new teams, getting ready to fight for the card tomorrow. Unbelievable. Qin Ziwen truly hadn't expected it. Those people are ruthless, he thought. Instead of returning to the gated community, they stayed there all night, lying in wait. If I hadn't gotten that tip about someone targeting my home, I might have walked right into their trap. Of course, with the beaked eagle, I might have spotted the danger ahead of time and avoided being caught. But it still would have been a wasted trip. Besides, using the beaked eagle to snatch the card was impossible. He'd tried it before, summoning a card and having the beaked eagle try to grab it, but the creature couldn't touch it. It wasn't just the beaked eagle, Li Taishan couldn't touch the cards either. Guo Ziaochen shook his head. Brother Qin's, there'll be a lot of people going after that card. A few hundred at least. It's going to be a bloodbath over there tomorrow. Who knows how many will die. Guo Ziaochen then asked, are you going tomorrow? Qin Ziwen chuckled. You just said how chaotic it's going to be. What would be the point of me going? There are already several hundred people going. Why would I join that circus? The risk is far too high. It's just not worth it. I've drawn enough attention for one day. If I keep this up, I'll become public enemy number 1. Time to change my approach, he decided. I need to make better use of the beaked eagle's ability to carry a phone and record video. After Guo Ziaochen left, Qin Ziwen returned to his 5th-floor apartment, took out his phone, and opened his video album. He opened a video, paused it, and pointed to the cave on the mountainside in the frame. Go here on the mountains. Right here, understand? In a bit, I want you to fly in there. If the altar we saw last time is there, circle it once and get it on video. If it's not, just come right back out. The beaked eagle stared at the screen with its large eyes, finally letting out 2 squawks. After setting his phone to record, he secured it in the small pack on the beaked eagle's chest. He patted the beaked eagle's wings and it shot into the sky like an arrow. He watched it go, praying silently. The clear sky turned overcast. Unnoticed, a layer of heavy, lead-colored clouds had gathered overhead. Bro, you've been standing here almost all afternoon. Qin Ziwen brought over a bowl of vegetable kanji. Here, eat something. It's fine, I'll wait a little longer. Qin Ziwen took the kanji, glanced at the dark clouds overhead and remarked, it's going to rain. Qin Ziwen remarked, yeah. We haven't had any rain since we got here. This is the first time, isn't it? Qin Ziwen asked casually, how's Iron Mountain doing? Speaking of him, Qin Ziwen said, rubbing his shoulder, he's still smithing. I helped him work the bellows for a bit. I'm exhausted. In the distant sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching. Qin Ziwen's eyes lit up. The black dot grew larger, its shape becoming clearer. It was the beaked eagle. The beaked eagle stumbled through the air, flying in through the window. A spray of feathers and fresh blood scattered across the floor. Qin Ziwen's pupils constricted. He rushed to scoop up the beaked eagle. Feathers were missing from the beaked eagle's wings and legs, and blood seeped from the shafts. The feathers on its neck and head were completely ruffled and matted with blood. Its left eye was bloodshot, its talons worn and scuffed. Seeing the beaked eagle so grievously injured, a surge of anger rose in Qin Ziwen's heart, only to be immediately replaced by intense worry. It's so badly hurt, it needs treatment right away. Zhao Pu is a surgeon, but he treats humans. Can he even help a beaked eagle? As thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Ziwen said to his brother, take the beaked eagle upstairs. Then he put some cured meat into a bag and hurried out the door. At Wang Yun's home. Wang Yun was surprised to see Qin Ziwen at his door carrying a bag of meat. When Qin Ziwen explained why he was there, Wang Yun was even more astonished. What? A beaked eagle? You mean the asterisk-beaked eagle, the raptor with talons over 10 centimeters long? How did it get hurt? Qin Ziwen took out his phone. Here are photos of the wounds. Taking the phone, Wang Yun zoomed in on the photos to examine the wounds carefully. To be honest, Wang Yun said as he looked, the most I've ever treated is a parrot. This is my first time with a raptor. They're illegal to keep in our country, you know. After a moment, Wang Yun nodded. It can still fly, right? It can. If it can still fly, the injuries aren't fatal, but you'll still need to disinfect them and reduce the inflammation. Don't let it do anything strenuous for a while. It's best to wait until it's healed. Wang Yun went into a bedroom and came out holding 2 tubes of ointment and a blister pack of pills. This is an anti-inflammatory for oral use. This is an antiseptic cream for the wounds. Watch the bird for a couple of days. Try your best not to let the wounds reopen, or the repeated bleeding will be a real hassle. Thanks, Brother Wang. Wang Yun teased, no problem, so that's why you haven't been around, you rascal. You've been secretly raising a beaked eagle. Tusk, I'm jealous. All right, you should get back and treat your pet. After Qin Ziwen left, Liua came out of the kitchen. How is he raising a beaked eagle? I remember reading somewhere that they're the most powerful living raptor on the planet. It depends on the individual, Wang Yun said, but beaked eagles have long talons and a powerful grip. They're easily in the top 3 among all living raptors. They're also ferocious by nature. If it wasn't raised from a chick, a wild adult would be incredibly difficult to tame. Liua looked surprised, you mean? He found an altar too. Wang Yun considered this for a moment, then nodded. It's possible. More and more people are searching for altars now. We can't guarantee that ours won't be discovered eventually. When Qin Ziwen got to apartment 602, a gray shadow flew right at him. The beaked eagle crashed into his arms. Bro, he wouldn't let me hold him, Qin Ziwen said helplessly. He's just been darting all over the room. Feigning anger, Qin Ziwen gave the beaked eagle a light flick on its head. Not listening and running all over the place, are we? The beaked eagle let out 2 plaintive squawks and nuzzled insistently against his chest. Qin Ziwen started by disinfecting the wounds with an alcohol-soaked cotton swab. The sting of the alcohol made the beaked eagle flap its wings and jump 2 meters away, where it watched the cotton swab in his hand with suspicion. Qin Ziwen soothed it, this is to treat your wounds. It's okay, come here. Perhaps sensing the reassurance in his tone, the beaked eagle slowly lowered its head and walked over, tilting its head 90 degrees to stare quizzically at the cotton swab. This time, as the alcohol-soaked cotton swab passed over its wound, the beaked eagle's muscles twitched, but it obediently stood its ground. After disinfecting the wounds, he unscrewed the cap of the ointment and used a new cotton swab to apply the white cream to the beaked eagle's injuries. Once he had coated all the wounds, he took a fish from a bucket, hid the pills inside it, and fed it to the bird. After treating the beaked eagle's injuries, Qin Ziwen finally took out his phone. It's dead. He went upstairs to Deng Guang's apartment to get a new power bank, returning the dead one to Xiao Zume while he was there. Sorry to trouble you, Qin Ziwen said to her. No problem. When this one's dead, I'll just go charge it downstairs, Xiao Zume said with a smile, taking the power bank. After Qin Ziwen left, she looked out at the gloomy sky, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Old Deng, if it rains, do you think the garage will flood? Deng Guang sat up. You've got a point. Should we move the car? Move it where? Out, of course, the garage is so low-lying. We can move it to the entrance of the gated community. Okay, you can come down with me to move it then. With that, Xiao Zume and Deng Guang headed out. Back in his apartment, Qin Ziwen plugged in his phone and opened the video recorded by the beaked eagle. He scrubbed through the timeline. The beaked eagle was getting closer and closer to the cave. As the beaked eagle flew into the mountainside cave, the picture grew dim, but the beaked eagle seemed to have spotted something as it continued flying deeper inside. Finally, a speck of red light appeared on the screen. Qin Ziwen hit pause. This is a card, a kind of card I've never seen before. The video quality was somewhat blurry, but in the pitch-black surroundings, its rectangular silhouette was unmistakable. As someone who had seen his fair share of cards, Qin Ziwen recognized it at a glance. It was definitely a card, and one that was emitting a red glow, a completely new type he had never encountered before. But soon, the sound of countless flapping wings filled the audio, accompanied by a cacophony of high-pitched squeaks. Bats, Qin Ziwen recognized the sound. The beaked eagle was apparently under attack. It let out a shriek and flew back toward the mouth of the cave. A moment later, the image brightened as the beaked eagle exited the cave and soared into the sky. But from the forest canopy to its flank, a black shadow suddenly shot out. The phone's camera began to shake violently. Qin Ziwen rewound the video and paused it. The creature lunging at the beaked eagle was a black bird, but it was moving so fast that the image was too blurry to make out any details. The beaked eagle and the black bird became locked in a dogfight. The attacker had backup. Several more of its kind emerged from the forest below. The beaked eagle was forced to change course and make a wide detour, but the black birds gave chase relentlessly, only stopping once it had flown clear of the forest. The camera's view now showed a vast, rolling mountain range. Suddenly, a familiar shriek echoed through the air. Skree. That distinctive sound jolted Qin Ziwen's memory. It was the giant bird that had attacked the gated community twice. Even though he knew the beaked eagle had made it back safely, watching the footage of the diving pursuit still made his palms sweat. He scrubbed forward again. The beaked eagle dove into the dense forest, weaving through the trees. The giant bird's wingspan was too wide for it to follow into the woods. In the video, the beaked eagle could be seen resting on a branch to recover its strength. Every time it tried to fly out, the giant bird would reappear, forcing it to retreat back into the cover of the forest. This stalemate lasted for a long time, repeating several times before the giant bird finally gave up on its prey. Finally, the beaked eagle began its flight back to the gated community. Partway through the return journey, the phone's battery died and the recording stopped. A red card. Qin Ziwen walked to the window, gazing toward the mountainside. The beaked eagle could fly, but on its journey it had already been attacked by 3 different kinds of creatures. Bats from a cave, a flock of black birds from the vast forest, and a giant bird circling in the sky. And on the ground within that dense, sprawling forest, who knew how many other dangers were lurking? Whoosh! A downpour started outside. Fat drops of rain splattered against the window pane. The world outside blurred, a tapestry of 1,000 silver threads connecting heaven and earth. Thud, he shut the window. He pulled his arm back inside, dripping with rain. Qin Ziwen said worriedly, "This is a serious downpour. I hope no accidents happen." Qin Ziwen asked, "There's a river right beside us and we're in a valley. Brother, you don't think we'll get a flash flood, do you?" "Don't jinx it." Qin Ziwen walked out onto the balcony. He used to be able to see a corner of the riverbed down the slope from here, looking past the retaining wall. But now the heavy downpour had drastically reduced visibility. He turned and entered the expanded space behind the bathroom. The storm outside did not pass through the hazy canopy overhead to enter this expanded space. The light overhead had simply grown dim and gray, mirroring the world outside. Inside the blacksmith shop, Liua hammered iron ore into chunks. He then ground some of the chunks into powder, smelting it at a high temperature to remove impurities and extract refined iron. The crimson glow of the forge fire illuminated his face. Liua used a pair of tongs to grip a flattened piece of a wok, hammering and folding it over. He sprinkled the iron powder into the seams, then placed the whole thing back into the furnace to be heated at high temperature. There was a unique charm to such sweaty, primitive, and rugged work. While smithing, Liua was like a different man, focused, silent, like a piece of refined steel that had been hammered 1,000 times over. "Sir," Liua noticed Qin Ziwen, who had entered at some point, and his honest, simple smile returned to his face. Qin Ziwen asked, "How's it coming along?" Speaking of his craft, Liu's spirits lifted. "Sir, the steel in this cleaver and wok is quite good. I plan to use the cleaver as the core, forge weld the wok around it with the iron powder, and that should make a decent spearhead. The only problem is the shaft. Making it from solid iron would be too heavy and time-consuming, and we don't have any suitable wood for it yet. It's fine, just focus on the spearhead for now. I'll figure something out for the shaft. Try forging it from wrought iron first. Don't make it too thick. You could even try making it hollow." "Yes, sir." Night fell, but the rain outside showed no intention of stopping. At the entrance to the parking garage, a group of people under umbrellas stacked emergency sandbags. The water flowing into the garage slowed to a trickle before stopping completely. Huang Tao looked up at the downpour. "I hope this rain stops tonight. If not, we're in real trouble." Beep beep, a car horn blared from further down the garage ramp. A driver leaned out of his window. "Why is the entrance blocked?" Huang Tao stepped forward to explain, "We put down sandbags." "What if the sandbags don't hold?" "My car will be completely flooded." "What damn good are these sandbags? If a real flood comes, they'll just be swept away. I'd be safer parking on higher ground outside. Move them." Another driver shouted from a car behind. Resigned, Huang Tao had no choice but to move the sandbags. Car after car drove through the downpour. Fortunately, many of the trees and shrubs around the gated community had been cleared in recent days, leaving the roads relatively open. The residents scrambled to park their cars on the higher ground of the hillside. Some cars with low clearance couldn't make it up the rough, undeveloped slopes and had to be left at the bottom. The gated community paradoxically grew lively amidst the downpour. "Knock, knock, knock." Deng Guang shouted from outside the door, "Old Qin, we're moving our cars up the hill. If you have one, you should park it outside too. The garage is likely to flood." Qin Ziwen opened the door. Deng Guang stood outside, his hair sopping wet. Qin Ziwen advised, go dry off and warm up by a fire, don't catch a cold. Right. I've got some firewood stored at my place, you have enough. Enough, I have some, Qin Ziwen nodded. With a coal mine in the home, fuel is definitely not a problem. Deng Guang nodded, all right. We should probably go warn the other neighbors in our building. This whole gated community is on low ground. If a flash flood does happen, the garage will be the first to go. After a moment's thought, Qin Ziwen said, all right, I'll go with you. The two of them paired up and went door to door, starting from the 10th floor and working their way down to warn their neighbors. Some neighbors, once they understood the situation, thanked them profusely and hurried downstairs to move their cars. Others, however, were unconcerned, believing the rain would stop soon. They didn't think it was worth the trouble, especially with how hard it was raining outside. As night deepened, the rain continued to fall. Lulled by the sound of the rain, Qin Ziwen gradually fell asleep. You have safely survived in the wilderness for a 13th day. You successfully ambushed and killed a malicious intruder, and you obtained a tool for opening doors. You fed the livestock in the cages. Overall score: 83. You have received your rewards. Human Physique Enhancement Card, 1 star, 1 Strong Beast Trap Blueprint, 1 Blank Expansion Card, small, and 1 Solar Charging Panel. The moment he woke up, Qin Ziwen checked his daily settlement. His attention went straight to the enhancement card. He mentally commanded, retrieve. An emerald green card appeared in his palm. The front of the card depicted a flexing muscle. As soon as he held the card, its purpose flooded into Qin Ziwen's mind. The card could be used on any designated human unit, including but not limited to recruited ones. This was a single-use card. After use, it would raise the target unit's physical attributes by a 1-star standard. The card could increase a constitution up to a maximum of 5 stars, but could not push it beyond normal physiological limits. The small orb of light representing his home suddenly appeared before him, and a stream of information flowed from it into his mind. Qin Ziwen now understood what the star level meant. According to the home's rating system, a normal human's physical attributes are graded on a scale from 1 star to 5 stars. 5 stars represents the peak physical limit of a normal adult human. Qin Ziwen asked the home, so what star level am I? The home replied, corresponding functional module not activated. Please obtain the appropriate function card. Qin Ziwen frowned, a function card. What's that? Yet another type of card I've never seen before. 5 stars was the peak for a normal human, and Qin Ziwen felt he was still a long way from that goal. So, without hesitation, he used the card on himself. The enhancement card dissolved into green light and flowed into his body. He could feel his heart thumping powerfully like an engine being upgraded. Blood surged through his veins. Every inch of his muscles seemed to hum with joy, as if he had just completed a long and arduous training session, yet the change had happened in the blink of an eye. He let out a long, cloudy breath. Qin Ziwen clenched his fists, walked over to the bird's nest, and picked up the beaked eagle. The drowsy creature was lifted with ease, still too dazed to fully wake up. He held the beaked eagle in one hand and easily did a few curls. His strength was definitely much greater now. It had felt a little heavy to hold with one hand before, but now it was effortless. Carrying the beaked eagle to the window, he used the light from outside to examine it. The wounds on its body had all scabbed over. It was recovering quickly. It was still raining outside, but it was much lighter now compared to last night's downpour. He pushed open the window, and the roar of rushing water filled his ears. The small river, which once snaked through the forest like a jade-green ribbon, had been transformed. The water level had risen visibly, its color turning murky as the torrent surged past. Qin Ziwen's expression grew grim. The rain still hadn't stopped. I hope it doesn't flood. With the rain coming down this hard, almost none of the neighbors in the gated community were going outside. Everyone was staying home. The forces of nature were more terrifying than any wild beast. Qin Ziwen opened his cellar. The food stored inside was still enough to feed 3 people for half a month. He wasn't worried about food, but with such heavy rain the temperature might plummet. He could already feel the air getting colder, and a chill draft came from the balcony. That morning, Zhao Pu came to find him. Want to go check out the garage? The garage. Zhao Pu said, yeah, it's pouring out so no one can leave today. A lot of people are in the garage right now trading supplies. I heard some wild animals ran in there to escape the rain, but they were pretty much all caught. At this, Zhao Pu sounded a little regretful. It had poured all night and everything was drenched. To a wild animal, the gated community's garage must have looked like a giant natural cave. That, combined with the pitch-dark environment, would have been very appealing to them. But they could never have imagined that this cave was already occupied by over 1,000 ravenous, tool-wielding horror upright apes. each weighing over 100 pounds and desperate for food. The animals that took shelter there were walking straight into a trap. All right, let's go check it out. They went down the emergency stairwell, and it grew darker the farther they descended. He had expected the garage to be pitch black, but when he emerged on the first basement level, the scene before him was completely different from what he'd imagined. Inside the garage, car owners who hadn't moved their vehicles had turned on their headlights, illuminating the walls. Others walked around holding candles. On the ground, bonfires had been built, with groups of people huddled around them for warmth, chatting, or trading goods. Some people even used their phone flashlights to navigate the space. It had become its own strange ecosystem. Ha ha ha, got it. A loud laugh came from not far away. Someone had used a homemade net to catch a gecko on a support pillar. A crowd immediately gathered around, asking if it was for sale. Sure, anyone have fruit, I'll trade for an equal weight of fruit. Someone thought the price was too high. That gecko won't taste good, there's not much meat on it. Once you remove the guts and bones, less than half of it is even edible. I've got some wild hawthorn. Want to trade for that? Rumble, listening to the others discussing food, Zhao Pu's stomach rumbled. Noticing Qin Ziwen's gaze, Zhao Pu gave an embarrassed smile. My kid's going through a growth spurt. Big appetites. Qin Ziwen said, if you still have medicine, I can trade you a little food for it. But not too much, I don't have much left myself. Zhao Pu thanked him profusely. Thank you. Thank you. In terms of value, medicine, something only modern industry could produce, was an out-of-print resource. Every bit used was a bit gone forever. In the long run, its value was immense. But right now, food was the primary concern for most people. Many families only had enough food to barely get by. Most were alternating between a full meal and an empty stomach. It wasn't that no one was trying to grow crops. As Huaxia people, the instinct to farm was practically in their blood. But even the fastest-growing crops couldn't be harvested immediately after planting. Therefore, at this stage, food you could put in your belly was the only real hard currency. Everyone understood this. To put it bluntly, you could try to tough out a minor illness and gamble on your immune system. Taking medicine for a major illness was also a gamble, but hunger was a guaranteed killer. You could truly starve to death. Qin Ziwen walked over to one of the bonfires. In the crowd around the fire, a man in glasses was tirelessly asking people, anyone want some seedlings? I'll trade for grain. These are top-quality seedlings. If they aren't planted soon, they'll go to waste. A bystander said, annoyed, no, stop asking. Qin Ziwen walked over and looked at the seedlings in the man's bag. Your seedlings look a little wilted. The man gave a wry smile. They were planted on the roof, but then yesterday's downpour flooded them. These are the ones we managed to salvage right away. What kind of seedlings are they? Seeing that Qin Ziwen was interested, the man eagerly listed them off. This is lettuce, spinach, shiso, wild ginger, purslane, and wild cherry tomatoes. Qin Ziwen was surprised at first. That's a lot of variety. But he quickly understood. They were all foraged from the wild, so what he found was entirely dependent on luck and experience. It made sense that the selection was so diverse. Seeing Qin Ziwen remain silent, the man spoke again. The man quickly added, the wild lettuce and spinach grow fast, you can just harvest them periodically after planting. And the wild ginger is great too. Some meat is too gamey and hard to stomach, but you can use the ginger to get rid of the smell. The cherry tomatoes are sweet and sour. They grow a bit slower, but they're easy to care for. Qin Ziwen looked at him. I'm only interested in the price. What are you asking for them? The man said hurriedly, just some food would be fine. Qin Ziwen frowned. Just some. He didn't like hearing that word. It meant the other party held all the leverage. The man spread the burlap sack open. How about enough food for 2 meals? There are a lot of seedlings here, all carefully selected. Plus, once they grow, you can transplant them. Qin Ziwen glanced over them. There looked to be 20 or 30 shoots. Most of the individual plants were tiny. If he were to eat them now, he could probably finish several in a single bite. All of them together wouldn't even make for one filling meal. No wonder he'd been trying to sell them for so long without any takers. What if they don't survive? They already look wilted. The man in glasses quickly replied, I can teach you. I studied agriculture, so I have experience with this. We can exchange contact info and you can ask me anything you don't understand. Besides, this lettuce is really easy to grow. You just have to follow a few key steps. Transplant when they have 4 to 6 true leaves, keep the root ball intact to avoid damage, plant them shallowly without burying the crown, and water them thoroughly to set the roots. If you do that, the survival rate is over 90%. Plus, they grow fast and you can transplant them multiple times. Qin Ziwen sized him up. You studied agriculture. No, I'm a biology teacher. Qin Ziwen mused, 2 meals is too much. These seedlings aren't worth that price. But if you can provide value in other ways, it might be possible. Just as they were speaking, a panic shout suddenly came from the other side of the garage. Run, there's a flood coming down from the mountain, get out of here. Don't stay in the garage. Oh, flood. Qin Ziwen's heart clenched. He quickly asked, where do you live, which building, I'll find you later. Building 6, I'm in Building 6, Unit 1, Apartment 101. Hearing the warning, the man in glasses scrambled to pack up his things. He grabbed a torch from the fire, waved at Qin Ziwen and shouted, talk to you later, make sure you come find me. Qin Ziwen hurried back to the 5th floor. He opened the window and was met with a shocking scene. A turbid, mighty flood cascaded from upstream, sweeping along huge swaths of trees, rocks, and shrubs. From a distance, it looked like a furious yellow dragon. The mountain torrent slammed into the gated community's outer walls, parting and spreading out to either side. Trees upstream were snapped as the torrent surged downstream. The surrounding land was submerged, and in the murky floodwaters, the perimeter walls looked like they could collapse at any moment. The downpour continued. Building 8 and the garage were on the complete opposite side, so he had no idea what the situation was like over there. But from what he could see, the floodwaters were flowing around the perimeter walls and spreading outwards. Faced with such a natural disaster, Qin Ziwen felt a profound sense of powerlessness. There was nothing he could do and nothing he could change. Nature's calamities are merciless. In their eyes, all things are equal. Time trickled by to the rhythm of Li Taishan's hammering. After the initial few waves of the deluge, the floodwaters gradually began to subside. Looking out the window, the world beyond the walls had become a vast marshland. On the floors above and in the neighboring buildings, residents opened their windows and cursed loudly at the heavens. Others let out long, unrestrained howls. They were trapped in the gated community. Until the flood receded, no one could leave. It wasn't until afternoon, after the flood crest had passed, that the water level finally began to drop. The area outside the walls was a complete wreck, the ground covered in silt, rocks, and branches. The residents, who had been cooped up all morning, couldn't wait to run out of the gated community. Outside the south gate, in an open area near the base of the wall, lay the silt-covered carcass of a deer. There's a dead deer here. The person who spotted it first was ecstatic, rushing forward to grab the carcass. To him, this was a gift of food from the heavens. He hadn't even had to go through the trouble of hunting. A huge carcass had just fallen into his lap. He dashed over, lifted the deer's body, and called for his wife and daughter to come and help. You're not supposed to eat animals that drowned in a flood, are you? Someone nearby commented. The man quickly became defensive of the dead deer, snapping back, why not? It obviously just drowned. It can't have been dead for long, it's perfectly fresh. It's still been several hours. I heard animals that drown in floods are really dirty. Others chimed in. The man turned a deaf ear to their advice, assuming they were just jealous. You're just jealous of me. This is a primeval forest, not some polluted river back on Earth. This is all natural, organic. What germs could there be? In a crowd not far away, Qin Ziwen consulted Zhao Pu. Dr. Zhao, I think I read somewhere that you're not supposed to eat carcasses from a flood, right? Zhao Pu warned gravely, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with being all natural. If being all natural meant there were no germs, there wouldn't have been plagues, smallpox, or the bubonic plague in ancient times. He pointed at the deer carcass in the distance and said, first of all, you have no way of knowing how it died. It could have had an infectious disease before the flood even started. The bacteria and parasites in this primeval forest are far more complex than in any city, and there are no miracle drugs here. Second, even if it did just drown, it's been several hours since the flood crest passed. The temperature isn't low right now, so a carcass in water will start to decompose rapidly. You've probably heard that in ancient times, floods were often followed by plagues. Dr. Zhao's voice wasn't quiet, and the man moving the deer carcass with his wife naturally heard him. He cursed, what the hell do you know, doctor? You doctors are all black-hearted vultures, always ordering a ton of tests every time I go to the hospital. If you want a piece of the meat, come beg me for it. I might give you a scrap, but for an attitude like that, I'd sooner throw it in the river than give you any. You can just stand there and be jealous. Dr. Zhao fell silent. He knew any further advice was useless. During his practice, he had encountered many patients like this, obstinate, more stubborn than a rock. Unless you just went along with what they wanted, they would question you from every possible angle until you finally gave up arguing. Seeing Dr. Zhao's silence, the man grew smug, thinking he had struck a nerve. Qin Ziwen remarked dryly, prenatal care has become far too effective. Some small animals had also been washed down with the floodwaters. Most were dead, but there were exceptions. Whoa, there's a huge python over here and it's alive. Everyone rushed over at the news. In a nearby mud pit, a massive mud-caked snake was writhing. Sensing people approaching, the great snake began to thrash even more violently. Deng Guang exclaimed in awe, "It's huge." Deng Wen took 2 steps back, hiding behind her father. She was already terrified of snakes, and this one before her was like a python plus. Its thickest part was nearly the width of a bucket, and its powerful tail sent mud flying with every thrash. What a long snake! Qin Ziwen's expression was grim. He estimated this giant python was even longer than the alpha giant crocodile. Only in length, of course. In terms of weight, the two weren't comparable. Perhaps being swept away by the flood had spooked it because the giant python was extremely agitated. When someone got too close, the python suddenly attacked, coiling its upper body into an S-shape and striking out. The person leaped back and dodged it. Qin Ziwen, holding his mountain climbing knife, circled around behind the python and swung his blade while it was distracted. It felt like he was hacking into a piece of damp wood. The blade broke through the scales and bit into the flesh. The giant python recoiled in alarm, its massive jaws snapping back. Qin Ziwen released his knife and retreated, dodging the python's bite. He realized his body was much more agile than before. On land, this snake was less of a threat than the crocodile. Noticing that the giant python's movement seemed a bit sluggish, the surrounding crowd grew bolder. Some threw rocks, others hit it with sticks. Qin Ziwen saw his chance, rushed in from the side, grabbed the knife's handle, and yanked it free. The instant the python turned its head, he brought the blade down on top of its skull. Its head split open, the python writhed in pain and tried to slither toward the river below. Qin Ziwen seized the opportunity, rushing forward and grabbing its tail. The giant python's escape was put on pause. One by one, others came over and helped pin it to the ground. It struggled desperately. Its constricting power was immense, but being pinned down by a group of humans severely restricted its ability to use that strength. Walking to the snake's head, Qin Ziwen raised his mountain-climbing knife high and brought it down hard. The blow nearly severed the snake's head, leaving it hanging on by just a bit of skin and flesh. He raised the knife again and swung a second time. The snake's head fell to the ground. With the python dead, he looked hopefully above its body. Will a card drop? But even after its body stopped twitching, no card materialized. Looks like it didn't meet the criteria for a powerful creature in this area. It was a bit disappointing, but he had been mentally prepared. After all, during the fight, he had already noticed that this giant python didn't seem as strong as the 5-meter-long crocodile. After the python was killed, the people on site divided up the meat. Although the python looked long, its actual weight wasn't that exaggerated, only a little over 400 pounds. After removing the bones and organs, the remaining meat was distributed, with each person only getting about 10 pounds or so. Qin Ziwen looked at the meat in Zhao Pu's hand and teased, "Dr. Zhao, can we eat this?" Zhao Pu gave a wry smile. "From a medical standpoint, meat like this is risky. We should boil it for a long time. Cut it into small pieces first and pick out any parasites you find." He paused, then added, "The main thing is that the snake was still alive when we got it. If it had been dead for a while, bacteria like salmonella and other anaerobes would have multiplied rapidly. Not to mention the endotoxins and cortisol released before death. Endotoxins, for example, can't be broken down even with high-heat cooking." Although the floodwaters had receded, the river was still rushing, and its level was considerably higher than before. Winding east along the gated community's perimeter wall, they found the cars parked behind it had been tossed about by the flood, now lying in disarray. Scratches were minor damage. Some cars had their doors and rears caved in, many windows were shattered, and their interiors were filled with water. Only a few cars parked on higher ground were spared, but compared to the cars parked outside, the garage was the real disaster area. The water hadn't drained away as the flood receded, but instead remained pooled inside the garage. It was like a giant fish tank. Huang Tao got a gasoline-powered water pump from the property management office. The blue intake hose was placed in the water and the other end was aimed down the slope. "Anyone have some gasoline?" Huang Tao called out. "I've got some in my car, go ahead, take it." "I've got some in my car too, oh well. It's not like I'll be able to use it anymore. Might as well contribute it to pumping out the water." Many of the neighbors watching stepped up to offer the gasoline from their cars. From the crowd, Zhao Pu looked at the flooded garage and stepped forward to ask, "Do you need 95 or 92 octane?" A property management staff member next to Huang Tao said, 92. Zhao Pu nodded, "Perfect. My car has 92 octane." One after another, many neighbors came forward to donate the gasoline from their cars for free. Before long, they had collected enough. Huang Tao stepped forward. "All right, I won't just take this gasoline for free. Who knows if there are any fish in the garage? If we find any, we'll divide them up based on the proportion of gasoline you donated. We can't let people contribute for nothing. Zheng Yuan was the first to step forward in support. Sounds fair, I'm okay with that. Qin Ziwen said, I don't see a problem with it either. Qin Ziwen gave his brother a strange look. Bro, we don't even have a cars. Qin Ziwen laughed, I don't, but Zhao Pu and Deng Guang just did. Most of the onlooking neighbors agreed, and the few dissenting opinions were drowned out by the majority. As the pump started up, a great volume of water was drawn out and surged into the adjacent river. Some residents whose cars were trapped in the garage also began bailing out water with buckets and basins. But the garage was huge, and even after more than an hour of pumping, the water level had barely dropped. Qin Ziwen returned to his apartment. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, he found Li Taishan still forging the spearhead. It had already begun to take shape as he continuously swung his hammer, sending a shower of sparks into the air. After a flurry of blows, he used a pair of tongs to place the spearhead back into the forge. As he worked the bellows, the coals flared with a dazzling red light and the temperature climbed. After finishing this first stage, Li Taishan wiped the sweat from his brow. My lord. Qin Ziwen said, thank you for your hard work. It is what this humble one ought to do. Qin Ziwen took out the strong beast trap blueprint he had received from the previous night's settlement and handed it to Li Taishan. Take a look at this, it's a beast trap. Can you make it with this blueprint? Li Taishan accepted the strong beast trap blueprint, cupping it in both hands and studying it intently. He let out an occasional murmur of surprise and confusion. It's a bit complex, but with the blueprint I can attempt it. Good, once you're done with this spearhead, start on the beast trap. Oh yes. How much longer will the spearhead take? I can finish it by this evening, Li Taishan declared, patting his chest in assurance. He then hesitated. It's just, we don't have a suitable shaft. I was wondering if my lord might have one to provide. Not at the moment, but what about this? Think you can use it? Qin Ziwen took out a wooden clothes-drying pole. Li Taishan took the clothes-drying pole, bent it a little and swung it twice. Then he shook his head. My lord, this probably isn't suitable. It's too short. A proper spear shaft needs to be at least 2 meters long, especially when fighting beasts. Anything shorter and you risk getting injured. This pole is only 1.5 meters long, so it doesn't meet the length requirement. And while it's made of wood, it's not resilient enough, it's too brittle. It might hold up against a small or medium-sized beast, but it would easily snap against a large one. For a long spear shaft, the best wood is birch, followed by hickory, ji wood, oak, or chase tree. A resilient, high-quality piece of bamboo could also be used. Furthermore, a proper shaft actually requires special treatment. From what this humble one knows, one method is to soak the wood in tung oil, then let it air dry in the shade for over a month. A shaft prepared this way is much tougher than an ordinary pole, and is resistant to both woodworms and rot. Air dry for over a month, that's such a long time. I'll have to forget about the special treatment for now, but finding a suitable type of wood is certainly possible. With the variety of species in the wild, it shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen ran back to the spare bedroom and brought out a branch he had previously cut in the wild. What about this? Do you think this will work? At the time, he had simply thought the branch was the right thickness and was perfectly straight. He'd rarely seen such a prime specimen. After taking it, Li Taishan smiled. Oh, this is chase tree wood. It's perfect for the shaft of a long weapon. It's a little bent here, but my lord, have no worries. This humble one can straighten it with fire. All right, use mine then, Qin Ziwen declared with a grand wave of his hand, contributing his treasured staff. After the arrangements were made, Qin Ziwen was about to leave when Li Taishan hesitated and requested, My lord, to increase efficiency, I wonder if Lord Wu could be assigned to help. If I have an assistant, this humble one can shorten the project time. Qin Ziwen said to Qin Ziwen, Xiao, go help Master Li. Qin Ziwen laughed loudly. All right, I can take this chance to learn some real skills from Master Li. He'd never worked a forge before, but he was a little interested in blacksmithing. The craft seemed pretty interesting. Once Qin Ziwen went to ask Master Li for instructions, Qin Ziwen left the blacksmith shop and walked over to the lavatory, taking out the solar charging panel first. It was a foldable solar panel with a 2x3 grid. Normally, it would need to be placed in an open-air area like a rooftop to absorb sunlight, but putting the solar panel outside wasn't secure. So he planned to install it inside his own space. The idea came from his farmland plot. Common sense dictated that crops needed sunlight to grow. But since the crops on the plot were able to grow, it meant the light source above the expanded area must be a form of sunlight. There was a high probability the solar charging panel would work here. He installed the solar charging panel on the roof of the lavatory, unfurling it so that it looked like a hat sitting on top of the small structure. A wire ran from the side of the panel, connecting to a small device that stored the electricity. As long as the solar charging panel worked properly, he wouldn't have to worry about his phone running out of battery in the future. An hour later, Qin Ziwen came to check on it again. The power storage device's display showed it had accumulated 0.015 kWh of electricity. It wasn't much, but it proved the device worked. It was overcast today, so the sun wasn't very strong. The power generation should increase when the sun was out in full force. Afterwards, he left his apartment and went to Building 6, Unit 1, Apartment 101. Even before he reached 101, Qin Ziwen noticed that the lawn outside Building 6 looked different from the others. On the lawn, a man in glasses was carrying a large bucket. He was bent over, pouring sludge from the bucket onto the grass in specific proportions. From outside the green belt, Qin Ziwen teased, "What's this? Getting ready to plant a new field." The man's arm twitched. He turned his head, adjusted his glasses, and broke into a smile when he saw it was Qin Ziwen. "Oh, you're here, I'll go get your things." The man stood up, tossing the long-handled plastic ladle he was holding back into the bucket. "Not going to invite me in for a bit?" Qin Ziwen glanced behind him. The man froze for a moment, then realized his mistake. "My apologies, please come in." He pushed open the door behind him. The man's apartment was on the first floor. Not only did it have security bars on the windows, but there was also a hidden side door. This door opened onto a patch of lawn, which was enclosed by a ring of shrubs with several large trees interspersed among them. The area was very secluded. If not for the transmigration, it could almost be considered a naturally isolated little garden. Inside the apartment, Qin Ziwen discovered that almost every usable container had been filled with soil and planted with various crops. Some of these containers were placed in the corners by the windows, while others sat on cabinets, filling the entire room. Judging by the shelves and containers, this didn't look like a spur-of-the-moment project. It seemed more like a pre-existing hobby of his. No wonder he was selling seedlings, Qin Ziwen thought. He's already filled up his own home. When Qin Ziwen entered, two elderly people in the home smiled at him politely before retreating to their bedroom. His wife poured him a glass of cooled boiled water. "Please have a seat." The man in glasses sat to Qin Ziwen's left. "My name is Wei Xiaohua." Qin Ziwen replied, "I'm Qin Ziwen. I live in Building 8. Wei Xiaohua thought for a moment, then clapped his hands. "Oh, Building 8, I know that one. I heard you have a group of ruthless people over there. They killed a lot of people and one guy even had his head chopped off. So brutal." As he spoke, Wei Xiaohua leaned in, his eyes full of curiosity. "Do you know them?" Qin Ziwen shook his head. "I don't." Hearing that, Wei Xiaohua seemed to understand. "It makes sense that you don't. We ordinary people should stay far away from that type. Really, if you ask me, we're all neighbors. No matter the conflict, there's no need to kill people. We should all just sit down and talk it out right." Qin Ziwen nodded in agreement. "You're right." Wei Xiaohua was about to say more, but his wife nudged him with her elbow and chided. "What nonsense are you talking? Haven't you heard the ones who were killed were thieves? How are you supposed to sit down and talk with thieves? Are you going to tell them, please don't steal from me, go steal from someone else, you blockhead? I think all that teaching has addled your brain. Other people aren't your students." Scolded by his wife, Wei Xiaohua didn't get angry. He just nodded with a cheerful grin. Qin Ziwen turned to Wei Xiaohua. "I'll take your seedlings. If you have any more high-quality, high-yield seedlings in the future, we can trade again." Wei Xiaohua's smile widened when he heard Qin Ziwen agree to the trade. "I have a condition, though," Qin Ziwen added. "If I run into any problems with planting, I'll be coming to you for advice." Wei Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. As far as he was concerned, that was a given. The two then completed their transaction, and Qin Ziwen left with the seedlings. After he was a good distance away, Liu Jinli shot Wei Xiaohua an exasperated look. "Can you please keep your mouth shut next time? Stop rambling on like that." Wei Xiaohua was clueless. "What did I say?" Liu Jinli said, "When you were going on about how someone in Building 8 was brutal and killed people, didn't you see his expression change? He didn't say anything and you still leaned in right up in his face to ask if he knew them. Honestly, you." At this point, Liu Jinli was both annoyed and amused. "Your lucky Xiaokin is magnanimous and didn't hold it against you." Wei Xiaohua was shocked. "Ah, so he does know them." Looking at her husband's expression, Liu Jinli felt helpless. But after so many years together, she was already used to his low emotional intelligence. Back home, Qin Ziwen planted the newly acquired seedlings in his farm plot. Looking at the row of tender, green shoots, he felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Hunting and gathering were extrinsic economies, heavily dependent on the external environment. Farming and animal husbandry, on the other hand, were intrinsic economies. They reduced one's reliance on the outside world, and that was the true foundation for survival in this primeval forest. In the evenings, not long after dinners, Li Taishan came over carrying a long spear. "Sir, the long spear is finished." Qin Ziwen's eyes lit up when he saw the long spear in Li Taishan's hands. Perhaps it was the awakening of some primal hunting instinct, but he felt a thrill of excitement as he took the long spear. He hefted the long spear lightly in his hand. The weight was just right, about 4 or 5 pounds. In addition to the spearhead at the front, there was also a small, flat spike at the butt end. Li Taishan explained, "Sir, I added a butt cap. Without one, the spear would be front-heavy." "You're the expert in this area," Qin Ziwen praised. "It was right to add it." He gave it a light swing, but there wasn't enough room to maneuver in his apartment. He went into the expanded space behind the bathroom, which was much more spacious. He swung the long spear, its tip whistling as it cut through the air. "Good, good." Qin Ziwen was delighted, like a boy with a new toy. Qin Ziwen raised the spearhead, examining it closely. "Did you make the tip thicker and wider?" Li Taishan replied, "Yes. I figured you'd be using the long spear to hunt beasts, so I made it larger than a typical spearhead. I also added a blood groove." "Nice, this is great." He played with the long spear for a while, but it was a shame there was no prey for him to test it on. Suddenly, Qin Ziwen understood a certain saying. When one holds a sharp weapon, the urge to kill arises. Now that I have a deadly weapon, I can't help but want to try it out in a real fight. If I had a few of these, I could just stick the butt ends into the ground and angle them forward when beasts charge. It would form a spear wall. Qin Ziwen shook his head, dismissing the stray thought. The next stage is still to have Li Taishan forge a powerful beast trap. When dealing with an opponent like a wild beast, a beast trap would be more effective. As long as he had a powerful beast trap, he could try hunting that massive wild boar. A huge wild boar of that level has to drop a card, right? The night passed without incident. The next day after waking up, Qin Ziwen checked the previous day's settlement. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 14th day. You traded for some vegetable seedlings, raised livestock, hunted a python with a team, and forged a simple long spear. Overall score 33 points. You have received the following rewards. Building card, level 1 stable X1, bow and arrow equipment box X1, resource card, level 1 iron mine X1. He went to the expanded area in the secondary bedroom and took out the level 1 iron ore card. Fuse and upgrade. When the light faded, the new iron mine had changed dramatically. First, the original entrance, which had been supported by wood and stone, was now a triangular frame propped up by 4 thick, round logs. Simple grooves were carved into the horizontal beams to secure the vertical posts and prevent collapse. The mine pit inside was more spacious. The iron ore within shone brighter with a distinct metallic luster. The purity of the ore was a whole grade higher than before the upgrade. A wooden shelf had been assembled inside. On the top shelf were 2 large bamboo baskets, each holding 2 pickaxes for a total of 4. On the bottom shelf sat a large earthenware vat filled with fresh water. It had a large lid, and several coarse ceramic bowls were stacked beside it. Several wooden sconces were nailed to the 4 walls, holding torches that would allow miners to work safely in the dark. The mine seems to have gotten deeper, too. Qin Ziwen stood on his tiptoes, stretching out his arm to barely touch the ceiling of the mine. Li Taishan, who had followed him in, picked up a piece of iron ore from the ground. He examined it by the light of a torch. "Sir, this iron ore has a very high purity. It'll be usable after just a bit of refining." "Then how long will it take you to make a beast trap?" Li Taishan considered for a moment. "If I work without breaks, it'll take 16 hours of work." "All right, go ahead and get started." Moving to the window, Qin Ziwen began preparing for his trip up the mountain. The cave was located on the mountainside. Without knowing the route, making a round trip in a single day would be very difficult. Furthermore, given the difficult mountain terrain, some areas might be impassable. Unless he could plan the route in advance, he might need to make several trips up the mountain to find the path that saved the most time and energy. He went upstairs to look for Deng Guang, and after asking Xiao Zume, learned he was over by the garage entrance. He headed over to find him. He soon spotted Deng Guang in the crowd. Zhao Pu was standing beside him, and the two were talking quietly. Seeing Qin Ziwen approach, Deng Guang waved enthusiastically. Standing next to Deng Guang and following his gaze, Qin Ziwen saw that most of the water in the garage had already been pumped out. Qin Ziwen was a little surprised. That was fast. Deng Guang said, "We've been pumping for over 10 hours. I reckon it'll be mostly drained by the end of today." Qin Ziwen asked, "Are there a lot of fish in there?" Deng Guang said, I don't know, but there should be a ton. He pointed to a spot under the water to the left of the entrance. There was a school of fish over there just a minute ago, a huge, dark mass of them. Qin Ziwen nodded, then your haul should be pretty good. The smile never left Deng Guang's face. It's not bad, I'll probably get about a tenth of the share. I can't eat all that fish myself, and it'll go bad if it sits too long. We don't have any salt at home to cure it, and with the heavy rain we just had, the air is too humid for smoking or air drying. You'll have to help me take some off my hands. Qin Ziwen didn't hesitate, knowing it was difficult to preserve food in this weather. Sure, just bring any extra you have over to my place. Cough, cough, cough. From the crowd behind them, someone covered their mouth and coughed softly. The person next to him shot him a look, and the man quickly explained, the temperatures dropped the last couple of days. I think I've caught a bit of a cold. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen felt a little uneasy. He took a few steps forward and rubbed his nose. Zhao Pu, who had been wearing a mask the entire time, pulled 3 new ones from his pocket and handed them to Qin Ziwen, Qin Ziwu, and Deng Guang. Better safe than sorry. Even a viral cold can be contagious. The water pump's engine, which had been humming along, suddenly cut out. Someone went over to check on it, and after 10-odd minutes it started working again. As the water level continued to drop, you could even see fish leaping out of the water in some spots. Many of the submerged cars now had most of their bodies exposed, with the water level just a little above their tires. Some people couldn't wait, quickly pulling on rubber boots and wading into the water. Seeing someone go in, many of the elderly onlookers couldn't hold back. They grabbed large and small buckets, some just basins, and waded in to catch fish themselves. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Huang Tao tried to stop them, but no one listened. On the bank, Zhang Yuan couldn't stand by and watch. He shouted, the fish in this water belong to the neighbors who donated gasoline. How can you do this? But the elders in the water turned a deaf ear. As long as they weren't called out by name, they pretended not to hear. Watching this scene, Deng Guang's blood pressure shot up, his face flushed red. These people. How can they be like this? Zhao Pu's expression was also grim, but deep down, he had anticipated this scene all along. As a doctor, he had seen all sorts of people, not to mention all the gossip he'd heard from colleagues. You could say that a hospital is the best place to witness the true face of human nature. And that didn't just apply to patients, but to his former colleagues as well. Come on, let's go get some fish too. Zhao Pu rolled up his pant legs, ready to get in the water. Suddenly, from the crowd in the water, an old man let out a pained cry. AGH. I've been bitten by a snake. The man scrambled back toward the edge. Hearing that someone had been bitten, the others who were still trying to catch fish scrambled back as well. Someone asked the old man if he got a good look at the snake. The old man clutched his hand. I didn't get a clear look, it seemed to be black and white. It bit me and took off. Black and white. After hearing that, the others ran even faster. Zhao Pu frowned. It lives in the water and it's black and white. It's either a white-ringed snake or a silver ring snake. Deng Guang asked, I know the silver ring snake is deadly venomous, but is the white-ringed one venomous? The white-ringed one isn't venomous. Though Zhao Pu said that, he still quietly pulled his foot back out of the water. After getting out of the garage, the old man who had been bitten hurriedly borrowed a knife from someone nearby. Without even taking the time to sterilize it, only giving it a quick wipe with a piece of paper, he hastily carved a cross into the wound on his wrist. He squeezed the wound to force out blood, sucked at it to draw out the venom, and even tied a belt around his upper arm. After doing all that, the old man slumped against the corner of the garage wall, closed his eyes, and leaned back. What is wrong with you people? How can there be snakes in the garage? The old man's wife shrieked, pointing at Huang Tao. Huang Tao's face darkened. He had tried to stop these people from going in, and now they were blaming him. Do they really think he's a pushover? With a dark expression, Huang Tao and a few people behind him walked over. The old woman's voice trailed off. She looked left and right, and seeing that no one was speaking up for her, she shut her mouth. Huang Tao shot her a cold glance. He got bitten, he brought it on himself. You'd better pray it was a white-ringed snake that bit him and not a silver ring snake. The old woman had heard of the silver ring snake's notorious reputation, and her face went pale with fright. How could there be a silver ring snake here, you? Huang Tao snapped irritably, it's not like I put it in there, how the fuck would I know? Ever since opening the carpenter's workshop and making a name for himself, he had earned quite a lot. But these customers were a real pain to deal with. Some of them acted like they wanted to buy the whole carpenter's workshop off him for next to nothing. Even the most good-natured person would get worn down dealing with this day in and day out. Please, doctor, you have to help him, the old woman pleaded, her hands clasped together as she begged the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor they had called from Ren Hall. The old doctor's face was grave. Without a word, he knelt beside the old man who was propped against the wall and began by carefully examining the bite marks. It's a venomous snake. At his words, the old woman nearly lost her footing. From your description, it must be a silver ring snake. In traditional Chinese medicine, its venom is considered a wind toxin. Are you feeling no pain right now? Is the wound numb? Are you having trouble breathing? The old man's eyes fluttered open. His expression was dazed as he slowly nodded before closing them again. The old doctor frowned. He lifted the old man's eyelid and shone a small flashlight on his pupil. Frowning again, he felt for a pulse. After a moment, he asked, "His pulse is faint and rapid. The venom has already spread. How long has it been since the bite?" The old woman said, "It's been a little over half an hour, I think." The old doctor said, "Normally, the venom wouldn't take effect this quickly. He must have engaged in strenuous activity after he was bitten." The old woman didn't understand, but she nodded anyway. "I can prescribe something, but whether he pulls through is up to fate." The old doctor turned to the young man beside him. "Zioli, go back and prepare a decoction. Chop up a 5-centimeter piece of sweet flag root and a small amount of gentian root. Boil them for 10 minutes, then for another 5 after the water comes to a boil. Have Zioji bring some of the sweet flag root here immediately." "Right," Zioli quickly ran off. The old doctor explained to the woman, "The silver ring snake's venom is what we call a wind toxin, which means it's a neurotoxin. Traditional medicine can only do so much. His survival depends mainly on the amount of venom the snake injected. If it was a small dose, he has a chance of pulling through." He left one thing unsaid. The critical factor in a silver ring snake's bite is respiratory paralysis. The core issue is whether the body can maintain basic oxygen supply as breathing function diminishes. It all came down to an individual's tolerance for the neurotoxin and their compensatory metabolic rate. In that regard, the young had a significant advantage over the old, as their pulmonary function and the detoxifying capacity of their kidneys were much stronger. A short while later, a young man in a gray jacket ran over holding the sweet flag root. The old doctor crushed it and held it under the poisoned man's nose. The sharp scent of the root stimulated the poisoned man, and his eyes opened. "He can't sleep, he has to stay conscious," the old doctor told the old woman. "You hold this, don't let him drift off." The old woman quickly asked, "What about your fee, doctor?" The old doctor waved his hand, dismissing the question of payment. He stood up and addressed the onlookers. "All of you, be careful when you go in the water. Watch where you're stepping so you don't get bitten. This forest is teeming with snakes and insects." Amid the roar of the water pump's engine, as the water level neared the bottom, the old man against the wall's head slumped to the side. He had stopped breathing. Beside him, the old woman clutched his body and wept. In the garage, the water level had almost bottomed out, leaving only 3 inches of standing water. At the bottom was a layer of silt. The air was thick with the stench of rot and dampness. As the water receded, the fish were left stranded. They hid under cars or in the corners of the garage. Some people descended with torches, others with flashlights. Qin Ziwen pulled a solar-powered flashlight from his pocket and switched it on, illuminating a large area before him. "There's a fish over there." Deng Guang pointed to the side of a load-bearing column, where a large, black-backed fish lay motionless against the corner of the wall. From the side, someone with a bucket hurried after it. The fish, startled, darted away. The person lunged for it, but his vision suddenly went dark. Qin Ziwen had switched off his flashlight. The man stood up. Seemingly aware that he was in the wrong for freeloading off the light, he shot a glance back at Qin Ziwen before taking his bucket to another area. Once the man was gone, Qin Ziwen switched the flashlight back on. With the aid of the bright beam, he soon caught several fish. "Hold on there," Zhao Pu said, pointing at a sedan off to the side. Qin Ziwen aimed his flashlight in the direction Zhao Pu was pointing. A snake was coiled on the roof of the car. It was grayish-green, over a meter long, with a pointed head. Startled by the light, it launched itself into the water and slithered away. As the 4 of them worked in the muck, Deng Guang said, "I'm going to get my wife and kid. We'll catch fish faster with more people." Zhao Pu looked at Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen waved a dismissive hand. "No, don't. My flashlight only lights up this small spot in front of us. More people will just get in the way. We'll be casting shadows everywhere and won't be able to see a thing. Plus, with all the snakes around here, it's better to be careful." Deng Guang looked a little ashamed. Qin Ziwen was not only contributing his own labor but also the flashlight. Deng Guang felt he was taking advantage of brother Qin. As more and more people waded in to catch fish, the newcomers who had been watching couldn't hold back any longer and joined the large group. This, of course, made a joke out of Huang Tao's suggestion from yesterday that only those who donated gasoline should get a share of the fish. It was every man for himself as they all scrambled to catch fish in the garage. 4 hours passed. The crowd had essentially turned the entire garage upside down. Qin Ziwen wiped the sweat from his forehead as he headed upstairs through the underground service tunnel of Building 8. The buckets Deng Guang and Zhao Pu carried were filled to the brim with fish. Deng Guang came over to Qin Ziwen. "Brother Qin, Dr. Zhao and I talked it over. Since we caught all these fish together, let's split them by head count. He and I will take one bucket, and you two can have the other." Qin Ziwen accepted readily. "Sounds good." "Great," Deng Guang said with a chuckle. "I'll clean the fish when I get back. I'll save the guts for you to use as bait in your earth cage." "Oh crap, my earth cage." Qin Ziwen slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that he'd set an earth cage in the creek downstream from the cave and hadn't gone back to retrieve it. Qin Ziwu turned his head. "Brother, I think today's the third day." "Don't worry," Deng Guang reassured him. "It's normal to leave an earth cage out for 2 or 3 days. When we set it, part of it was sticking out of the water, so whatever's inside won't have drowned." Qin Ziwen sighed. "I'm worried about the floodwaters. What if they washed it away?" Deng Guang thought for a moment. "I doubt it. I remember the ground is pretty high there. Besides, you tied it to a nearby tree with a rope, right?" Qin Ziwen proposed. "It's noon now. Why don't we head over there this afternoon to check on it? We can take a look at that cave while we're at it." "Sounds good," Deng Guang agreed without hesitation. "I'll go home, change my clothes, and we can head out after lunch." "Oh right, should we ask Dr. Zhao to come along?" "Let's go ask him together," Qin Ziwen said. When he heard their plan, Zhao Pu readily agreed. "Of course, these fish just came out of the floodwaters. It's a good idea to let them sit in clean water for a day anyway." Afterward, Qin Ziwen returned home, carrying the large bucket of fish. The fish were of all sizes, weighing at least 20 or 30 pounds altogether. He found 2 large basins, filled them with fresh water, and put the fish inside. The beaked eagle heard the commotion and hurried over. Staring at the fish swimming in the basins, its eyes went wide. "Is this an all-you-can-eat buffet?" After lunch, they came out of the apartment building. Qin Ziwen saw a young man in a gray coat posting something on a wall. He looked a bit familiar. After a moment of thought, he remembered it was the person who followed the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. After the young man in the gray coat finished posting it, he turned and went straight to Building 7 across the way. Qin Ziwen walked over to where the man had been standing and found a hand-drawn medicinal herb guide posted on the wall. It listed several common herbs found in the surrounding area, along with their uses and preparation methods. For example, some could treat colds, while others could repel mosquitoes, insects, snakes, and ants. Not only was there text, but there were also watercolor illustrations of the herbs. At the very bottom, a line of text was noted. "If you have an ailment that cannot be resolved, you may come to Building 9, Unit 1, Floor 4. Although it was a form of advertising, Qin Ziwen didn't mind this method. They passed by Building 9, and there was also a paper posted at the entrance to its unit. Walking up to look, they saw that the paper listed several herbs for treating heat-related colds and relieving itchy mosquito bites. The content was actually different from the one posted at their building. Deng Guang remarked with emotion, "This senior is a man of medical ethics and compassion." In the past, this kind of knowledge was a legacy. Zhao Pu nodded in agreement. "A lot of the older doctors I know are pretty good people." Leaving through the gated community's east gate, they saw that the cars that were scattered about yesterday had been sorted and organized. The doors and hoods of some cars had been pried open. On others, even the engines had been taken. They crossed the parking lot and entered the forest. The forest was muddy everywhere, with pools of standing water in some places. As they walked, their shoes quickly became caked in mud. Deng Guang swatted a leech off the back of his hand and stopped to catch his breath. "This path is even harder to walk than before." Qin Ziwen stopped and waved to the sky above. The beaked eagle descended from the sky. Qin Ziwen took out his phone to check the video it had recorded. They had 3 main objectives for the afternoon. First, to find a suitable route up the mountain. The mountainside cave was located on the mountainside northeast of the gated community. Along the way, they would use the beaked eagle's flight to scout for a suitable ascent point from high above. Second, to check the cave and see if they could snag any cards that had spawned at the altar at the foot of the mountain. Third, to retrieve the earth cage. Zhao Pu, who had come along with them, naturally saw the beaked eagle as well. He didn't ask why the eagle was so obedient. He just silently marveled that joining Qin Ziwen's team had indeed been the right choice. "There's a cliff face here, so it's probably no good for climbing. Here's a slope, let me see. This should work." Qin Ziwen nodded, having finally found a seemingly viable route. However, looking down from high above, the tree canopy was dense, so he could only judge the general terrain by the height of the trees. 4 hours later, they finally reached their destination. The stream's current was much stronger than it had been a few days ago, and the turbulent water crashed against the green stones with a roaring sound. Climbing up to the cave, Qin Ziwen saw messy footprints on the ground before he even went inside. A bad feeling rose in his heart. He shone his flashlight inside, and just as he'd expected, the altar was empty. The card that had spawned today had already been taken. It was a shame, but he had anticipated it. Following the stream downhill for a distance, they soon saw the earth cage in the middle of the current. The earth cage had originally been placed at the stream's edge, but the recent downpour had increased the upstream water volume, causing the stream to widen. Qin Ziwen was about to go down, but his younger brother moved first. He stepped onto a green stone, steadied himself by grabbing a tree trunk, and then took hold of the rope tied next to it and started pulling. Qin Ziwen said, "Be careful, don't fall in." Qin Ziwen replied, "Don't worry." As he pulled, the cage was dragged back. When the heavy cage was lifted from the water, there was a great splash. Countless brown-shelled crustaceans were crowded inside, their pincers and claws sticking out through the gaps in the earth cage. Deng Guang couldn't help but exclaim, "So many crabs." Zhao Pu's expression went slack for a moment. The resources here are this abundant. The earth cage was packed densely with stream crabs. Qin Ziwen gave a sudden heave, untied the rope, and pulled the earth cage toward the bank. Qin Ziwen took over, and together with Deng Guang and Zhao Pu, the three of them hauled the cage out of the stream. "Quick, get them in the buckets." As they emptied the earth cage, some leftover shrimp claws and shell fragments fell out. They filled 2 whole buckets with stream crabs. After being put inside, the stream crabs kept trying to climb out, so they added some water and covered the top with aquatic plants. Only then did the crabs slowly quiet down. After retrieving the earth cage, the 4 of them started their journey back. "I won't be coming back here for a while," he thought. "My main focus will be on that cave on the mountainside. So there's no need to set up the earth cage here for now. The round trip is too far, it basically eats up half a day's worth of activity." Thinking of the other 2 intact earth cages at home, Qin Ziwen felt that he might not have tapped into their true potential yet. The best solution might be to rent them out and take a cut of the daily harvest. That way, the daily harvest can be converted into ratings, indirectly boosting the rewards. Based on my estimates, a building card requires a rating of around 10, and a micro-sized blank expansion card needs a rating of about 20. Of course, some rarer buildings might require an even higher rating. But an earth cage probably only requires a rating of 1 to 2. In the daily rating reward pool, aside from cards, the rating needed for other physical items isn't very high. Qin Ziwen mulled it over. Xiao Zume and Deng Wen usually stayed within the gated community. Zhao Pu had a son who was almost as tall as he was. That's 3 people, but the number is still a bit small, a woman and 2 minors. If someone tried to rob them, it would be hard to intimidate them. It would be best to add a few more people. He thought of Liua and also Wei Jiahua's family, the ones who sold seedlings. That was 2 families, 5 people. Adding Xiao Zume's group of 3 would make a team of 8. That Wei Jiahua is focused on his seedlings and doesn't seem to have joined any exploration teams. He has a wife and 2 elderly parents at home. If there was a job that allowed him to stay near the gated community and get a stable food source without traveling far, he probably wouldn't refuse. And there's also Li Taishan, the one who does blacksmithing at home. He could also step in at a critical moment. Having thought this through, Qin Ziwen shared his idea with Deng Guang and Zhao Pu. "What, you have several more earth cages at home? Do you own a fishing tackle shop or something?" Deng Guang was shocked. Qin Ziwen explained, "I bought them for a friend back then. I didn't get a chance to give them to him before we crossed over." Zhao Pu was tempted, but he was worried about his son's young age. "If it's only 3 people, won't that be too few? If we get into a conflict with others, we might be at a disadvantage. I have 2 other families in mind to partner with." Before Qin Ziwen could finish, the beaked eagle above them suddenly let out a sharp warning cry. Roar! Zoink oink! On the slope ahead, a wild boar covered in mud and radiating a murderous aura was looking down on them. Qin Ziwen slowly raised the long spear in his hand, his eyes fixed on the wild boar. The boar was caked in mud, its 2 large tusks jutting up like pillars. It wasn't the same boar he had seen the last 2 times, but it was still massive. Standing there, it looked like a black wall. A quick glance told him it had to weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds. Zhao Pu said slowly, "There are a lot of us. The boar probably won't dare to approach." Qin Ziwen felt someone else's grip on his long spear. He glanced to his right. His younger brother Qin Ziwen had grabbed the spear shaft. "Brother, let me, you guys get away first." "What bullshit are you talking?" Qin Ziwen pried his brother's fingers away. Qin Ziwen's fingers came loose without any resistance. He was stunned. When did my brother get so strong? Qin Ziwen held the long spear with both hands, its tip pointed forward. The wild boar let out a long snort. With a loud squeal, the boar charged down the slope straight at Qin Ziwen. I can't take it head-on. With the high ground, this thing weighs several hundred pounds. A direct hit will send me flying. As it closed in, Qin Ziwen leaped to the right, dodging the boar's charge. Seeing the boar's rear rush past him, Qin Ziwen thrust the long spear, stabbing it in the rump. The impact was dull, like stabbing into old, tough leather. It was followed by a feeling of tough resistance. Agitated, the boar's squeals grew fiercer. Its four short, thick legs scrambled wildly as it twisted its body. Caught off guard, Qin Ziwen felt the long spear slip out of its rump. Staring into the boar's vicious eyes as it turned its head, Qin Ziwen's courage flared. With a roar, he raised the long spear and stabbed hard at the boar's face. The boar, having just turned, had no time to dodge and took the hit square on. The spear tip grazed past the corner of its eye and plunged into the socket. There was a moment of slight resistance, then a slippery sensation as the spear sank 2 inches deep. The wild boar let out a piercing squeal, shaking its head frantically. Giant strength surged from the other end of the spear shaft. He gripped the shaft for dear life. Thankfully, the non-slip grooves he had carved and the cloth strips he had wrapped around it prevented him from losing his grip. The boar pushed forward. He braced himself against the spear shaft, leaning into it, but the boar still forced him back step by step. His feet scraped against the ground, digging a long gouge in the dirt. In the process, the long spear drove deeper and deeper. The boar's strength began to wane. As ferocious as it was still a carbon-based life form. With the spear tip lodged in its eye, every movement brought more pain and drove the point deeper. It couldn't use even a third of its full strength. The boar glared at Qin Ziwen with its one bloodshot eye, but with the long spear between them, it could neither charge forward nor retreat. For every step it took back, Qin Ziwen pressed forward with the long spear. Catching it off guard, he tightened his grip on the long spear and shoved it viciously inward once more. The boar's feet slipped in the mud, and it crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, letting out a mournful cry. Die. Qin Ziwen roared, wanting only to vent his tension and violent energy. Fighting a beast like this, the slightest mistake could mean getting maimed or seriously injured. He leaned on the long spear with both hands, pressing down hard. The boar's 4 legs thrashed wildly. On the slippery mud, its body bucked, and one of its hooves nearly kicked him in the leg. Qin Ziwen shouted, raising a rock and smashing it down near the boar's ear. The bowl-sized gray rock landed with a dull thud. Deng Guang and Zhao Pu moved in. Seeing the desperately struggling boar and its flailing legs, neither dared to get close with their kitchen knives. One kick would likely put them out of commission for half a month. Deng Guang beat the boar with a club, but it had little effect. The boar's hide was thick and tough and caked with a layer of mud besides. The blunt impacts barely registered. The only fatal threat was the long spear stuck in its head. Zhao Pu raised his long spear and thrust it down, sinking it into the boar's abdomen near its heart. I'm surprised that wooden stick of yours actually went in, Deng Guang said, a little shocked. Zhao Pu held his long spear tightly. I sharpened it and then hardened the tip in a fire. The carbonized point is harder than regular wood. With the 4 of them working together, the boar continued to struggle, but its movements grew weaker and weaker. Finally, it lay on the ground and stopped moving. Qin Ziwen pulled out his long spear and stabbed it hard into the boar's neck one more time. It was clearly dead. It's over. Qin Ziwen let out a long breath. Only then did he realize his back was soaked with sweat. Those few short minutes had felt as long as an hour. His arms ached. He looked down at his hands. His palms were red, marked with white impressions that wouldn't fade. But now we have a problem, Deng Guang said, looking at the others. How are we going to get this boar back? Qin Ziwen said, carrying it is probably impossible. Even with all 4 of us, we won't get far. Dragging it would be easier, but the path isn't flat. There are small gullies, so we'd have to go up and down slopes. Going around them would mean taking the long way. Zhao Pu suggested, maybe we could make a net out of vines, put the boar on it, and take turns dragging it back. Qin Ziwen frowned. Why don't we cut it up? If we break it down into smaller pieces, it'll be easier to carry. Zhao Pu said, then we'd have to butcher the carcass right here. The smell of blood is too strong. It might attract other predators. The 4 of them shared their ideas. But all their ideas had one thing in common. No one suggested abandoning the boar. If they could bring back a boar this big, everyone could get a share. They probably wouldn't have to worry about food for the next half a month. Qin Ziwen said, the smell of blood isn't the main issue. The problem is that none of us knows how to butcher a pig and we don't have the right tools. Deng Guang looked at the kitchen knife in his hand. It would probably be fine for cutting meat. But if they used it to break down the boar, the blade would likely get dull or chipped very quickly. The 4 of them stared at the boar, stumped. Qin Ziwen let out a long breath. Let's butcher it. Brother Deng, Dr. Zhao will need to use your kitchen knives. When we get back, I'll get you new ones. The sooner we get this pig taken apart, the sooner we can head back. Otherwise, it'll get dark. They got to work immediately. They weren't far from a small stream, so the four of them worked together, laboriously dragging the boar to the water's edge before starting to dismember it. The kitchen knives weren't proper boning knives. They frequently hit bone while dismembering the boar, and the blades quickly became dull. They alternated between sharpening the knives on the gray stones by the stream and cutting up the meat. Some low-value, inconvenient parts were discarded. Aside from the heart, liver, and lungs, all the other organs were thrown away. Then went the pig's head and trotters. These parts could be delicious if prepared properly, but they were bony, had little meat, and they lacked spices to cook them with. Most importantly, they were easy to remove. In the end, only the eviscerated carcass remained. Even so, it still weighed around 200 pounds. Zhao Pu found some logs nearby as well as some vines by the stream. He cut down the vines and wove them into a grid, creating a simple dragnet. They used a knife to cut the boar's carcass in half and placed one side of the pig on the dragnet. That made things much easier. They repeated the process to make a second dragnet. By the time they finished, 2 hours had passed. The sky grew dim. The four of them took turns carrying the two dragnets, resting periodically as they hurried back. Thankfully, Qin Ziwen had walked this path several times. He had a general idea of where the slopes and pits were, which saved them from many a pointless detour. As the sun dipped low in the west, darkness shrouded the forest.
That's great.
The beaked eagle let out a sharp cry. The four men stopped in their tracks. Qin Ziwen raised his flashlight and swept the beam forward, but he couldn't see any sign of movement. There. In the tree, Zhao Pu pointed to a branch up and to their right. A leopard was perched there. The leopard was over 2 meters long. In the beam of the flashlight, its pupils reflected an eerie green light. Realizing it had been spotted, the leopard leaped down from the branch in a few quick bounds and vanished into the trees in the blink of an eye. But as he watched it go, Qin Ziwen couldn't shake the feeling. Perhaps it was just his imagination, that its running gait wasn't entirely smooth. The four of them continued onward, dragging the pork for a while longer. But soon, the beaked eagle once again let out a cry of warning. The men stopped and formed a circle, standing back to back. They swept their flashlights around and quickly spotted the leopard again, this time behind a bush. The leopard was crouched in the tall grass, staring at the four of them. It glanced up at the beaked eagle overhead, then turned and ran off again. Deng Guang's expression was grim. It's not going to give up that easily. That thing has its eyes on the boar we killed. Qin Ziwen tightened his grip on the long spear. Heh, this damn freeloader dares to eyeball our kill. Qin Ziwen set down the vine he was holding, straightened up, and rubbed his lower back. The flood just ended. The leopard's probably been starving for days. Beaked eagle, be careful, stay safe up there, Qin Ziwen called out to the bird circling overhead. The beaked eagle's injuries hadn't fully healed yet. It had only just regained the ability to fly and couldn't make any strenuous movements. And a leopard's ability to climb trees was nothing to scoff at. The group had only walked a short distance when a sound suddenly came from a nearby tree.
Grrr owls.
The leopard was crouched behind a short, stout tree, staring at them. That was the source of the sound. Is it warning us?
Looks like it.
As if accepting an invitation to battle, Qin Ziwen raised his long spear and slowly advanced. Seeing the spear, the leopard immediately got to its feet and backed away slowly. Then, with a turn of its head, it disappeared into the darkness behind it. Qin Ziwen waved the long spear in his hand, looking smug. Getting interesting. It seems to know the power of this divine weapon, this sharp weapon of mine. All right, your turn to drag the pork. Give me back the weapon. After speaking, Qin Ziwen stepped forward and took the long spear from his younger brother's hands. There's a downhill slope ahead. Everyone be careful not to fall. Before he could even get used to the feel of it, Qin Ziwen regretfully handed the long spear back to his older brother. Bro, you gotta help me get a weapon of my own eventually.
No problems.
Zhao Pu glanced at the long spear in Qin Ziwen's hands. The iron-cast tip, the nearly 30-centimeter-long spearhead, and that vicious-looking blood groove. To his eyes as a doctor, it was a truly deadly weapon. Forget a wild boar, even a tiger wouldn't survive being stabbed in a vital spot with that. Of course, that was assuming you could actually land a blow on a tiger's vital spot. The four men made their way down the slope and walked for another 10 minutes or so. The forest was filled with the chirping of insects. Scree. The beaked eagle cried out a warning. Everyone stopped and scanned their surroundings. For the fourth time, they found the leopard, this time behind a tree to their front right. This time, the leopard didn't run. Instead, it raised its head and stared at the beaked eagle overhead, a low growl rumbling in its throat.
Grrr.
Its claws dug into the tree trunk as it strained to climb. Just as it managed to get high up, the beaked eagle spread its wings and flew to another tree in the distance. HSSST, the leopard stared fixedly at the beaked eagle in the other tree, its eyes filled with indignation as it let out a frustrated hiss. It was clear the animal was getting desperate. Climbing up a tree is one thing, but getting down is another. The leopard slowly made its way down before finally jumping to the ground. As it landed, Qin Ziwen noticed something was off about the way it moved its right hind leg. It might be injured. The leopard stared at the four men, then slowly turned away. Deng Guang said hesitantly, maybe we should toss it a piece of meat. Otherwise, it's just going to keep harassing us, and this constant annoyance isn't a solution. Qin Ziwen thought for a moment, then took the boar's heart out of a plastic bag in his pack. He cut the heart in two and tossed one half far into the distance. Splat. The heart landed in the bushes. The leopard, its back still to them, was startled by the sound. It stumbled for a moment before quickly vanishing into the dense woods. Only after the four men were long gone did the leopard stealthily return to the spot, its nose sniffing the air constantly. Following the scent, the leopard finally found the half-heart in the undergrowth. It sniffed it, scanned its surroundings one more time, then snatched the heart in its jaws and climbed a tree, where it began to wolf down the meal. It wasn't until the moon was high in the sky that the four finally made it back to the gated community. They carried the pork all the way up to Zhao Pu's apartment on the 4th floor. Hearing the door open, Zhao Xuheng shot up from the living room sofa. Seeing by the moonlight from the window that it was his father, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The four men set the two sides of pork down on the floor. All Zhao Xuheng could see were two huge, dark lumps on the floor. Zhao Xuheng came over and greeted them.
Dad, Uncle Qin, Brother Qin, Uncle Deng. Uncle Qin.
Qin Ziwen was taken aback for a second but didn't dwell on the small detail. He and Zhao Pu were peers, so it made sense for Zhao Pu's son to call him uncle. Qin Ziwen, however, felt like he'd gotten the short end of the stick. Why does he call me brother? Doesn't that make me a whole generation younger than Deng Guang and Zhao Pu? Zhao Pu pointed at Qin Ziwen and said to his son, "This is the wild boar your uncle Qin killed out there." With just that one spear, he took down a massive boar weighing over 300 pounds all by himself. Zhao Xuheng's eyes went wide as he looked at Qin Ziwen with admiration.
That's amazing.
It wasn't that dramatic, Qin Ziwen said, waving his hand dismissively, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This long spear really is something else. No wonder our ancestors dominated their age with it. Qin Ziwen said to the others, let's divide the meat. My brother and I will take one side and you two can split the other. Deng Guang already knew how generous Qin Ziwen was with his own people. For Zhao Pu, however, this was his first time hunting with Qin Ziwen. When he heard he would be getting a quarter of the boar, his whole expression changed. Qin Ziwen teased him, what's the matter, not enough for you? No, not at all, this is too much. Besides, you were the one who did all the work killing the boar. A tenth would have been more than enough for me, Zhao Pu stammered. He hadn't expected such generosity. He was just a newcomer, after all, and he felt he hadn't contributed much during the hunt. Zhao Xuheng's eyes widened as well. Dad is getting that much pork, does that mean I can finally eat my fill of meat?
Qin Ziwen replied, it's not too much.
Everyone played their part. I have a simple belief when it comes to my people. When there's meat, we eat together. When there's soup, we drink together. We're a team. As long as you don't run from a fight or betray your comrades, you get what you've earned. Besides, you're our team's doctor. We were just lucky today that no one got hurt. We just didn't have a chance to see your expertise in action.
Hearing this, the gray-haired man nodded deeply.
He glanced at Deng Guang and felt he was beginning to understand why the older man, who was clearly more than a decade Qin Ziwen's senior, was willing to follow his lead. This Mr. Qin, he was truly magnanimous. Working together, he and his brother hauled the remaining half of the boar carcass home. The heavy, gamey smell of the meat mingled with sweat, clinging to their collars. Brother, I want to take a shower, Qin Ziwen said. He felt sticky all over and couldn't get comfortable. Qin Ziwen nodded, go heat up some water. Qin Ziwen was about to go ladle water when his footsteps halted. His brow furrowed into a knot and he hesitated. Brother, did we give away too much meat? You were the first to face the boar when we killed it, so you took the biggest risk, but when we divided the meat, everyone got an equal share.
Qin Ziwen wiped the sweat from his forehead. His gaze swept over his brother's tense face and he chuckled softly. You think they don't know that? Qin Ziwen blinked, he didn't quite understand. Qin Ziwen smiled faintly. If you only give them what they're owed, then once the transaction is complete, you owe each other nothing. It becomes a purely transactional relationship. There needs to be some give and take. That's how relationships are built, how people grow closer. Qin Ziwen mulled over his older brother's words. But what if someone only takes and never gives back? Then that just means they're not someone you can get close to.
Qin Ziwen said, patting his brother's shoulder. You have to entice people with benefits to get them to move. Making empty promises doesn't fly anymore. All right, go heat up the water for your shower. Make extra, I'll take one later, too. I'll carry the meat to the cellar first so it doesn't spoil. Tomorrow, I need to find that person with the salt well and trade for more coarse salt. That'll make it easier to cure any meat we get in the future. While showering, Qin Ziwen discovered several new blisters had formed on the soles of his feet. Today's workload was pretty heavy. After his shower, he fell into a deep sleep. After such a busy day, his body had long since been signaling its exhaustion. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for 15 days. Today you caught some fish, hunted an adult wild boar, and raised livestock. Overall score 55 points. You have received the following rewards: Expansion Card, Height Expansion Card, Micro X1, Earth Cage X3, Mountain Animal Guidebook Fragment X1. After waking up, the first thing Qin Ziwen did was check yesterday's daily settlement. He took out the Height Expansion Card. As he held the card in his hand, he instantly understood its use. The Height Expansion Card, Micro, could increase the height of all spaces within the home by 0.2 meters. From the outside, it wouldn't affect the floor-to-floor height. This increase was permanent. After this, any new spaces gained from other expansion cards would all have a height of 3 meters. Ever since he saw the height attribute on the home panel, Qin Ziwen had guessed there might be a way to increase the home's height. It seemed his guess was correct. He chose to use the card. The next second, light enveloped the dome above. When the light faded, Qin Ziwen looked up. The ceiling was still the same ceiling and the walls were still the same walls. It was as if nothing had changed. Was it because a 20-centimeter increase was too small to notice? But when he opened the home interface, the height displayed was now 3 meters. Home Building 8 Unit 2 5-2. Total Area 998 Chinese symbol. Height 3 m. Special Terrain Desert 400 Chinese symbol. Buildings Level 2 Cellar Grain Storage, Level 1 Beast Cage. Level 1 Restroom, Level 1 Blacksmith Shop, Level 1 Farmland. Resources Level 2 Spring Eye, Level 2 Iron Mine, Level 1 Coal Mine. Unused Level 1 Stable Blank Expansion Card Micro. He soon understood. He walked into the expanded area behind the restroom. Looking back, he saw that an extra section of space had appeared directly on top of the original apartment's location. His home had become a box, and outside this box an extra 20 centimeters of space had been added. He could imagine that if the home's height continued to expand, this place might one day truly become a small world of his own, and he would be its lord. He then took out the Mountain Animal Guidebook fragment. From the feel of the paper, it seemed to be the same type as the Mountain Plant Guidebook fragment he had gotten before. The paper had a front and a back, with one animal recorded on each side. The first animal was called a dire wolf. Below was a colored illustration accompanied by data. An adult dire wolf had an average shoulder height of 1.1 meters, a body length of 2.4 meters, and a weight of 140 to 200 kilograms. Habitat: grasslands, river valley plains, edges of forested mountains. Habits: gregarious, scavenger. Wait a minute. Qin Ziwen rubbed the bridge of his nose. If I'm not mistaken, aren't these things supposed to be extinct on Earth? Besides, since when were the average stats for a dire wolf this exaggerated? With that shoulder height and weight, you could call it a small tiger and it wouldn't be an overstatement. And you're telling me a dire wolf with these stats is still just a scavenger? Then what in the world is higher up on the food chain? After reading about the dire wolf, Qin Ziwen flipped the page over. The second creature. Diodon, average individual shoulder height 2.2 meters, body length 3.7 meters, weight 1,400–1,800 kilograms. Habitat: grasslands, river valley plains, edges of forested mountains. Habits: lives in small groups, omnivorous scavenger. He looked at the picture of the aggressive creature. It looked a bit like a rhinoceros, extremely stout, covered in brown bristles, with an enormous head and a mouth full of ferocious, sharp teeth. The giant wild boar he had encountered seemed as gentle as a kitten in front of this Diodon. Whether it was the dire wolf or the Diodon, both were more terrifying than the crocodile leader. What's more, both species were gregarious. The only good news was that both creatures seemed to prefer living in open areas. The forest was not their primary habitat. Putting away the guidebook fragment, Qin Ziwen took out the 3 earth cages. Including the ones he already had at home, he now had a total of 6 intact earth cages. He then went out and headed to Wei Xiaohua's place. Upon learning of Qin Ziwen's idea, Wei Xiaohua was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were getting on in years. Although both were still sharp, sending them to join the hunting team was out of the question. A job that didn't require going out and could provide a stable income just by watching over the earth cages was naturally perfect. Then Qin Ziwen went to find Liua. When Liua heard Qin Ziwen had come over, he thought he was there to chase him for the draft. His face flushed red as he said repeatedly, "It's almost ready, almost ready. I've been flipping through my old textbooks these past 2 days, looking for reference materials." Qin Ziwen saw that there were indeed several large books on the table next to him. He immediately smiled and waved his hand. No rush. Quality is the most important thing. Then Qin Ziwen explained his idea. Only after listening did Liua realize he had misunderstood, and he quickly agreed. The job Brother Qin was offering was like a welcome rain in a drought for him. His leg was still recovering, making it difficult for him to get around. To help him, Brother Qin had actually gone out of his way to find this kind of job for him. Thinking of this, Liua was deeply moved. Who says there are no good people in this world? After leaving Liua's place, Qin Ziwen was about to look for Zhang Bo to trade for some coarse salt. Suddenly, the voice of the home's little ball of light echoed in his mind. "You have received a new message. Please return to your home to view it." Qin Ziwen turned around and hurried home. He was curious. Ever since he'd awakened it, his home had been completely silent. Why would it suddenly have a message? Back home, he closed the door and summoned the small orb of light that represented his home. The orb floated before his eyes, transmitting a message. Number of awakened homes in the gated community has exceeded 5% of surviving households. Once 20% is surpassed, the countdown to the second crossing will begin 3 days. Next stage map, no authorization. Next stage duration, no authorization. Next stage reinforcements. No authorization. Qin Ziwen's expression grew grim. The next stage of the crossing would begin once more than 20% of the households in the gated community had awakened their homes. At first glance, that seemed a long way off. It had taken 15 days to reach just 5%. But the home system specified surviving households, which meant that empty homes or families that had been wiped out wouldn't be counted. If a natural disaster or some other major catastrophe occurred, increasing the number of deaths, the percentage would naturally be easier to raise. Moreover, based on the key information provided, new residents would be added after the next crossing. He just didn't know how they would be added. Would they simply move into the empty houses, or would a new gated community merge with theirs? More importantly, there was a second crossing. An ice age, a vast desert, an island, grasslands. Or maybe the plains downstream, or even deeper into the mountain range behind us. He'd lived here for half a month and actually thought this place was pretty good. Abundant resources, close to a water source, and a comfortable temperature. If they were moved, there was no guarantee the new place would be as suitable. He turned and walked into the blacksmith shop. At the anvil, Liua was relentlessly hammering an iron ingot, forging it into the shape of a component from the blueprint. Behind Liua, Xiao was working the bellows, smelting iron ore. Qin Ziwen called out to his brother, "When you're done with that, go cut up some wild boar meat. You're coming with me to trade for some coarse salt." Qin Ziwen's face was flushed red in the firelight. He kept his eyes on the color of the flames, pulling the bellows to control the temperature, and answered without turning his head, "All right, just let me finish this up." Clang. Liua set down his hammer and said to Qin Ziwen, "You go with the master. I'll take over the bellows." "It's fine, you two carry on. I'm going to run an errand first," Qin Ziwen said. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Qin Ziwen went to the animal pen and noticed that the hay stored on the ground nearby was almost gone. He picked up 3 earth cages and went to the 8th floor. After he knocked, Deng Wen opened the door a crack. "Uncle Qin, my parents went to the rooftop to smoke the meat." "Okay, I'll go take a look. I'll leave these earth cages at your place for now. Tell your parents later. Also, if any strangers come knocking, don't just open the door," Qin Ziwen added as a final reminder before leaving. "I know. I only opened it after I saw it was you through the peephole," Deng Wen said with a giggle. Yesterday, her dad had brought back a huge side of wild boar, and this morning, her mom had simmered a large pot of cartilage soup. Many people in the gated community couldn't even get enough to eat. The surrounding land had been picked clean, leaving it barren. Yet she was able to eat meat often, and she knew exactly who she had to thank for that. At the dinner table, her dad had described the dangers Uncle Qin faced while killing the wild boar, and how others who encountered it were gored and were still at home recovering. Arriving at the Celestial Tower, Qin Ziwen saw Deng Guang smoking the meat. "You're smoking it directly like this. If you don't cure it with salt first, it won't last long." Deng Guang looked troubled. "Where would I get salt? I barely have enough for my own meals. I'm just smoking a portion for now. It'll still last longer than if it wasn't smoked at all." Qin Ziwen said, doesn't someone in the gated community have a salt well? I'm planning to go trade for some, want to come along? Deng Guang hesitated. Will he sell? The price won't be too outrageous, will it? Probably not, he has to sell the salt to make a profit. Besides, it's coarse salt, not refined salt. He can't survive by eating salt alone. Back at his place, Qin Ziwen gathered Zhao Pu and Deng Guang. Including Qin Ziwu, the four of them headed for Zhang Bo's apartment. Zhang Bo's location was easy to find. Ever since he acquired the salt well, he'd started a business selling coarse salt in the gated community. They arrived at Building 4, Unit 2, Apartment 202. A plaque hung on the door. Salt Mountain, the style seemed to be imitating Ren Hall, but compared to the bustling Ren Hall, Salt Mountain was much quieter. After they knocked, the door opened. Behind it stood a man of average build in a black long-sleeved shirt with plain features. He was the kind of person who would be unnoticeable in a crowd. His only distinguishing feature was his rather thin lips. After opening the door, he first looked Qin Ziwen up and down, then glanced at the men behind him. He gave them a warm welcome. Come in, have a seat. Inside Zhang Bo's apartment, two burly men were already seated. The faint smell of smoke lingered around the sofa where the three had been sitting. 9 out of 10 people who come here are looking to buy salt. Zhang Bo sat down in the host's seat. Here, have some tea. He poured each of the 4 men a cup of tea from the teapot. After he was done, Zhang Bo leaned back against the sofa and crossed his legs. How many pounds of salt do you need? Qin Ziwen had felt that something was strange ever since he'd walked in. This Zhang Bo. He gives off a sense of trying too hard. It was like he was deliberately imitating a certain demeanor, but lacked the necessary charisma, making him seem like a cheap imitation. What are your rates for salt and what do you accept for trade? Qin Ziwen didn't state how much he needed. To cure over 200 pounds of meat, he would need at least 30 pounds of salt. Faced with such a large demand, Zhang Bo, as the seller, would definitely jack up the price on the spot. Zhang Bo held up a finger, making a 1. Qin Ziwen's expression was calm. I don't understand, just say it. Zhang Bo smiled. 10 pounds of pure meat for 1 pound of salt. How much did you say? 10 pounds of pure meat for 1 pound of salt. Qin Ziwen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Zhang Bo made a placating gesture, signaling for Qin Ziwen to calm down. My price is a bargain, brother. I'm the only one in the gated community with a salt well. It's a monopoly. For an essential monopolized item, I'm only charging 10 pounds of meat for 1 pound of salt. I'd say I'm being pretty generous. But this is coarse salt, Qin Ziwen frowned. If it were fine salt, your price might be considerable. But for coarse salt at this price, I bet the salt you're selling everyone hasn't even been processed. Zhang Bo shook his head and gave Qin Ziwen a mysterious smile. I know you. Your surname is Qin. I hear you've got a knack for getting food and you seem to have some earth cages, right? Anger simmered within Qin Ziwen. Thanks to Zhu Yi spreading it around, the fact that he had earth cages was now public knowledge. It was normal for others to know. How about this? Lend me the earth cages for half a month and I'll give you 10 pounds of salt. Zhang Bo grinned. How's that? You'd be making a huge profit. 10 pounds of salt is equivalent to about 100 pounds of meat. You can't possibly catch 100 pounds of meat with those cages in half a month, can you? If you're not going to be sincere, then forget it. Qin Ziwen stood up. Behind him, Deng Guang and the others also rose to their feet. Zhang Bo said, Hey, don't be angry. Business is all about negotiation. We can talk. If half a month is too long, how about 12 days? Qin Ziwen sneered. I asked around before coming. Others trade 3 or 4 pounds of meat for 1 pound of coarse salt. When it's my turn, it suddenly becomes 10 pounds. Your ability to size people up is as poor as your business sense. If you don't have the talent for it, don't put on airs. People are getting new cards every day in this gated community. How many more days do you think your salt well monopoly will last? Even after being called out, Zhang Bo's expression didn't change. Business is business, he thought. Isn't it all about asking a sky-high price and letting the buyer haggle you down? Watching Qin Ziwen's retreating back, a vicious glint flashed in Zhang Bo's eyes. After leaving Zhang Bo's place, Deng Guang and Zhao Pu tried to console Qin Ziwen. 10 pounds of meat for 1 pound of salt. If we want to cure all our meat, our 200-odd pounds isn't enough. We'd have to owe him another 100 pounds. Even as he said it, Qin Ziwen himself found the situation absurd. Qin Ziwen said, I'm the one who dragged you into this. If it weren't for me, he probably wouldn't have quoted such a ridiculous price if you'd come to trade. Deng Guang said, What are you talking about? We're a group. Besides, we only have this meat thanks to you. Zhao Pu added reassuringly, Don't worry about it. We can just have someone else come and buy it later. He has to sell his salt eventually anyway. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded from behind them. A man came running after them. It was one of the men who had been sitting and chatting with Zhang Bo earlier. The man asked, "Are you still looking to buy salt?" "Did Zhang Bo send you?" The man shook his head. "It has nothing to do with him. It's my own." After a moment of hesitation, the man said sheepishly, "You know how Japan was discharging that nuclear wastewater a while back? Well, I panic bought and stockpiled 2 cases of salt at home, and I still haven't finished it." What's your asking price?" The man considered this for a moment. 5 pounds of meat for 1 pound of salt. If you're buying in bulk, I can go down to 4. Qin Ziwen shook his head. "Too expensive." The man's brow furrowed. "This is a very fair price. Zhang Bo's coarse salt goes for 4 pounds of meat per pound, and his is full of impurities and tastes awful. How can it compare to my modern, refined salt? Besides, once this salt is gone, it's gone." "It's a collector's item, you could say." Qin Ziwen shook his head again. "Not necessarily. There's something you might not know. In a month at most, the gated community will go through a second transmigration. After that, new residents will join us. Who among them won't have some salt stored away? If there's a second time, there will be a third. The salt supply won't be cut off. So what you have isn't a collector's item." The man froze, staring at him suspiciously. "How do you know there's going to be a second transmigration?" "I've received a card too. Everyone who's activated their home should know about this," Qin Ziwen said, feigning a bit of surprise. "Surely Zhang Bo told you right." The man froze, his expression slowly darkening, but he wasn't entirely convinced. After all, this was just Qin Ziwen's word against nothing. Qin Ziwen continued, "The information isn't hard to verify. Just find anyone with a card and ask them. I wouldn't try to trick you with such a clumsy lie." With that, he turned to leave, calling over his shoulder, "If you still want to trade after you've confirmed it, come find me at Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 602. 3 pounds of meat for 1 pound of salt." The man watched his retreating back, said nothing, and turned to leave as well. 20 minutes later, the man arrived at Apartment 602, carrying a large box. Qin Ziwen wasn't surprised to see him. "Got it all sorted out." "Your price is fine. How much do you need?" Qin Ziwen glanced at the cardboard box in the man's arms. "How many pounds in that box?" 40 pounds. They're 400-gram bags, 50 bags to a box. I'll take it all." As soon as the words left Qin Ziwen's mouth, his brother, Qin Ziwu, emerged from the kitchen behind him, carrying half a wild boar. The carcass still had its thick, hairy hide, and the cross-section of meat was caked with dried blood. The sheer size of this half-carcass gave a hint of the wild boar's ferocious size when it was alive. Just from this piece of the torso, one could tell its owner had been massive in life. This was no small wild pig. He shot the two brothers a wary glance. Impressive. They weighed it on the spot with a bathroom scale. After washing the mud from its hide, the half-carcass still weighed 124 pounds. Qin Ziwen said, "There's a lot of bone in there, so it's not all pure meat. I'll throw in another 20 pounds of fresh meat for you." "No need, this half is more than enough." The man let out a long sigh of relief. This half-carcass alone was enough to feed him and his 2 elderly parents comfortably for a month. He didn't mind going hungry himself, but he couldn't stand watching his old mom and dad starve along with him. After a moment's hesitation, the man said, "Can I leave the meat here for now? We can complete the trade tonight." "It's too conspicuous during the day." If he dared to parade through the gated community in broad daylight with such a huge slab of pork, he wouldn't have to wait until evening for an endless stream of neighbors to show up at his door looking to borrow some meat. Qin Ziwen said, "I don't mind, but the meat will spoil if it's left out too long. Don't you need to get it home and start curing it? Also, since we've agreed on the trade, you'll need to leave at least a third of the salt as a deposit. Otherwise, if you don't come back for it, the meat will be left out all day and go bad." "No need, I'll leave it all here." The man set the box of salt on the floor. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Could I ask you to help me cure the meat? I won't let you do it for nothing. I'll replace however much salt you use, and you can take another 3 pounds of meat for your trouble when I come by tonight." Qin Ziwen joked, "Having a lot of salt really gives you confidence, huh?" The man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "To be honest, I've had regrets about hoarding all this salt. Every time my mom cooks and I complain the food's too salty, she uses it as an excuse to chew me out." Since the man was trusting him and being so generous, Qin Ziwen naturally wouldn't be petty. "All right, we'll cure the meat for you, but curing meat uses a lot of salt, so be prepared." "I know, don't worry." After the man left, Qin Ziwen divided the salt with Deng Guang and Zhao Pu. According to their agreed-upon shares, they each took 10 pounds of salt. The 2 of them had each brought half of the wild boar meat they had at home. Calling on both families, the 7 of them worked for the better part of the day, finally managing to cut up over 200 pounds of pork into strips and cure them. You're going to smoke it right away, Zhao Pu asked, surprised by Qin Ziwen's curing method. Deng Guang nodded. Yep. Zhao Pu said, back in my hometown, we'd first press the cured meat with stones in a cool, shady spot to draw out the bloody water. Then we'd wipe off the excess salt and hang it in a dry, ventilated place to air dry. Some people would smoke it after pressing it too. Qin Ziwen thought Zhao Pu's method sounded good. The whole point of air drying and smoking was dehydration, and this extra step would speed up the process. Let's give it a try. They found some blue stones, washed them clean, and used them to press the meat in basins. After they were done, they all washed their hands. Qin Ziwen said, come on, let's go check on a spot to place the earth cages. They were taking a rest day at home, so they wanted to get as much done as possible before focusing on heading up the mountain. In the afternoon, they went out and met up with Wei Jiahua and Liua. The group headed to the riverbank. A day had passed, and the river was no longer as turbulent as it had been yesterday. This was a mountainous area with steep terrain. The floodwaters couldn't linger, so the water level had already dropped significantly. But a faint, foul, fishy smell and the scent of damp earth still hung in the air. By the river, plenty of people were scavenging for fish, while others poked around in muddy burrows looking for crabs and eels. This spot will work. Qin Ziwen walked over to where he and Deng Guang had fished before. The water level had risen quite a bit, but he could still make out their old spot from the surrounding terrain. Yeah, it's a bit of an inlet here. Some fish will probably hide out in here. As he spoke, he guided them in slowly lowering the earth cages into the water. Qin Ziwen briefed Liua and the others on various precautions, especially warning them about the dangerous types of fish in the river. Don't worry, Brother Qin, I'm on it. Liua grinned and pulled a small notebook from his pocket. Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, this is something I've been working on. I figured out a formula for steel after looking through all sorts of materials. You can give it a try. I also wrote down the instructions for a simple furnace. Good work, you must be running out of meat at home, right? I'll have Xiao bring another 2 pounds over to you later. It was no trouble at all. It's the least I can do, Liua said, patting his chest. The big golden retriever wagged its tail, circling Liua's legs. The golden retriever looked a bit thinner than it had a few days ago, clearly not having eaten well lately. Its spirits were still high, though. With its tongue lolling out, it stuck close to its master's side. After Qin Ziwen finished giving his instructions, he left with Qin Ziwu. Liua watched them go before turning his gaze away. He sat on a damp rock nearby, staring blankly at the river's surface. The normally sunny and cheerful young man was unusually quiet. I can't believe so many families are willing to follow Brother Qin. Liua sighed inwardly. Then again, for someone as kind as Brother Qin, it's only normal that people would want to follow him. It's just that the other families aren't single individuals. Even Dr. Zhao has another person in his family. I'm the only one fighting alone. As if sensing its master's low spirits, the large golden retriever panted as it trotted over and licked his cheek. Liua wiped the slobber from his face, laughing as he cursed, "You stink." He hugged the golden retriever, a warmth spreading through his heart. I almost forgot about you, you're my family too. I'll work hard with you and we'll survive in this world together. I'm not without my advantages though. My advantage is the knowledge in my head. At this thought, Liua felt a surge of confidence. Ever since he'd transmigrated here, Liua had never felt safe. While others had family to accompany them, he slept alone in an empty house, often jolted awake by nightmares. In the early days after arriving, he had actively contacted a few friends from his usual dog-walking group, and they had formed a team together. To gain their trust, he had even given them the melee weapons he had collected. But in return, he was abandoned. He thought he was going to die in the forest, but then he met Brother Qin, Brother Deng, and the others. They took turns carrying him back to the gated community. That night, as the cool wind blew and he gazed at the moon above, listening to the conversations around him was the most at ease he had felt. Brother, this wood is all waterlogged. Li Taishan told us to find dry wood. Where are we supposed to find that? Qin Ziwen said, swinging a stick in his hand to sweep through the grass ahead. Aren't there plenty on the trees? Qin Ziwen replied, scanning the surrounding branches. Don't worry. Iron Mountain said even slightly bent sticks are fine. We can straighten them over a fire. A black snake, disturbed by the stick, slithered quickly away from the undergrowth. The two of them stopped in their tracks, only continuing forward to scout once they were sure the snake was gone. Qin Ziwen suddenly pointed to a tree not far away. Brother, do you remember this place? This is where we picked mulberries. Qin Ziwen followed his gaze. Of course I remember, it was the first food we found. All the mulberries on the tree have been picked clean now. Hey brother, I remember Blacksmith Lee saying that mulberry trees can also be used for spear shafts, right? It might not be the best choice, but it should be usable. That's right. Qin Ziwen added, and mulberries are the fruit of the mulberry tree, aren't they? They both have mulberry in the name, so I'd think so. The two exchanged a look. That settles it. Finding a mulberry tree meant they had a fallback plan. Their knowledge of trees wasn't extensive. If a tree happened to have fruit or flowers on it, they might be able to identify it. But if it had neither, things became much more difficult. Their perception of most trees was limited to, that tree is thick, that tree is tall, or that tree is growing so straight. So their method for finding suitable spear shafts along the way was simple and crude. They would break off a branch or chop one down with a hatchet, then swing it around to see if it was hard, dense, and resilient. If it felt good to use, it was good material. Qin will climb the tree, looking for a section suitable for a spear shaft. Soon, he had chopped down 2 branches, each over 2 meters long and of a suitable thickness. The two of them picked up the branches, hoisted them onto their shoulders, and continued their search. This time, they headed up the northern slope of the hill. The trees were dense here and the light was sparse. Wedged between several trees, a certain tree caught Qin Ziwen's attention, mainly because next to this tree were several fallen branches, which were already naturally air-dried and perfectly straight. The only flaw was the numerous thorns growing on their sides. He picked one up, shaved off the thorns with his hatchet, and gave it a few swings. It whistled through the air. The feel was excellent, heavy, and solid. He could tell the wood had a high density. Besides the branch in his hand, there was a smaller one on the ground nearby, but it was thinner and shorter. Being a bit shorter doesn't matter. It'll be perfect for making a javelin. With their prize in hand, the two men headed home with the 4 long branches. After Li Taishan finished his work, he came over to inspect them. Taking the 2 mulberry wood branches, Li Taishan first nodded, then shook his head. Sir, mulberry wood can be made into spear shafts, but its hardness is limited. It's fine for use against people, but if you're fighting fierce beasts, it's likely to break on impact. Then take a look at these 2. When he took the other 2 branches, Li Taishan's eyes lit up with recognition. Sir, this is Ji wood. It's not just hard, it's also damp-resistant and rot-proof. It's one of the best types of wood for spear shafts. It's also excellent material for making a bow. So both of these can be made into spear shafts. Li Taishan picked up the larger one, which was nearly 2.8 meters long. This one will work, it's long and straight. With just a little processing, it will make a fine spear shaft. He then picked up the smaller one, which was only 1.7 meters long. This one's a bit short. It could be used to make a bow or a short spear, but I don't know how to make a bow, and I'm afraid I'd waste the material. No rush, we'll set it aside for now. How's the work on the beast trap coming along? Li Taishan said, Sir, it can be finished today. But there's a key component that I've tried to forge several times, and the result is still a bit off from the blueprint's requirements. The beast trap's power will probably only be about 50% of what's shown on the drawing. What's off? The spring. Qin Ziwen mostly understood. He mulled it over for a moment, then said, Don't worry about the spring. I'll take care of it. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Qin Ziwen said to his brother, Go back to where we found the Ji wood branches and bring back the rest of that Ji wood. Okay, Qin Ziwen nodded. Qin Ziwen, after leaving, headed straight for the river, found Liua, and told him his idea. When Liua heard that Brother Qin needed springs, he said without hesitation, springs that can be used on a beast trap. There are tons of those. Modern industry uses them everywhere, and they're not uncommon in the gated community. The best ones would be valve springs from motorcycles or electric scooters. That stuff is high strength and the right size. Then there are car suspension springs. The quality of suspension springs is actually even better than valve springs, but they're too hard, very difficult to process, and the size is too big. If you made a beast trap sized for a suspension spring, I reckon you could probably trap a dinosaur. Liua laughed as he said this. Dinosaurs are extinct, so where would you even find one? Qin Ziwen said, What you're saying is good, but is there an easier way to get springs? Liua had a sudden realization. Bro, don't tell me you don't have a car. Woof woof, the golden retriever barked twice, wagging its tail. Liua chuckled and leaned in. It's fine, I do. Impressive. Qin Ziwen wasn't too surprised he had a car. After all, this kid could afford to mess around with cold weapons and mountain armor, so his family must be well off. I won't take it for free, I can trade you supplies for it later. Liua chuckled again and offered, No, don't. If you give me something, you're looking down on me. My car isn't much use anyway. Brother Qin, if you can salvage useful parts from it, you'd actually be putting it to good use. Hearing they were going to strip a car, Deng Guang volunteered. It was only then that Qin Ziwen learned that Deng Guang had worked at an auto repair shop for a few years when he was younger, and still had basic tools like wrenches and pliers at home. We've really got a lot of talented people here. The group went to the garage, where the floodwater hadn't completely receded yet. A thick layer of silt covered the ground and messy footprints were everywhere. Liua led the two of them to a skyscraper-gray BMW. A BMW M240i X-Drive. Qin Ziwen recognized the car and understood why Liua had left it in the garage. The two-door coupe's chassis was really low. It could only be driven on smooth, paved roads. Outside the gated community was uneven, rocky mountain terrain. It probably wouldn't make it more than a dozen meters before getting stuck. Liua said regretfully, "It's a shame about the engine though, we don't have the specialized tools to remove it." After opening the car doors and seeing the water inside, they carefully checked it first. Once they confirmed there were no snakes or insects, Deng Guang looked back and said, "I can take it apart, but other things besides the springs might get damaged." Liua sighed, "Go ahead and strip it. If we wait any longer, it'll all just rust. It's already a proper flood-damaged car anyway." After 2 or 3 hours of hard work, they finally managed to remove the springs from the suspension, engine, clutch, and other systems. As they worked, passersby occasionally walked past, and Qin Ziwen, holding a flashlight, noticed that they weren't the only group in the garage salvaging parts. When they were done, Deng Guang put the oil-stained parts into a bag. Liua said in a low voice, "Brother Qin, if you need some high-strength metal, I know a way." "I'm listening." "The steel cables from the elevator, their strength is definitely more than enough. Think about it, just a few of those ropes can pull an elevator and carry over a dozen people. Imagine how strong they must be. The only difficulty is that their strength is too high, making them hard to remove. I reckon we'd have to separate the cable into individual strands and take them apart one by one." Qin Ziwen asked, "Even pliers can't cut through them." "It'd be tough." "Oh right, Brother Qin, about the springs. Besides cars, you can also find them in a lot of places like under sofas, inside mattresses, on bicycles, and in home appliances. Their strength isn't as high, of course, but they should still be usable for some smaller beast traps. Don't worry about it, we'll use the car springs for now. There are so many cars in the gated community, we can just buy some more later. By the way, there's something you two might not know." Qin Ziwen then told the two of them that the gated community would be going through a second transmigration. Liua blurted out, "Does that mean we'll go back?" Deng Guang looked at Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen said, "New people will be joining us during the next transmigration, but it's not yet clear how they'll be added. For now, we should stock up on as many supplies as we can." Liua's expression darkened, he understood. If new people are joining next time, it's highly unlikely we'll be returning to Earth. Otherwise, there'd be no need to add newcomers. "Thanks, Brother Qin, I'll stock up on more supplies." Back at his place, Qin Ziwen found his brother planting something in the field. Looking closely, he saw they were two small wood saplings, only about a meter tall, with thin roots and branches. Carrying the springs, he entered the blacksmith shop. Li Taishan was installing parts on a beast trap. Seeing Qin Ziwen come in, he immediately put down his work. "Sir, take a look at these springs, think you can use them. If the size isn't right, we can try to modify them." Li Taishan took a random spring from the bag, tried to pull it, and exclaimed in admiration, "Good steel. I'm afraid I couldn't make a spring of this quality even if I used all my strength." Qin Ziwen chuckled, "If you could make one of these, you'd be a god." These are the marvels of modern industry. The difficulty of forging a spring with this kind of strength and resilience by hand is astronomical. Li Taishan then modified the springs, adjusting their size to fit the beast trap. After a long while of work, a powerful beast trap was finally fresh off the forge. He looked at the menacing iron device on the ground. In the glow of the furnace, it emanated the distinct, cold gleam of metal. The jaws were lined with sharp, serrated teeth and powered by 3 springs. A 2.5-meter-long chain was attached to the side of the beast trap, with a clasp at the end for securing it to a nearby tree trunk. Sizing up the diameter of the powerful beast trap, he figured it was big enough to clamp not just a wild boar's leg but even a rhino's. "You've worked hard, get some proper rest," Qin Ziwen said with feeling. Li Taishan had barely rested these past few days, going from forging spearheads to making beast traps. He had done most of the main work all by himself. Li Taishan shook his head. "It's no trouble, sir, I'm used to it. I heard you're planning to go up the mountain tomorrow, so I'm preparing to rush out another spearhead before morning." "Will you have enough time?" "Yes, there were some leftover ferrous iron ingots from making the beast trap. I just need to hammer it into shape and quench it a few times." Thinking that another long spear would indeed increase their safety on the mountain tomorrow, Qin Ziwen didn't try to persuade him otherwise. He just mixed him a large bowl of salt water and added an extra half-pound of meat to his dinner that night. That evening, the man in black came as promised to complete the rest of their transaction. Zume came to the door with 2 fish and 1 shrimp. The earth cage only caught 2 small fish and 3 small shrimp today. It's probably because of the recent flood. We didn't catch much. Qin Ziwen accepted them gladly and said to Zume, you can just keep the earth cage at your place. You all can use it yourselves tomorrow. Okay, Zume nodded. Deng Wen, who was behind her, waved her hand. Bye-bye, uncle. After getting home, Zume put the earth cage in the kitchen and said to Deng Guang, who was smoking in the living room, the earth cage only caught 2 fish today, and you went and gave away all 4 fish you caught. Deng Guang took a deep drag, then stubbed out the last of the cigarette butt. So what if I shared them? Think about how Brother Qin usually takes care of us. Besides, how are 5 families supposed to split just 2 fish and a few small shrimp? That's not what I meant, can you just let me finish? Zume shot him an exasperated glare. Am I that stingy of a person? I know who's good to us and who isn't. My point is, you gave away the fish you caught today, but what about tomorrow? Tomorrow you're going up the mountain with him. What if we only catch 2 fish again? You would have been better off bringing those 4 fish back and giving them all to Xiaoqin. We're not exactly short on food at home. Deng Guang shook his head. We're a team now, it's not right to keep all the good stuff for myself. Besides, Brother Qin was the one who arranged this. It's the first day, and everyone sat around for so long without getting anything. It wouldn't be right for me to be the only one to bring some fish back. Zume was exasperated and didn't want to argue with Deng Guang over something like this. Fine, you're the head of the household anyway, you can just decide for yourself. Hearing this, Deng Guang got up and walked over to his wife. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "You're the real head of the household. I'll discuss it with you first next time." Zume huffed lightly, that's more like it. Sitting on the sofa, Deng Wen let out a deep sigh. Enough with the PDA. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 16th day. Today you traded for some refined salt, crafted a beast trap, and rented fishing gear to catch a few fish. Comprehensive score, 20 points. You have received your reward. Building cards, level 1 water wheel, building card, level 1 tavern. After waking up, he checked the daily settlement as usual. 2 new building cards, 1 water wheel and 1 tavern. The level 1 water wheel was useless for now, so just like the stable, it was shelved. But a tavern is a place for drinking, isn't it? That's a bit too extravagant. Where would I get the grain to brew wine right now? Based on his years of gaming experience, taverns were usually places to recruit heroes. Qin Ziwen's expression flickered. He took out the level 1 tavern card. It required a 6x7 meter area to be used, which was a fairly large space. Only the mining area behind the guest bedroom could accommodate a space that large. But putting it in the mining area just doesn't feel right. If only I could move things around. I'd be able to plan the layout of these buildings and resource points much better. He went out to the balcony and chose to use a blank expansion card on the balcony area. A white light enveloped the area. When it faded, a large, empty area now extended out from the balcony. To his surprise, he discovered that this new area and the mining area outside the guest bedroom had actually connected. The 2 spaces had merged into one. The new extension stretched out to both sides, reaching a total width of 30 meters, far exceeding the original boundaries of his home. He walked out and went all the way to the right end. Looking back, he saw only a gray void behind him. It seems each home's extended space is independent. He chose to use the tavern card. On the empty ground to his front right, light enveloped a large area. When the light faded, a small tavern with a strong rustic style had appeared. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary house that had been converted. It had earthen walls and a thatched roof. A blue cloth tavern banner hung over the entrance. The 2 flaps of the banner came together to form the character for wine in the middle. A long pole stuck out from under the eaves, with a paper lantern hanging from it. Inside, there were 4 low tables, each with a low stool. There were window openings near the top of all 4 walls, and a large window to the right of the main entrance provided excellent light. The counter was to the left of the entrance, with a cabinet standing behind it. 4 large jars of wine sat on the counter. Following the counter with his eyes, he saw a small door at the far end, covered by a white curtain. He slipped through the small door. The kitchen behind it was about 7 or 8 square meters. A stack of firewood was piled in a corner, the floor was made of packed yellow earth, and the earthen stove was very clean. A large iron wok sat on top of it, and a cleaver stood on the cutting board nearby. There were also 2 long-spouted iron kettles on the stovetop, probably for boiling tea or warming wine. The place is a little bare. And there's no one here, not even a waiter, let alone a shopkeeper. Could this tavern really just be a place to eat? Is the shopkeeper in? A voice suddenly came from outside. Qin Ziwen instinctively became alert. The voice was unfamiliar and didn't belong to anyone from his home. Excuse me, is the shopkeeper here? The man's voice from outside was gentle. Qin Ziwen pushed aside the curtain and walked into the tavern proper. Behind the entrance curtain stood a man in ancient-style clothing, a light gray scholar's robe and a cloth cap, with a woven bamboo book box on his back. He was observing the tavern's decor. He looked just like a scholar from a TV drama on his way to the capital for the imperial examinations. When he saw Qin Ziwen's attire, a flicker of surprise crossed the scholar's eyes. He clasped his hands in a fist-and-palm salute and gave a slight nod. "Shopkeeper, do you have any cooked food here? I've been traveling all night and I'm a bit hungry." The scholar rubbed his stomach, looking a little shy. "Cooked food. Just a moment, do you drink?" Qin Ziwen quickly got into character. This tavern was his, and some scholar had just appeared out of nowhere asking for food. Could this be the recruitment requirement? Qin Ziwen thought he understood. "I do not drink," the scholar said, waving his hands repeatedly. Qin Ziwen urged him again and again. "All right, I'll go get you something to eat, don't you go anywhere." He left the tavern and rushed straight to the living room, where he found the small bread rolls in a box. An ancient time to taste some modern technology and additives. He tore open the packaging, cut the bread rolls in half with a knife, and arranged 4 halves on a plate in an elegant presentation. "Bread's here, Tilda." Pushing aside the curtain, he saw the scholar had already placed his book box on the floor and was sitting properly on the low stool. Looking at the bread placed before him, the scholar let out a soft "Shopkeeper, what is this?" "Dolly Garden bread rolls." The scholar took a pair of bamboo chopsticks from his book box and carefully picked up a piece of the bread. He sniffed it first and his eyes lit up when he caught the aroma. Then he took a small bite. As he chewed slowly, the scholar couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Shopkeeper, this Dolly Garden is truly exquisite. I've never eaten such a delicious sweet pastry." Qin Ziwen sat down as well, propping one hand on the low table and leaning forward. "So, are you willing to stay? You can have delicious food like this every day." The scholar froze, his chopsticks still holding the bread. He looked up at Qin Ziwen in terror. "Wow, what was that? Shopkeeper, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing the scholar's panicked expression, Qin Ziwen instantly knew he had said the wrong thing. "Is my affinity not high enough?" He was baffled. "Isn't this tavern supposed to be a place to recruit people? It can't be that these people just show up to freeload off me, right? No, that's not right. If people can appear, there must be a purpose for it. These are ancients. Maybe I need to use an ancient method." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ziwen clasped his hands in a salute. "May I ask what dynasty this is and what year?" The scholar put down his chopsticks, his hand stealthily moving to his book box. "The 7th year of the Hessian era of the Great Yang dynasty." "Great Yang, the hell, I've never heard of it." Qin Ziwen froze. While he was stunned, the scholar grabbed his book box and bolted for the tavern entrance. His movements were so agile, completely belying his frail appearance. Qin Ziwen quickly moved to intercept him, grabbing hold of the scholar's book box. The scholar struggled with him for a moment, but realizing he wasn't as strong as Qin Ziwen and fearing accomplices might arrive, he let go and plunged through the door curtain. Qin Ziwen chased after the scholar's retreating figure. Beyond the door curtain was the empty, blank expansion area, but the scholar was already gone without a trace. "Damn it, you didn't pay. You dined and dashed." Dejected, Qin Ziwen returned to the tavern and found that the book box he had snatched was still on the ground. It hadn't vanished along with the scholar. "Hiss. So, stuff I grabbed from them gets left behind. Is this tavern supposed to be some kind of clip joint?" And Qin Ziwen waited for a good while longer, but no new customers arrived. He picked up the book satchel from the floor. It was woven from bamboo. While the weave wasn't particularly fine and the edges were a little rough, it was very sturdy. Inside were several sutras bound in hemp paper, a small pouch holding a writing brush, and another small animal hide pouch containing an ink stick and an ink stone. Besides that, there was a change of clothes. At the bottom of the satchel were a few pieces of silver, some loose copper coins, and a new pair of hemp shoes. Without his clothes or his money, where could that scholar have gone after running off? He thought for a moment, then picked up the book satchel and put it on the living room floor. In the morning, after breakfast, the sound of Li Taishan's hammering rang out from the blacksmith shop again. "Just a moment, sir. I only need to give it a final polish and then it will be finished." The spearhead attached to its shaft scraped against the whetstone. The blade glinted coldly, and with a splash of cold spring water, the deadly weapon was complete. Qin Ziwen took the long spear. This long spear was even longer and thicker than the one he was currently holding. It was slightly heavier, and because the shaft was thicker, it felt a little awkward to wield. Brother, Qin Ziwen stared eagerly at the Ji-wood long spear in his older brother's hands. Here, Qin Ziwen tossed it over horizontally and Qin Ziwen caught it. Haha, I have my own weapon now. Let's head out. Li Taishan wiped his hands and hurriedly said, Sir, let me go with you. Qin Ziwen didn't agree. Instead, he instructed him, You've been smithing for days and didn't get much rest last night. Just stay here and wait for us. Guard the place and don't let anyone else inside. Receiving his orders, Li Taishan stood up straight. Yes, sir. The four of them assembled at the gated community's east gate, each fully armed. The two long spears in the hands of Qin Ziwen and Qin Ziwu were particularly eye-catching. On Qin Ziwu's back was a black case. Retractable shoulder straps extended from the sides of the case, fitting perfectly over his shoulders. Qin Ziwen carried a cloth bag in his left hand. It was heavy, and the sound of metal objects clanking together could be heard as he walked. Our main objective for going up the mountain today is to find that cave and get the card inside. We'll try to make a successful round trip within the day. We should avoid spending the night outside if at all possible. The other three nodded in agreement. Qin Ziwen took a map from inside his jacket. He had drawn it himself after analyzing the video the beaked eagle recorded along the route when they went to retrieve the earth cages. Mr. Qin, I went to Ren Hall and bought these 4 mosquito repellent sachets. Zhao Pu took 4 sachets from his bag and handed them out to the other 3. Qin Ziwen took the sachet. It was called a sachet, but in reality it looked more like a small cloth pouch sewn from what looked like a bedsheet, emitting a faint, clean scent of herbs. Thoughtful of you. Zhao Pu laughed. We're a team, after all. Just then, another group passed by. The group stopped as they came alongside, and Lu Hongtao sized up the long spear in Qin Ziwen's hand. Brother, did you make that spear yourself? Yeah, selling it. Name your price. Not for sale right now. Qin Ziwen waved his hand dismissively. I don't even have enough for myself, how could I possibly sell them? All right then. Lu Hongtao seemed a bit disappointed, his eyes lingering on the imposing iron spear for a few more moments. Cough, cough. Someone in Lu Hongtao's group covered their mouth and coughed. Zhou Hu, if you're not feeling well, just go back. You've been coughing all day and it's starting to freak me out. I fucking told you I'm fine. Cough, cough, cough. I went to the doctor. He said it's just a common cold. Zhou Hu snapped, irritated. God admit, what the hell are you so scared of? Zhao Pu gave Qin Ziwen a meaningful look, and Qin Ziwen led his team away. After they had gotten some distance away, Zhao Pu said, When I was out yesterday, I noticed quite a few people in the gated community are coughing. Qin Ziwen heard the implication in his words. Is it some kind of infectious disease? Zhao Pu shook his head. I don't know. The symptoms look like a common cold for now, but this isn't Earth anymore. It wouldn't be strange for some new virus we've never heard of to pop up. Plus, the flood just happened. I think we should be careful. After the flood, there were 2 straight days of bright, sunny weather. Much of the mud on the ground had dried up, making the roads a bit easier to walk on. They entered the woods, climbing steadily up the slope in a northeasterly direction. The sachets must have been really effective. There were far fewer insects and mosquitoes along the way than usual. They say going up a mountain is easier than coming down, but the path up was no walk in the park either. After walking for more than 3 hours, the trees around them began to thin out, and the crisp chirping of birds echoed overhead. There's a leopard over there, be careful. Zhao Pu spotted a leopard's head poking out on the slope to their front right. Following the direction Zhao Pu indicated, they saw a leopard peeking out from behind a tree with half its head staring at them. The leopard let out a soft yowl. The sound wasn't fierce at all, it was almost kittenish. Seeing that the group of humans didn't react, the leopard watched them for a little while longer before running off in another direction. Watching the way it walked, Qin Ziwen recognized it. It seemed to be the same leopard they had encountered the night they were carrying the wild boar back. Let's go, keep heading up the mountain. The 4 of them helped each other as they continued up the mountain. By noon, the surrounding temperature had dropped quietly, and they could feel a distinct chill in the air. Beaked eagle, fly up and see how far we are from the cave. Qin Ziwen turned on his phone's video recorder and placed it on the eagle's chest. Caw, caw, frequent bird calls came from overhead. The beaked eagle flew down toward them, pursued by 2 black shadows. Get ready. Qin Ziwen raised his long spear, standing shoulder to shoulder with his younger brother. The beaked eagle spread its wings and circled around behind them. The 2 black shadows followed close behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ziwen thrust his spear forward. But the 2 birds were incredibly fast. They flapped their wings and reversed direction with extreme speed, dodging the long spear. They finally came to rest on a nearby branch, looking down on the group from their high perch. The way it flies looks a bit like a falcon, but normal falcons aren't this big. These two falcons had ink-black feathers. Backlit by the sun, it was impossible to make out any specific patterns, but they were not small. Either one was about the same size as the beaked eagle. Caw, 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 the two falcons let out a series of high-pitched, rapid shrieks. Other than the warning calls, the two falcons did not launch any further attacks. I think they're trying to drive us away, Qin Ziwen said, looking back at the beaked eagle. No, I think they're calling for backup. We can't let them keep at it. Qin Ziwen frowned, hearing a responding call from the dense woods not far away. The beaked eagle, which had been hiding behind them, was no longer as nervous. It raised its feathered crest, spread its wings, and postured aggressively at the two falcons overhead. Qin Ziwen handed his long spear to Deng Guang for safekeeping, then took the phone from the beaked eagle's chest to watch the video playback. After watching it, he let out a long breath. The cave is just a short distance above us. Once we drive them off, we're there. Qin Ziwen turned to his brother. Xiao, take that thing off your back. You got it. Qin Ziwen took off the bow and arrow equipment box he was carrying on his back. Qin Ziwen opened the lid and took out the compound bow. He drew the bow and nocked an arrow. The falcon had never seen such a strange contraption and stared at it from the tree without blinking. Not until the arrow flew. God! One black falcon flapped its wings and flew away in alarm, the other one tumbled to the ground. Nice shot, great archery skill, Zhao Pu praised. Qin Ziwen replied humbly, I've practiced before but only on stationary targets. It's nothing special. He wasn't lying. In college, one of his roommates' family had opened an archery range near campus. He and his friends used to help out there part-time, and they could practice for free after their shifts or whenever there were no customers. What's the draw weight on your compound bow? Zhao Pu asked. 50 pounds. Qin Ziwen walked to the base of the tree where the black falcon lay on a bed of dead leaves, its legs twitching. The arrow had pierced its body, the broad head tearing a large gash in its abdomen. It was bleeding profusely and clearly wasn't going to survive. He picked up the black falcon from the ground. It was large, nearly the size of a beaked eagle, but its talons and beak were shorter. With one of their own dead, the remaining black falcons didn't dare to get closer. They just circled high above, watching them from a distance. Let's head up the mountain first. Protect your heads and don't waste time on these birds. The group climbed the slope and a dark cave finally came into view. The black falcons circled far overhead, seemingly wary of the cave and not daring to approach. Deng Guang joked, these birds are like the altar's guardians, attacking us just for showing up. This is it, everyone be careful, there are a lot of bats inside, Qin Ziwen said, looking up at the cave before them. The cave entrance was about 6 or 7 meters high and over 10 meters wide. It hadn't looked that impressive in the video, but standing in front of it, they realized the entrance was actually quite large. Looking in from the mouth of the cave, they saw the altar was deep inside. A small red point of light was visible in the distance, standing out sharply in the pitch-black interior. Is that the card? Zhao Pu muttered to himself. This was his first time seeing a card. He stood on his tiptoes, craning his neck to peer inside. The cave was pitch black. He couldn't see anything clearly except for the red dot deep inside. Based on the length of the video, Qin Ziwen deduced it should be over 100 meters away. I'll go, Deng Guang stepped forward, placing the items in his hands on the ground. Seeing that Qin Ziwen was about to protest, Deng Guang waved him off. We can't let you take the risk every time, he said candidly. You guys just cover me from the entrance. You went last time, so it's my turn now. As he spoke, Deng Guang tugged at his leather jacket. Besides, this jacket is tough. He took the flashlight from Qin Ziwen. Deng Guang switched on the flashlight and aimed it inside. The ground was covered in a thick layer of bat droppings. As he moved the flashlight beam upward, he saw the ceiling was covered with giant bats, hanging upside down and packed together in a dense black mass. The light hit them and a chorus of screeches erupted. Skree, skree, scree tilde. Deng Guang took a deep breath and slowly walked inside. Qin Ziwen and the others watched the flashlight beam recede into the darkness. When the beam finally fell upon the card on the altar, Qin Ziwen broke out in a cold sweat for him. The beam of light turned and started heading back the way it came. Bro, those bats look huge like little dogs, Qin Ziwen said, pointing to the cave ceiling. Qin Ziwen said, remember the bats we saw the night we first crossed over? Qin Ziwen's throat went dry. Don't tell me all the ones in here are that big. Qin Ziwen replied, I'm not sure, but they look pretty similar. As the two talked, the screeching of the bats overhead grew more frequent. Zhao Pu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. There are so many bats. If they all swarmed out and attacked, getting bitten to death would be a secondary concern. The main thing was the sheer number of bacteria and viruses that would get into the wounds. As a medical student, the thought alone made his blood run cold. Caw, caw. The black falcons cried out from behind and above them. Amidst the calls of the Black Falcons, Deng Guang walked out of the cave, flashlight in hand. Seeing Qin Ziwen, he broke into a wide grin and handed over the red card. Got it, this thing's a function card. Qin Ziwen took the red card, the card's name appeared in his mind. Function card insight. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Jiang Dingguo was consoling Liua. Your foot might be injured, but you're still alive. As long as there's life, there's always hope. I've been here for so long, and with my bad leg, all I can do these days is chat with the other old folks. At this, Jiang Dingguo sighed. You know, when we first started gathering to chat, there were about a dozen familiar faces. Now there are only 7 or 8 of us left. Leaning on his cane, Jiang Dingguo pointed to Wei Jiahua not far away. My son-in-law over there, he's a steady man, doesn't fool around. He might be a little dense sometimes, but he's good to my daughter, and that's what matters. I know that when her mother and I are gone, there will still be someone to care for her. When people get old, they tend to talk more. Jiang Dingguo gazed at the murky river water and remarked wistfully, Ziokin is a good man too. We don't have much to do anyway, and these earth cages have given us an easy job. We just sit here, and at the end of the day, we get a share of the fish and shrimp. We old folks don't have big appetites. A little bit is enough to fill us up. Liua sat beside him, listening silently while poring over a book on metallurgy. As they were talking, a group of people approached from behind them. The most conspicuous thing about them was that many had long hair. After arriving, the group immediately surrounded them, forming a circle. Sensing their hostile intentions, Jiang Dingguo stood up with his cane and walked up to their leader. The leader's calm gaze swept over the crowd of old folks, women, and children. Jiang Dingguo spoke in a powerful voice, and who might you be? I'm looking for Qin Ziwen. I heard he's got guts, that he took down some bandits with a blade. I came to pay him a special visit. Is he not here? The others remained silent. Seeing their reaction, the leader chuckled. No need to be nervous. My name is Zhu Jiang. You may not have heard of me, but I'm sure you know about the recent sale of saplings and baked earth. I organized those events. I have now formed an alliance mutual aid association with 57 other households, dedicated to building an organization that can help more of our countrymen survive. We are sincerely inviting all capable neighbors to join us. I hope that when Qin Ziwen returns, you will pass on my message. Meet at the south gate of the gated community tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Of course, he added, this is an invitation, not a threat. Only after he and his people were far away did Zio Zume speak up. I've heard of this mutual aid association. They say he's won over most of the residents in Building 2, and that they're doing pretty well. Jiang Dingguo stared at Zhu Jiang's retreating back, his eyes narrowing slightly. If he can really help most of the people in this gated community survive, then it would be a good thing. But I'm afraid it's all just a respectable facade, hiding corruption and depravity. P.S. I've received everyone's feedback. After mulling over this part of the plot, I agree there are quite a few problems. Some character introductions were too abrupt. Since this only affects the latest 2 chapters, I will be replanning the storyline. Building 4, Unit 2, Apartment 202. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Zhang Bo sat with his back to the window. Across from him was Zhu Jiang. Zhu Jiang leaned back against the sofa. So have you thought it over? Zhang Bo looked up, his voice filled with suppressed frustration. Boss Zhu, I understand what you're trying to do. You want to help more residents of the gated community survive. I'm a kind person myself, you know. I often have similar thoughts and I help others all the time. Hearing this, Zhu Jiang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He pointed at Zhang Bo. And by help, you mean sneaking over to people's places at night for some paid lessons. Zhang Bo nearly leaped off the sofa. How could he know about something so secret? Zhu Jiang sat up straight, leaning forward with his hands clasped. I'm not asking you to supply salt to everyone at this price. This is a special discounted price exclusively for our Alliance Mutual Aid Association. You can still sell to everyone else at your original price. That's not a problem. Zhang Bo gritted his teeth. But Boss Zhu, inside your Alliance Mutual Aid Association, it takes 2 caddies of coarse salt to trade for 1 caddy of meat. My salt well's daily output is limited. If all of you want to buy, my salt well won't have nearly enough to sell. Zhu Jiang's expression cleared. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood you, Boss Zhang. In that case, how about this? You give us half of your daily production quota, and our Mutual Aid Association will purchase it collectively at this price. Zhang Bo let out a long sigh and said with difficulty, all right. My salt well can only produce 20 caddies of coarse salt a day. We'll trade a quota of 10 caddies then. Zhu Jiang replied slowly, Boss Zhang, now you're not being entirely honest. How is it that I remember your salt well can produce 40 caddies of coarse salt a day? Zhang Bo's expression froze, his fingers digging into his own flesh. Only a handful of people know about the salt well's output. How does Zhu Jiang know? Did someone betray me? Zhang Bo's gaze flickered to the men in black and white standing to his left and right. Finally, Zhang Bo took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. Fine, a quota of 20 caddies a day. But Boss Zhu, don't you forget what you promised me. The man in black suddenly spoke up. Brother Zhang, I'm planning to join Boss Zhu's hunting team. I probably can't be a helper at the salt well for the time being. The way down the mountain was faster than the climb up. As dusk fell and the moon rose, Qin Ziwen, still on the mountainside, finally caught sight of the gated community below. Qin Ziwen said, "We're finally back. Let's go to the mountain altar again tomorrow. Everyone's contribution from this trip will be tallied up." Zhao Pu nodded, okay. Although they had no hunting spoils today, he touched the function card and heard the voice in his mind. Moreover, according to Mr. Qin, he had earned a 1/4 share of the contribution this time. He just needed to gather a full share to apply for the next card from the altar. This filled him with motivation. Countless families in the gated community had yet to obtain a single card. But he just needed to go up the mountain 4 more times and he could get a card of his own and activate his own home. As for food, thanks to the wild boar from the last hunt, his family wasn't short on food at all right now. The 4 of them headed upstairs together. After Zhao Pu went home, the remaining 3 continued up another flight of stairs. It was then that Deng Guang said to Qin Ziwen, "Brother Qin, when I went to get the card today, I noticed that altar was a little different from the one we saw before from the foot of the mountain." "How was it different?" Deng Guang said the altar was bigger and it was round, not square. It was like one of those huge round tables in a restaurant that seats 20 people. After I climbed up, I still had to walk a few steps to reach the center. Qin Ziwen mused, maybe there are different kinds of altars. The one we went to this time was probably a higher level one. Probably when I came out, the bats overhead were squeaking nonstop. Deng Guang gave a wry smile. To be honest, it was still a bit nerve-wracking. Qin Ziwen teased, "Haha, you were so bold back there, I thought you weren't scared at all." Deng Guang said, "We should wear helmets when we go tomorrow to protect our heads. And wear gloves and a couple of extra layers of clothes. I'll go find a couple of motorcycle helmets later." Back home, the living room was pitch black. He went to the expanded area behind the restroom, where a faint glow, similar to moonlight, spilled onto the ground. In the farmland not far away, rows of gray sweet potatoes had already sprouted from the soil, and the vegetables looked much greener than before. Light shone from the blacksmith shop's window, and the sound of hammering iron came from within. He pushed open the door and was hit by a wave of heat. Li Taishan was drenched in sweat, hammering an iron ingot. He was overjoyed to see Qin Ziwen. "My lord, I tried the formula you gave me and discovered a new type of iron ingot. It's harder than the previous ones, and its toughness is not bad either." He glanced at the small stack of ferrous iron ingots on the table nearby. "You've been busy working here all day." Li Taishan gave a simple-hearted laugh. "Well, I had nothing else to do, so I figured I'd work on my craft." Qin Ziwen was very pleased with Li Taishan's work ethic, but such high-intensity work also worried him a little. He couldn't help but advise, "Remember to rest early. Your health is the #1 priority. I need you to still be able to swing a hammer decades from now, not burn yourself out and damage your foundation in just a couple of months." Hearing this, Li Taishan was moved to tears of gratitude. "My lord is too good to me." After checking the beast cage and adding water, feed, and grass, he took out the red function card. The function card felt like warm, smooth jade and looked like a crimson crystal. An eye symbol was carved on its front. Qin Ziwen silently willed it to be used. The small orb of light representing his home appeared automatically. The red function card shattered with a pop, breaking into a shower of red stars that merged into the small white orb. Function activated, level 1 insight. New function activated, authority has been increased. Current authority, level 1 authority. Level 1 insight can be used on card buildings to perceive their basic rules. With a thought, Qin Ziwen looked at the nearest beast cage. Level 1 beast cage. Level 1 reproduction amplification, level 1 stable taming. He looked at the farmland next. Level 1 farmland, level 1 growth acceleration, level 1 fertile. He looked around, scanning every building in the area. Level 1 restroom, level 1 cleaning, level 1 odor control. Level 1 blacksmith shop, level 1 furnace high temperature, level 1 quenching amplification. No wonder the crops in the farmland were growing abnormally fast, and the rabbits and field mice in the beast cage seemed much tamer than when they were first caught. So the buildings really do have special effects. He had suspected it before, but now he was certain. He came out of the restroom and returned to the master bedroom. He looked at the cellar. Level 2 cellar grain storage, Level 2 low temperature, Level 1 ventilation, Level 1 dehumidification. Does upgrading to Level 2 add an extra effect? And it seems like not all amplification effects get upgraded to Level 2 after leveling up. He looked away, there were too few reference points. Once he upgraded more buildings and had more examples, he would probably understand the pattern. He went to the expanded area outside the balcony. This time, Qin Ziwen looked at the tavern. He was determined to see what this thing was actually for. Level 1 tavern, Level 1 customer attraction, Level 1 recruitment. Qin Ziwen focused on the words solicit and recruit. If he wasn't mistaken, solicit must be the ability that could bring people like that scholar into his tavern. And recruit was probably similar to the recruitment card, allowing him to recruit people into his home. The tavern really was a way to get new members, just as he'd first suspected. But his attempt to recruit the scholar yesterday had failed. He concluded that it was because he had been too abrupt and rash, scaring the man off. If another guest shows up, I should try talking with them more first. He entered the tavern, his mind still on these thoughts. The tavern was dim at night, moonlight filtering through a window to illuminate one corner. After sitting on a bench for a while, no new guests arrived and Qin Ziwen eventually left in disappointment. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. It was immediately followed by Deng Guang's voice, "Brother Qin." Qin Ziwen opened the door a crack. "What is it?" "My wife told me when I got back. A group calling themselves the Alliance Mutual Aid Association came looking for you during the day. They want to meet you at the South Gate tomorrow at 10 in the morning." Outside the door, Deng Guang relayed the details of what had happened. "Tomorrow morning," Qin Ziwen frowned. "The meeting is set for 10 in the morning, can't they do it at night?" "If I go tomorrow, how will I get my card? I'll have to waste another day. What if the altar spawns another red card?" Besides, after obtaining a card, he could get another reward from the daily settlement. That was a difference of 2 cards. "Brother Deng, do you think I should go?" Deng Guang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "I'll do whatever you say, but it doesn't sound that urgent. If it were a real emergency, they would have come and waited for you. Since they just left a message to be passed on, they probably aren't taking it very seriously." Qin Ziwen nodded. "That makes sense. We'll go up the mountain again tomorrow. If they come back, just have your wife tell them that I'll meet them tomorrow night." "All right, I'm heading up then. I just traded for 2 motorcycle helmets that I plan on bringing tomorrow." Deng Guang gave the 2 helmets in his hands a little shake. Qin Ziwen watched him go upstairs and only closed the door after he was gone. The Alliance Mutual Aid Association. Is there really such a thing as selfless mutual aid? If so, that would be nice, Qin Ziwen muttered to himself. Returning to his bedroom, he went to the window and looked up at the bright moon. The sun had long set and the gated community was silent. Through the window, he could see that every household's balcony was filled with plants. He pulled his gaze away and called up his home. The percentage of awakened homes among surviving households in the gated community has exceeded 6%. Once this percentage exceeds 20%, a 3-day countdown will begin. Next stage map. Gobi Desert. Next stage duration, insufficient authority. Next stage reinforcement count, insufficient authority. I'd better stock up on more water. The next map was the Gobi Desert, and water was extremely scarce there. Based on his experience from watching wilderness survival shows, the Gobi Desert wasn't rainless, just that it rained very little and evaporation was rapid. You could generally only find shallow water near an oasis or along fault lines. Furthermore, most of this shallow water was stagnant and couldn't be drunk directly. Plants and animals were also scarce, making both water and food major problems. I need to store more than just water. I have to stock up on food too. A sense of urgency welled up inside Qin Ziwen at the thought. His current food supply would only last for a short time. Once he was in the Gobi Desert, there was no guarantee it would be enough. As night fell, Qin Ziwen got into bed and quickly fell asleep. The beaked eagle lay in its nearby nest, its head resting on the edge as it stared fixedly at Qin Ziwen. As time passed, its large eyes slowly closed. In the morning, sunlight streamed in through the window. "You have successfully survived in the wilderness for 17 days. You discovered an advanced mysterious altar and obtained a card from it. You also hunted a black falcon. Overall score: 104. You have received your reward, function card, deployment yellow rice wine X4. Another function card. Qin Ziwen was delighted. It really is a buy one get one free deal, he thought. But what does deployment do? He took out the new function card. Just like the insight card from yesterday, this new one was also a red, crystalline card that gave off a faint red glow. The only difference was that the front depicted a hand, its thumb and index finger pinched together as if holding something. He silently thought, use. The small light orb for his home appeared on its own, and the red starlight from the shattered card flowed into it. Function activated, level 1 deployment. New function activated, authority has been increased. Current authority, level 1 authority 1/2. Level 1 deployment. Can be used on any building or resource point within the home to move it to any empty area. Once moved, the building or resource point cannot be moved again for 30 days. He could finally rearrange his buildings. Qin Ziwen decided he needed to plan things out carefully, as there was a 30-day cooldown after moving a building. This thought calmed him down, and he decided to wait a couple of days. The buildings and resource points could only be moved to empty areas. There wasn't much empty space at the moment, which made it inconvenient to move some of the larger buildings. I'll wait until I get 2 more expansion cards, then I can plan out my home into several distinct zones. A mining zone, a functional building zone, a resource point zone, and a farming zone. Some buildings and resource points have complementary effects, so placing them closer together would save energy and time. And besides that, there are 4 jars of yellow rice wines. He took out a jar and his hand immediately sank under the weight. He almost dropped it. He was holding a huge wine jar weighing at least 20 or 30 pounds. Its mouth was sealed with a red cloth and a faint aroma of wine drifted out. Carrying the jar, he went to the tavern and placed it in an empty spot at the bottom of the cabinet behind the counter. He dusted off his hands and was about to leave satisfied when the door curtain was suddenly lifted. Shopkeeper, some cooked food and 2 jars of your best wine. A group of 4 men walked in. 3 of them were dressed in constable uniforms, like something out of a TV drama. The one in the lead had a full beard, thick eyebrows, and large, imposing eyes set in a square-jawed face. The 2 men behind him were burly, with short swords at their waists and shrewd looks in their eyes. Sandwiched between them was a long-haired man in a prisoner's uniform. The 4 of them entered and sat down at a table near the entrance. The bearded constable in the lead slapped his broadsword flat on the tabletop. Qin Ziwen fell silent. Why are there so many of them this time? He wondered. If he were actually running a business, making a bit of money would be one thing. But he wasn't. Now 4 people had shown up expecting a free meal. Even if they paid, it would be useless. He had nowhere to spend the money. Seeing Qin Ziwen just standing behind the counter without immediately serving them, the 3 constables frowned and exchanged a look. The burly, bearded leader spoke up. Shopkeeper, I am Dai Wu. I've traveled this road 7 or 8 times, if not 10, and this is the first I've ever seen a shop here. Out in the middle of nowhere with no village for miles, I bet business isn't usually booming, is it? Building 4, Unit 2, Apartment 202. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Zhang Bo sat with his back to the window. Across from him was Zhu Jiang. Zhu Jiang leaned back against the sofa. So, have you thought it over? Zhang Bo looked up, his voice filled with suppressed frustration. Boss Zhu, I understand what you're trying to do. You want to help more residents of the gated community survive. I'm a kind person myself, you know. I often have similar thoughts and I help others all the time. Hearing this, Zhu Jiang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He pointed at Zhang Bo. And by help, you mean sneaking over to people's places at night for some paid lessons. Zhang Bo nearly leaped off the sofa. How could he know about something so secret? Zhu Jiang sat up straight, leaning forward with his hands clasped. I'm not asking you to supply salt to everyone at this price. This is a special discounted price exclusively for our Alliance Mutual Aid Association. You can still sell to everyone else at your original price. That's not a problem. Zhang Bo gritted his teeth. But Boss Zhu, inside your Alliance Mutual Aid Association, it takes 2 caddies of coarse salt to trade for 1 caddy of meat. My salt well's daily output is limited. If all of you want to buy, my salt well won't have nearly enough to sell. Zhu Jiang's expression cleared. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood you, Boss Zhang. In that case, how about this? You give us half of your daily production quota, and our Mutual Aid Association will purchase it collectively at this price. Zhang Bo let out a long sigh and said with difficulty, all right. My salt well can only produce 20 caddies of coarse salt a day. We'll trade a quota of 10 caddies then. Zhu Jiang replied slowly, Boss Zhang, now you're not being entirely honest. How is it that I remember your salt well can produce 40 caddies of coarse salt a day? Zhang Bo's expression froze, his fingers digging into his own flesh. Only a handful of people know about the salt well's output. How does Zhu Jiang know? Did someone betray me? Zhang Bo's gaze flickered to the men in black and white standing to his left and right. Finally, Zhang Bo took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. Fine, a quota of 20 caddies a day. But Boss Zhu, don't you forget what you promised me. The man in black suddenly spoke up. Brother Zhang, I'm planning to join Boss Zhu's hunting team. I probably can't be a helper at the salt well for the time being. The way down the mountain was faster than the climb up. As dusk fell and the moon rose, Qin Ziwen, still on the mountainside, finally caught sight of the gated community below. Qin Ziwen said, "We're finally back. Let's go to the mountain altar again tomorrow. Everyone's contribution from this trip will be tallied up." Zhao Pu nodded, okay. Although they had no hunting spoils today, he touched the function card and heard the voice in his mind. Moreover, according to Mr. Qin, he had earned a 1/4 share of the contribution this time. He just needed to gather a full share to apply for the next card from the altar. This filled him with motivation. Countless families in the gated community had yet to obtain a single card. But he just needed to go up the mountain 4 more times and he could get a card of his own and activate his own home. As for food, thanks to the wild boar from the last hunt, his family wasn't short on food at all right now. The 4 of them headed upstairs together. After Zhao Pu went home, the remaining 3 continued up another flight of stairs. It was then that Deng Guang said to Qin Ziwen, "Brother Qin, when I went to get the card today, I noticed that altar was a little different from the one we saw before from the foot of the mountain." "How was it different?" Deng Guang said the altar was bigger and it was round, not square. It was like one of those huge round tables in a restaurant that seats 20 people. After I climbed up, I still had to walk a few steps to reach the center. Qin Ziwen mused, maybe there are different kinds of altars. The one we went to this time was probably a higher level one. Probably when I came out, the bats overhead were squeaking nonstop. Deng Guang gave a wry smile. To be honest, it was still a bit nerve-wracking. Qin Ziwen teased, "Haha, you were so bold back there, I thought you weren't scared at all." Deng Guang said, "We should wear helmets when we go tomorrow to protect our heads. And wear gloves and a couple of extra layers of clothes. I'll go find a couple of motorcycle helmets later." Back home, the living room was pitch black. He went to the expanded area behind the restroom, where a faint glow, similar to moonlight, spilled onto the ground. In the farmland not far away, rows of gray sweet potatoes had already sprouted from the soil, and the vegetables looked much greener than before. Light shone from the blacksmith shop's window, and the sound of hammering iron came from within. He pushed open the door and was hit by a wave of heat. Li Taishan was drenched in sweat, hammering an iron ingot. He was overjoyed to see Qin Ziwen. "My lord, I tried the formula you gave me and discovered a new type of iron ingot. It's harder than the previous ones, and its toughness is not bad either." He glanced at the small stack of ferrous iron ingots on the table nearby. "You've been busy working here all day." Li Taishan gave a simple-hearted laugh. "Well, I had nothing else to do, so I figured I'd work on my craft." Qin Ziwen was very pleased with Li Taishan's work ethic, but such high-intensity work also worried him a little. He couldn't help but advise, "Remember to rest early. Your health is the #1 priority. I need you to still be able to swing a hammer decades from now, not burn yourself out and damage your foundation in just a couple of months." Hearing this, Li Taishan was moved to tears of gratitude. "My lord is too good to me." After checking the beast cage and adding water, feed, and grass, he took out the red function card. The function card felt like warm, smooth jade and looked like a crimson crystal. An eye symbol was carved on its front. Qin Ziwen silently willed it to be used. The small orb of light representing his home appeared automatically. The red function card shattered with a pop, breaking into a shower of red stars that merged into the small white orb. Function activated, level 1 insight. New function activated, authority has been increased. Current authority, level 1 authority. Level 1 insight can be used on card buildings to perceive their basic rules. With a thought, Qin Ziwen looked at the nearest beast cage. Level 1 beast cage. Level 1 reproduction amplification, level 1 stable taming. He looked at the farmland next. Level 1 farmland, level 1 growth acceleration, level 1 fertile. He looked around, scanning every building in the area. Level 1 restroom, level 1 cleaning, level 1 odor control. Level 1 blacksmith shop, level 1 furnace high temperature, level 1 quenching amplification. No wonder the crops in the farmland were growing abnormally fast, and the rabbits and field mice in the beast cage seemed much tamer than when they were first caught. So the buildings really do have special effects. He had suspected it before, but now he was certain. He came out of the restroom and returned to the master bedroom. He looked at the cellar. Level 2 cellar grain storage, level 2 low temperature, level 1 ventilation, level 1 dehumidification. Does upgrading to level 2 add an extra effect? And it seems like not all amplification effects get upgraded to level 2 after leveling up. He looked away. There were too few reference points. Once he upgraded more buildings and had more examples, he would probably understand the pattern. He went to the expanded area outside the balcony. This time, Qin Ziwen looked at the tavern. He was determined to see what this thing was actually for. Level 1 tavern, level 1 customer attraction, level 1 recruitment. In Ziwen focused on the words solicit and recruit. If he wasn't mistaken, solicit must be the ability that could bring people like that scholar into his tavern. And recruit was probably similar to the recruitment card, allowing him to recruit people into his home. The tavern really was a way to get new members, just as he'd first suspected. But his attempt to recruit the scholar yesterday had failed. He concluded that it was because he had been too abrupt and rash, scaring the man off. If another guest shows up, I should try talking with them more first. He entered the tavern, his mind still on these thoughts. The tavern was dim at night, moonlight filtering through a window to illuminate one corner. After sitting on a bench for a while, no new guests arrived and Qin Ziwen eventually left in disappointment. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. It was immediately followed by Deng Guang's voice, Brother Qin. Qin Ziwen opened the door a crack. What is it? My wife told me when I got back. A group calling themselves the Alliance Mutual Aid Association came looking for you during the day. They want to meet you at the South Gate tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Outside the door, Deng Guang relayed the details of what had happened. Tomorrow morning, Qin Ziwen frowned. The meeting is set for 10 in the morning, can't they do it at night? If I go tomorrow, how will I get my card? I'll have to waste another day. What if the altar spawns another red card? Besides, after obtaining a card, he could get another reward from the daily settlement. That was a difference of 2 cards. Brother Deng, do you think I should go? Deng Guang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I'll do whatever you say, but it doesn't sound that urgent. If it were a real emergency, they would have come and waited for you. Since they just left a message to be passed on, they probably aren't taking it very seriously. Qin Ziwen nodded. That makes sense. We'll go up the mountain again tomorrow. If they come back, just have your wife tell them that I'll meet them tomorrow night. All right, I'm heading up then. I just traded for 2 motorcycle helmets that I plan on bringing tomorrow. Deng Guang gave the 2 helmets in his hands a little shake. Qin Ziwen watched him go upstairs and only closed the door after he was gone. The Alliance Mutual Aid Association. Is there really such a thing as selfless mutual aid? If so, that would be nice, Qin Ziwen muttered to himself. Returning to his bedroom, he went to the window and looked up at the bright moon. The sun had long set and the gated community was silent. Through the window, he could see that every household's balcony was filled with plants. He pulled his gaze away and called up his home. The percentage of awakened homes among surviving households in the gated community has exceeded 6%. Once this percentage exceeds 20%, a 3-day countdown will begin. Next stage map. Gobi Desert. Next stage duration, insufficient authority. Next stage reinforcement count, insufficient authority. I'd better stock up on more waters. The next map was the Gobi Desert, and water was extremely scarce there. Based on his experience from watching wilderness survival shows, the Gobi Desert wasn't rainless, just that it rained very little and evaporation was rapid. You could generally only find shallow water near an oasis or along fault lines. Furthermore, most of this shallow water was stagnant and couldn't be drunk directly. Plants and animals were also scarce, making both water and food major problems. I need to store more than just water. I have to stock up on food too. A sense of urgency welled up inside Qin Ziwen at the thought. His current food supply would only last for a short time. Once he was in the Gobi Desert, there was no guarantee it would be enough. As night fell, Qin Ziwen got into bed and quickly fell asleep. The beaked eagle lay in its nearby nest, its head resting on the edge as it stared fixedly at Qin Ziwen. As time passed, its large eyes slowly closed. In the morning, sunlight streamed in through the window. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for 17 days. You discovered an advanced mysterious altar and obtained a card from it. You also hunted a black falcon. Overall score: 104. You have received your reward, function card, deployment yellow rice wine X4. Another function card. Qin Ziwen was delighted. It really is a buy one get one free deal, he thought. But what does deployment do? He took out the new function card. Just like the insight card from yesterday, this new one was also a red, crystalline card that gave off a faint red glow. The only difference was that the front depicted a hand, its thumb and index finger pinched together as if holding something. He silently thought, use. The small light orb for his home appeared on its own, and the red starlight from the shattered card flowed into it. Function activated, level 1 deployment. New function activated, authority has been increased. Current authority, level 1 authority 1/2. Level 1 deployment can be used on any building or resource point within the home to move it to any empty area. Once moved, the building or resource point cannot be moved again for 30 days. He could finally rearrange his buildings. Qin Ziwen decided he needed to plan things out carefully, as there was a 30-day cooldown after moving a building. This thought calmed him down, and he decided to wait a couple of days. The buildings and resource points could only be moved to empty areas. There wasn't much empty space at the moment, which made it inconvenient to move some of the larger buildings. I'll wait until I get 2 more expansion cards, then I can plan out my home into several distinct zones. A mining zone, a functional building zone, a resource point zone, and a farming zone. Some buildings and resource points have complementary effects, so placing them closer together would save energy and time. And besides that, there are 4 jars of yellow rice wines. He took out a jar and his hand immediately sank under the weight. He almost dropped it. He was holding a huge wine jar weighing at least 20 or 30 pounds. Its mouth was sealed with a red cloth and a faint aroma of wine drifted out. Carrying the jar, he went to the tavern and placed it in an empty spot at the bottom of the cabinet behind the counter. He dusted off his hands and was about to leave satisfied when the door curtain was suddenly lifted. Shopkeeper, some cooked food and 2 jars of your best wine. A group of 4 men walked in. 3 of them were dressed in constable uniforms, like something out of a TV drama. The one in the lead had a full beard, thick eyebrows, and large, imposing eyes set in a square-jawed face. The 2 men behind him were burly, with short swords at their waists and shrewd looks in their eyes. Sandwiched between them was a long-haired man in a prisoner's uniform. The 4 of them entered and sat down at a table near the entrance. The bearded constable in the lead slapped his broadsword flat on the tabletop. Qin Ziwen fell silent. Why are there so many of them this time? He wondered. If he were actually running a business, making a bit of money would be one thing. But he wasn't. Now 4 people had shown up expecting a free meal. Even if they paid, it would be useless. He had nowhere to spend the money. Seeing Qin Ziwen just standing behind the counter without immediately serving them, the 3 constables frowned and exchanged a look. The burly, bearded leader spoke up. Shopkeeper, I am Dai Wu. I've traveled this road 7 or 8 times, if not 10, and this is the first I've ever seen a shop here. Out in the middle of nowhere with no village for miles. I bet business isn't usually booming, is it? Qin Ziwen glanced at the 4 of them and said bluntly, if you suspect this is a crooked inn, you're free to leave. I won't stop you. Seeing the shopkeeper act so boldly, the 3 constables were a bit surprised. One of the constables looked displeased and was about to lash out, but Dai Wu slammed a hand on the table and roared with laughter. Haha. Shopkeeper, you're a straightforward man. It was I, Dai Wu, who misjudged a gentleman by my own petty standards. Qin Ziwen said, my shop just opened, so there's not much to eat. I only have some smoked and cured meat, but I do have several jars of wine. Dai Wu took a small silver yuanbao from his waist and slapped it on the table. Bring plenty of that smoked meat and a few jars of wine. We're drinking our fill today. A constable beside him hesitated. Dai Wu, we're still on official business. Should we really be drinking? It's so hot and it's been a long, tiring journey. What's wrong with having a little drink? Dai Wu feigned displeasure. What, you're not going to give me any face? The constable on the left fell silent, while the one on the right raised his head, gazing at the tavern's thatched roof. Qin Ziwen went to serve them, glancing at the sky outside with a slight frown. I was planning to go up the mountain today. It would be best if these customers left soon, or it'll delay my trip to get the card. First, he brought a jar of wine and placed it on the table. Then he fetched several large ceramic bowls from the back kitchen and set them down. Gentlemen, please start drinking. I'll go heat up the meat. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the silver yuanbao on the table. In his vision, the surface of the silver yuanbao was emitting a faint yellow glow. Qin Ziwen took the yuanbao and left through the back door of the kitchen. He took it out again to look, and it was still giving off a faint yellow glow. It wasn't his imagination. The yellow glow was very faint. It didn't seem to be radiating from within the yuanbao, but more like something clinging to its surface. Just then, the home interface appeared. A message popped up. Small silver yuanbao 3 taels, silver coins acquired through trade, can be used for transactions in certain specific buildings. So the money earned from the tavern actually has this kind of use. Qin Ziwen was a little surprised. But yesterday morning, I also snatched some silver coins from that scholar. Why didn't they have a yellow glow? Could it be because they were ill-gotten? Gently weighing the yuanbao in his hand, Qin Ziwen returned to his bedroom and placed it under a drawer. He then went to the cellar, cut off about a pound of cured meat, and carried it back into the kitchen through the rear entrance. He lit the firewood and put the meat in a pot to steam. In the meantime, he found Li Taishan, explained the situation, and asked about prices. He asked how much a jar of yellow rice wine, weighing over 20 jin plus a pound of smoked cured meat would roughly sell for. Li Taishan said, "Sir, that mostly depends on the quality of the wine. It can range from a few cash coins per pound to dozens or even hundreds of coins per pound. Of course, that's in the city." Like that constable said, out here in the barren wilderness in such a remote place, it's normal for the price of food and drink to double. Three Tails sounds about right. After a pause, Li Taishan added, "And I'm talking about a time of dynastic stability. If the times were chaotic, the price could be several times higher, even more than 10 times. Returning to the kitchen, while Qin Ziwen waited for the meat to cook, the constables in the main room began to talk loudly. "Brother Du, the three of us are just following orders. We apologize for any offense we've caused along the way. We hope you won't hold it against us." "You are only following orders. What is there to blame?" The speaker's voice was loud and resonant. An image of the prisoner who had been escorted in appeared in Qin Ziwen's mind. He was powerfully built with disheveled hair. The three constables were quite tall themselves, but compared to the prisoner, they were still shorter by half a head. In the main room, the three constables drank merrily, but the lively sounds gradually died down. Qin Ziwen lifted the pot lid. The meat inside was ready. He scooped the meat out, placed it on a cutting board, and was just about to slice it when he heard Dai Wu's voice from outside. "Ah, Brother Du, to tell you the truth, I've admired you for a long time. Back when Lan County was plagued by a tiger, the local county magistrate's office organized several hunts but returned empty-handed. They even lost a few hunters. In the end, I heard it was you who went up the mountain and got rid of that vicious tiger. You're the renowned tiger-slaying hero of Tongzhou." The prisoner known as Brother Du replied. The tigress had just given birth to her cubs and was weak. "I just got lucky. I can't be called a tiger-slaying hero." Dai Wu sighed deeply. "This time in Tongzhou, Brother Du, you killed that local scoundrel Liua in the middle of the street. It was a cause for celebration, truly. But killing someone in public sets a terrible precedent. The only reason Liua could run rampant in Tongzhou was because his sister is a concubine to the detention officer. Your exile to Yuzhou is already the result of the Lord Governor's intervention on your behalf. For this escort mission, someone sent me a message before we left telling me to dispose of you along the way. But you, Brother Du, are a hero. I, Dai Wu, would rather die than help a tyrant do his evil deeds." Smack, the sound of a hand hitting the table came from the main room. Dai Wu said, "The key is right here. Today my two brothers and I are drunk. Brother Du, take the key and go on your own." Qin Ziwen was listening with great relish. He never expected to get a front row seat to such fresh, juicy drama. From the main room, a stool scraped across the floor and Dai Wu's voice followed. "That shopkeeper has probably been eavesdropping in the kitchen this whole time. Let me go silence him." Qin Ziwen. "Shit, I got caught in the crossfire." He was so stunned he didn't even know what to complain about first. Is this guy a psycho? If you want to play the hero, then just let the man go. Why do you have to kill me, an innocent shop owner? Okay, so I might have accidentally robbed a scholar of his book satchel the day I opened, but that wasn't on purpose. Just as Qin Ziwen was about to slip out the back door, Brother Du's voice came. "There is no need for that, to have three brothers implicated and an innocent harmed, all for the sake of me, do you? That is not what I wish." Hearing their exchange from the main room, Qin Ziwen paused. "He's not coming to kill me. Good that he's not coming. You ancient people are all the same, killing someone at the drop of a hat just to liven things up. Making it feel just like a scene from Water Margin." Dai Wu said in a low voice, "Brother Du. That detention officer Jai is an incredibly vindictive man. We all call him Petty Jai behind his back. If this doesn't succeed, he'll surely try other methods later. The situation everywhere is chaotic right now, with constant uprisings in the south. You should just go, Brother Du." Du Yu's tone was calm. "I have been an orphan since I was a child and grew up on the charity of my fellow villagers. I am all alone in this world with nothing to tie me down. If detention officer Jai has some trick up his sleeve, let him bring it on." Qin Ziwen coughed twice. He stepped out from behind the door curtain. Dai Wu whipped his head around, his gaze fierce. Qin Ziwen said to the two of them, "Don't worry, I won't report this to the authorities. By the way, if you really have nowhere else to go, how about staying here and working as a waiter?" Dai Wu stared at Qin Ziwen as if he were an idiot. "You think this place can withstand a siege from the government office, a pursuit by constables?" Qin Ziwen smiled faintly. "Why don't you take another look, see if you can find me?" He lifted the curtain and right in front of the two of them took a single step through it. About 10 seconds later, Qin Ziwen lifted the curtain of the main entrance and walked back in. Before him stood a dumbfounded Dai Wu and an astonished Du Yu. To think I was in the presence of a master. Dai Wu's tone was complicated. Qin Ziwen said, if you're willing to stay, the court won't be able to find you. Dai Wu's eyes flickered, but he finally shook his head. My two brothers and I still have families, we can't stay. He turned to Du Yu. Brother Du Yuju is a bitter, cold land. Being sent to the frontier means you'll waste your life away. You should really think about this. If I stay here, won't I just be hiding for the rest of my life? What's the difference? Du Yu's gaze grew calm again. Qin Ziwen said, who said you'd have to hide forever? Beyond this door lies a whole new world. If you're willing to stay, you'll get to see things you've never imagined. I know you killed a few local thugs on the street, only to be arrested by the government office and sentenced to the frontier. You're disillusioned with this unfair world, so why not try living a different kind of life? Du Yu frowned, then grew thoughtful. He glanced around before his eyes finally landed on Qin Ziwen. All right. You have successfully recruited a new member. Please assign them a position. The small orb of light floated out on its own, and a selection frame appeared before his eyes. Level 1 Tavern. Shopkeeper 0/1, Waiter 0/2, Chef 0/1. Qin Ziwen looked at the positions, pondered for a moment, and then asked Du Yu, can you cook? Du Yu shook his head. All right then, from now on, you're a waiter at our taverns. Waiter 1/2. Dai Wu picked up the key and unlocked the kang from Du Yu's neck. Qin Ziwen raised his arm and pointed toward the door curtain. Want to come outside with me and take a look? Du Yu nodded, strode to the curtain, and stepped through. Qin Ziwen followed close behind him, leaving as well. Dai Wu stared at the swaying curtain, a dazed look in his eyes. He hurried forward and lifted it. Outside was a deserted mountain path. So you're saying that when I invited you, you heard a voice in your head at the same time? Qin Ziwen looked at Du Yu. I'm not sure, it was strange. It was like a voice, but it also felt like it appeared directly in my mind. Du Yu nodded. It told me some of the rules, which gave me a basic understanding of this place. I figured staying here would be fine, so I agreed. So that's why Du Yu was looking around, frowning, and seemed so preoccupied when I was talking to him earlier. And here I thought I'd persuaded him myself. It turns out that as long as I extend an invitation, the other person receives a message. What dynasty are you from? The Great Yangs. The 7th year of the Hessian era of Great Yang. Du Yu was surprised. The 7th year of Hessian, that's an era named from the founding of the dynasty. It's the 4th year of the Zhongping era now. Over 100 years have passed since then. Qin Ziwen understood now. The tavern could attract customers, but they were chosen at random and didn't come from the same time period. He could extend an invitation and the guest would receive a message. If they agreed, the guest could stay. But the current level 1 tavern could only recruit a maximum of 4 people. After recruiting Du Yu, there were 3 spots left. That scholar from before must have been terrified, he thought. He probably thought the message in his head was something supernatural and fled in a panic. Xiao, make an extra breakfast. This is Brother Du Yu. From now on, he's a new member of our family. Qin Ziwen walked over, with the towering Du Yu following behind him. Du Yu was extremely tall, at least 6'5", with a powerful, broad-chested build. His ink-black hair fell to his shoulders, and his features were sharp and chiseled. Even in silence, he radiated a fearsome aura. Following behind, Du Yu discreetly surveyed the living room, a strange light flashing in his eyes from time to time. Qin Ziwen stared in surprise at the buff dude cosplaying as a prisoner, nodded, and said, all right. Du Yu said in a deep voice, my lord, Dai Wu and the others are still in the tavern. I wish to say goodbye to them. All right, I'll go with you. The two of them lifted the door curtain and returned to the tavern. The room was silent. Dai Wu and the 2 constables, who had been passed out drunk moments before, were all gone. All that was left on the table was a half-finished jar of wine and 3 empty pottery bowls. The 3 constables had clearly been gone for some time. At this point, how could Du Yu not realize the other 2 had just been pretending to be drunk? Besides the empty wine bowls, there was also a silver ingot on the table that cast a yellow glow. Judging by its size, it was 3 taels worth. Returning to the living room, the 4 of them began to eat breakfast. Once Du Yu opened up and they talked for a while, Qin Ziwen discovered that he was a true talent. He had been abandoned in a village as a child and was raised on the charity of his neighbors. When he was older, he joined a temple and served as a martial monk for 8 years, but was expelled for offending a powerful noble. He returned to his hometown to settle down, but with no farmland to till, he became a hunter's apprentice and lived as a recluse in the mountains for 3 years. Later, when a tiger began to plague the county, he went into the mountains to hunt it. His fame skyrocketed, and he caught the eye of a nobleman in the prefecture city who invited him to become a guest in his household. While in the prefecture city, he saw someone harassing an innocent woman on the street. Unable to stand by, he rushed in to teach the man a lesson but accidentally killed him. Since the man had some powerful connections, Du ended up in his current predicament. So you're proficient with sabers and staves, skilled at hunting, and you even know some arrow skill? Qin Ziwen clapped his hands. This guy is a specialized professional. Du said humbly, I wouldn't dare say I'm skilled at hunting. I only learned the basics. Qin Ziwu's eyes lit up. So you admit you're proficient with sabers and staves. The honest Du was left speechless. He felt that admitting it would sound arrogant, but denying it would be a lie. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After breakfast, Qin Ziwen thought it over and decided to have Du go up the mountain with him while Li Taishan would stay home. This way, Li Taishan could forge a suitable weapon for Du. Du's height and bearing were already conspicuous, and his long hair only added to it, so Qin Ziwen suggested he shave his long hair. Du had no objection to this. He had been a monk before and they had to keep their heads completely shaved. This was just a simple haircut by comparison. From his previous experience cutting Li Taishan's hair, Qin Ziwen knew how difficult it was to cut hair with scissors, especially a buzz cut. So this time he didn't cut it too short, instead giving Du a shoulder-length cut. With messy, shoulder-length hair, a tight white t-shirt, a black leather jacket that was a size too small, form-fitting black track pants and athletic shoes, he was a completely different person from the long-haired ancient in a prison uniform from just 10 minutes ago. The biggest issue, if any, was his skin, which was rough and deeply tanned from years of exposure to the wind and sun. After the five of them met downstairs, they gathered their things and set off immediately. Qin Ziwen introduced Du to Deng Guang and Zhao Pu. This is Du. From now on, he's a member of our team. Deng Guang gave a friendly nod. Hello. Zhao Pu extended his hand and shook Du's. With yesterday's experience, the group of five ascended the mountain at least 20% faster today. They successfully reached the spot directly below the cave before noon. Caw! A few black falcons circled overhead. Du took the long spear from Qin Ziwen, holding it steady in one hand. He walked to the front of the group. Everyone follow me, I'll provide cover. Go! From behind and to the side, a black falcon dove in for an attack. Du stomped his left foot on the ground, his waist twisting like a taut rope as his shoulders and back spun violently with the motion. In the instant he spun back, the long spear shot out, venomous and swift like a serpent striking from its lair. With a dull thud, the black falcon attacking from behind seemed to fly right onto the spear tip. The point pierced through its chest and exited its back. Du flicked his wrist, shaking the black falcon off the shaft and flinging a few drops of crimson blood into the air. The remaining black falcons fled in alarm. They sensed the humans below were tough opponents and gave them a wide berth. A perfect shot, Zhao Pu marveled. He had seen it clearly, the spear throw was both fast and accurate. Qin Ziwen was also amazed. Du said he was good with sabers and staves, but I didn't expect him to be this good with a spear too. Perhaps it's because spears and staves are both polearms. They must have something in common. The five of them climbed up to the front of the mountain cave. Hearing the cacophony of bat calls from within, Du's brow furrowed. If countless bats were to descend upon them, he couldn't guarantee he could protect everyone. From his perspective, this cave was extremely dangerous. If it were the old him, he would have definitely avoided this place. There was plenty of other prey out there, no need to get into a life-or-death struggle with bats. But after hearing from Qin Ziwen that there was something inside the cave they had to get, Du weighed his options and then said, "Let me go." "No, it's my turn today." Zhao Pu let out a laugh and took a motorcycle helmet from Deng Guang, putting it on. "Don't you try to fight me for it." Qin Ziwen stood at the cave entrance, peering inside. Deep within the cave, he could see a speck of blue light. A blue card. He couldn't help but wonder, are there blue cards? Building cards were gray with a metallic sheen. Resource cards were silver with black borders. Blank expansion cards were white. If it was for special terrain like a desert, the card face would have a corresponding image. Enhancement cards were green, and function cards were red and crystalline. Currently, the most valuable were the red function cards. Based on his estimates, one would need a rating of about 100 points to obtain a red function card. Next in line were the green 1-star enhancement cards and small special terrain expansion cards, which both required about 50 points. But this was the first time he had ever seen a blue card. Zhao Pu, flashlight in hand, headed into the cave. The cave was silent. The ground was covered in a thick layer of bat guano, and even with his helmet on, he could still smell the faint stench. The ground was somewhat damp, with thin trickles of water running along the cave's edges. The deeper he went, the wider the cave became. Finally, he reached an altar. Strangely, the top of the altar was pristine, without a single dropping of bat guano on it. Climbing onto the altar, Zhao Pu walked over and picked up the card. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Mission halfway complete. Suddenly, he whipped his head around. He heard a low, rumbling sound coming from deeper within the cave, like distant thunder or an earthquake. Zhao Pu's face changed. Not daring to delay, he quickly started heading back. He didn't even dare to shine his flashlight into the depths. He walked faster and faster. A squeak squeak. The swarm of bats overhead suddenly erupted into chaos. A dense mass of bats flapped their wings. The sound of their flapping filled the air, surrounding him from above and all around. Huff, huff. Zhao Pu could even hear a bat fly right over his head. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. His breath fogged up his visor. Fortunately, for some reason, the bats didn't attack him, they just flew past. Running all the way out of the cave, Zhao Pu looked up at the dense swarm of bats flying into the sky. He panted heavily, bending over and placing his hands on his helmet to take it off. I got it. Zhao Pu handed the card to Qin Ziwen. With a grave expression, Qin Ziwen gently patted Zhao Pu's shoulder. Let's go. The five of them quickly headed down the mountain. Zhao Pu was still shaken. Those bats just now suddenly started flying all over the place. Several of them flew right over my head. I really thought they were about to bite me. Qin Ziwen said they weren't just flying all over. Right when you grabbed the item, a cry suddenly came from deep inside the cave, and it scared all the bats into flying out. Zhao Pu's pupils contracted. That was a cry. Qin Ziwen glanced back at the cave behind them with trepidation. Yeah, you were probably inside the cave, so the echo made it hard to hear clearly. We heard it at the entrance. It was definitely the cry of some creature. I thought this swarm of bats was guarding the advanced altar. Now it seems the bats were just the gatekeepers. There's something else inside. But whatever it is, it doesn't seem to have any interest in us. Just like a person wouldn't go out of their way to bother insects on the side of the road. Qin Ziwen said, I took the card yesterday, so for this one, I'll use my and Xiao's previous contributions. Xiao, this card is for an advanced building, the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. I'll make it up to you with a card of the same level later. Qin Ziwen instantly became wary. What? Are you trying to split up the family and kick me out? Qin Ziwen shot his younger brother an exasperated look. What's wrong with that? Everyone else has their own home. Don't you want to build one for yourself? Qin Ziwen quickly shook his head. What do I need a home for? It's so much trouble. I think things are great just the way they are now. He looked at his older brother. Brother, do you remember when we used to play house as kids? Back then, you said you wanted to be the emperor, and I said I wanted to be the great general. Qin Ziwen didn't press him. Just let me know when you feel like building your own home. He looked down at the blue card in his hand. It had the same texture as a gray building card, but the color was completely different. It was an azure metal card, its surface shimmering with specks of blue light. More importantly, the information it transmitted to him was Advanced Building Card, Level 1 Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. Advanced Building Card. From the name alone, you could tell it was a higher-tier card than a normal building card. Because they were more familiar with the route, it was still light out when the group returned to the gated community. It was just past 6 o'clock, the liveliest time in the community. This was the time of day when the day's hunting and gathering were done, a short period of rest and relaxation after dinner. Once they reached the bottom of their building, the 5-person team went their separate ways. Let's head up. They had acquired so many building cards, but this was the first advanced building card. I should check out what this advanced building can do. Back in his apartment, he took out the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery card and received a prompt. Requires a 50x10m empty area. Qin Ziwen was completely stunned. This building needed 500 square meters of land. Even the farmland was only 400 square meters. And the dimensional requirement was so strict, 50 by 10 meters, it was a perfect rectangle. Qin Ziwen frowned. That would require 5 micro-expansion cards, or 2 small ones, and he would still have to move some other buildings around to make enough space. This advanced building card requires way too much space. Fortunately, area was the only hard requirement. There were no height restrictions or other bizarre construction conditions. In his opinion, a simple area requirement was the easiest to deal with. Sir, you're back. Li Taishan came out of the blacksmith shop holding a prototype of a long saber. There were still many rough spots in the details that needed to be polished, but the general shape and outline of the saber were already clear. It was the precept saber that Li Taishan had forged according to Du Yu's specifications. Take a look. If it's too heavy, I can shave some more off. Du Yu took the precept saber. The 8-jin saber felt as light as a feather in his hands. He gave it a few beautiful flourishes and casually remarked, no need. The weight is perfect. Let me try. Qin Ziwen took it excitedly. A heavy weight settled into his palm. Anyone who has lifted a 9-pound dumbbell knows that lifting it with one hand isn't hard, and doing it a dozen times in a row isn't very difficult either. But if you tried to wield it as a weapon, swinging it quickly and repeatedly with one hand, you would feel a heavy, sluggish drag. Qin Ziwen gripped the hilt with both hands and chopped forward, the blade cutting through the air with a powerful whoosh. I can use it with two hands, but it's still pretty difficult with one, Qin Ziwen said in amazement. Just how strong is Du Yu to be able to swing a heavy single-handed blade like it's a toy? Du Yu instructed, technique is crucial when using a blade. You can't just swing with brute force. You have to learn to borrow momentum to unify your waist and body. It's not just about your wrist. Following Du Yu's guidance, Qin Ziwen felt the blade become much lighter when he swung it again. He couldn't help but look at Du Yu with admiration. Thank you for the guidance, brother Du. Du Yu said softly, it's nothing. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Qin Ziwen took the blade from his brother. His palm sank with the weight, but he found it manageable. He swung it a few times. Although he couldn't wield it as effortlessly as Du Yu, he could still use it properly. He noticed that swinging the blade was different from using a long spear. The long spear was more for thrusting and piercing, while the blade was for chopping and slashing. The feel of a one-handed weapon was completely different from a two-handed one. Going downstairs, Qin Ziwen headed to Wei Xiaohua's apartment. Have a seat. Wei Xiaohua greeted him warmly. Because of the 3 earth cages, the 2 elders in his family had found something to do, and they had spoken highly of Qin Ziwen to him. As a result, he now considered Qin Ziwen a friend. Qin Ziwen got straight to the point. Brother Wei, I'd like to procure some fruit seeds from you. Do you have any recommendations?
Fruit seeds.
What kind are you looking for? Wei Xiaohua thought for a moment, asking for Qin Ziwen's preferences. Qin Ziwen said directly, something easy to grow and quick to bear fruit. If the growing time is too long, then forget it. Easy to grow and quick to fruit, let me think. Wei Xiaohua pondered for a moment. Actually, fruits like tangerines, oranges, and mangoes are all easy to grow, but they take several years to grow from a seedling to a fruit-bearing tree. I haven't planted many myself because it takes too long. As for things that fit your requirements, I have tomatoes, chili peppers, winter melons, and pumpkins. Wait here a moment. Wei Xiaohua turned and went into a room, emerging shortly after with 2 potted plants. In his left hand was a green plant nearly 20 centimeters tall, and in his right was one about 10 centimeters tall. He first placed the 20-centimeter tall potted plant on the table. This is a tomato plant. It has a short growth cycle, only 2 to 3 months from sowing to harvest. The yield isn't bad either. Even a potted plant can produce several fruits. If you want to plant them for transplanting later, you can take the seed sacs from the middle of a tomato, dig a hole, and cover them with soil. Don't go too deep, about a centimeter is fine. Drop 2 or 3 seeds at a time. In this weather, they should sprout in 2 or 3 days. Just make sure they get plenty of sunlight. Then he placed the 10-centimeter tall potted plant on the table. This is a green pepper plant. It's drought-tolerant but dislikes waterlogging, so don't water it too much. A single plant can yield 20 to 30 peppers. I don't need the finished plants, just sell me some more seeds. You want seeds? Wei Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He turned, went back into the room, and came out a moment later carrying a few small bags of seeds. Here are tomato, chili pepper, and pumpkin seeds. You can take them back and plant them. These varieties are all suitable for sowing in the current temperature. After they sprout, make sure they get sunlight and aren't kept in a shady spot. The pumpkin seedlings will need a lot of water. All right, brother Wei. What's the price for these seeds? I'll pay you back later. Wei Xiaohua waved his hand. No need, just take them. I have more of these seeds than I can plant myself, and I don't have the space at home. Besides, they're not anything valuable. Qin Ziwen shook his head. They might not be valuable to you, but they are to me. Wei Xiaohua laughed. Well then, once you've grown something, just pick a pumpkin for me to try. We'll see how good your skills are. Deal, I'll pick the biggest one for you. Qin Ziwen returned home with the seeds. His brother told him that after he had gone downstairs, Zaya Ozume had stopped by. She brought an eel and 2 fish, which was their share of the catch from the past couple of days. One of the fish is pretty big, I'd say it's 4 or 5 pounds. Let me see. Walking over to the water bucket, Qin Ziwen peered inside. In addition to the eel, there was a large black fish and some thin loaches. Whoa, this fish is pretty big, we'll eat it tonight. After giving his instructions, Qin Ziwen took the seeds to the farmland and began to plant. Following Wei Xiaohua's instructions, he planted the different types of seeds in separate areas. Including the first batch of crops he had planted earlier, he had now filled nearly half of the area. He then returned to his bedroom, took out a pen and paper. and began hand-drawing a map of the mountain path based on the route he took and the video he recorded during the day. Soon, a winding route up the mountain came to life on the paper. This route is quite valuable, you know. It's a path to an advanced altar. Qin Ziwen muttered to himself with a click of his tongue. Who in their right mind draws a map? If it weren't for wanting to raise his daily settlement score, he wouldn't have drawn out such an important route. It was enough to keep a route like this in his head. Drawing it out was really unnecessary. Once I get the score bonus, I'll burn this map. Then I'll draw it again tomorrow and see if I can exploit this bug repeatedly. Outside his bedroom door, his brother knocked. Big bro, dinner's ready. Coming, Qin Ziwen stood up, casually crumpling the map into a ball and stuffing it into his pocket. The four of them finished dinner. Qin Ziwen rubbed his slightly overstuffed stomach. The fish soup today was good, very fresh and savory. It was a bit noisy downstairs. There was the sound of gongs and drums. He didn't know what the commotion was about. Knock, knock, knock. Deng Guang was at the door, asking if Qin Ziwen wanted to go downstairs with them to check it out. Go where? Xiao Zume said, I hear it's the Alliance Mutual Aid Association. They're holding some kind of founding event tonight. Qin Ziwen remembered. The Alliance Mutual Aid Association had approached him yesterday, but he didn't go because it conflicted with his trip to the advanced altar on the mountain today. He couldn't help but ask her, did they approach you guys after that? Xiao Zume shook her head. No, the people from the Alliance Mutual Aid Association didn't look for us today. But they held a sort of rally at the South Gate this morning. I went over to listen for a bit. It was mostly them promoting their mutual aid association. After a moment of thought, Qin Ziwen said, let's go downstairs and take a look. They put on their jackets, went downstairs, and hurried toward the base of Building 2. From a distance, they could hear the banging of gongs and drums, and the sound from a large loudspeaker. The power of the collective is infinite. If you understand, give me some applause. Clap, clap. Many of the elderly people in the crowd clapped nonstop. At the base of Building 2, a high platform had been set up. A man in a suit stood on it, holding a loudspeaker in his left hand, his right hand raised high. I'll say it again. Our Alliance Mutual Aid Association is dedicated to creating a utopian society. And what is a utopian society? It is shared resources, shared information, and shared welfare. Qin Ziwen had a strange look on his face. This style of speech, it feels oddly familiar. Zhao Pu observed the expressions of the elderly people around them. In this environment, many of the elderly are an absolutely vulnerable group. They have no advantage in terms of stamina or strength. Now that someone has stepped up to represent them, his voice will be amplified indefinitely. Qin Ziwen glanced around and saw that many of the elderly people below the stage were staring intently at the man on it. Qin Ziwen said, if he's truly selfless and working for the public good, then this is indeed a good thing for these old folks. On stage, the man in the suit suddenly lowered his voice. My dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, why do you find it so hard to get food? Because you're fighting alone. One person gathering food, one person chopping firewood, one person farming, one person hunting. What can one person accomplish, huh? The man's voice grew more fervent. You all have too much to do every day. Why can't we pull together as one? The woodcutters will focus on cutting wood, the fishers on fishing, the trappers on setting traps. We'll pool all the resources we gather each day and then distribute them evenly, so everyone has meat to eat and everyone has wood to burn. That's what you call resource sharing. That's what you call not leaving anyone behind. Someone in the crowd asked, but I'm old. What if I can't do manual labor? That's an excellent question. Everyone has their use. I promise you all, our mutual aid association will have dedicated resource registrars. Every contribution you make will be recorded. If you have spare tools or supplies at home, you can contribute them. Right now, our Alliance Mutual Aid Association is in its founding stages. If you join now, you'll be the future veterans. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen turned to leave. Let's go. Cough, cough, cough. Behind him, sporadic coughing could be heard from the crowd of onlookers. Back at home, the speech downstairs continued until it was dark. The crowd didn't begin to disperse until after 8 o'clock. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a total of 18 days. You obtained a card from the altar, hunted a black falcon, acquired some crop seeds, and drew a simple map to the advanced altar. Overall score: 120 points. You have received the following rewards: Expansion card, small-sized blank expansion card X1, building card, level 1 blacksmith shop X1, enhancement card, animal constitution enhancement card, 1 star X1, building card, level 1 farmland X1. The next morning, the first thing he did after waking up was check yesterday's settlement. The rewards from his score were a dazzling array. It was his first time getting a small-sized blank expansion card. A small-sized blank expansion card added an area of 20x20 m, the same as the sand plot. He needed to build an advanced building, so this expansion card came at the perfect time. As long as he got one more small-sized expansion card or two micro-sized ones, he could build the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. Besides that, the other two building cards happened to overlap with his existing buildings. He could upgrade his blacksmith shop and farmland. He went to the expanded area behind the bathroom and stood at the entrance of the level 1 blacksmith shop. Holding another identical card in his hand, he chose to use it. As a bright light enveloped the entire structure, its area expanded slightly. When the light faded, the original level 1 blacksmith shop had changed drastically. The outer walls were still made of rammed yellow mud, but the inner layer was now mixed with a good amount of crushed stone. The thatched roof had become a mixed structure of wooden shingles and thatch, and the wooden door in the middle was now clad in a sheet of iron. The biggest change was the interior space. The floor was now paved with a layer of blue-gray bricks. The original furnace was not only a size larger, but had also been rebuilt into a round furnace with fire bricks. The bellows on the side was now a double-rod model and had doubled in size. Its wind power was likely much greater than before. A row of tools hung on the wall: files, iron chisels, whetstones, wide-jaw pliers, needle-nose pliers. Iron Mountain should really like this. Qin Ziwen surveyed the place and nodded in satisfaction. Level 2 Blacksmith Shop, Level 2 Furnace High Temperature, Level 1 Quenching Amplification, Level 1 Enthusiasm. He pushed the door open and went to the farmland. He used the card on the Level 1 farmland. Light enveloped the entire plot of farmland. When it faded, the biggest change was that the soil had turned black, looking very fertile. Level 2 farmland. Level 2 Growth Acceleration, Level 2 Fertility. No new properties appeared. Instead, the two original properties were both upgraded to Level 2. Still, this is good. For crops, having these two properties is excellent. Finally, he took out the enhancement card. This particular enhancement card was specifically for use on animals. Unlike the human physique enhancement card he had used before, this enhancement card was a deeper color, almost a dark green. The only pet at home was the beaked eagle, so it was the only one he could use it on. Back in the master bedroom, the beaked eagle was still lying asleep in its nest. Hearing familiar footsteps, the beaked eagle's eyelids twitched, but it didn't open its eyes. Qin Ziwen walked up to it and slapped the enhancement card directly onto its body. The beaked eagle awoke with a start, its eyes still hazy with confusion as it was engulfed by light. When the light faded, the beaked eagle's body was a full 3 sizes larger than before. Previously, its height was just over a meter. Now, after being enhanced, it had grown by nearly half, surpassing 1.5 meters. Just standing there, it was taller than a small child. When it spread its wingspan reached a staggering 3 meters. Not only that, but all of its injuries had also completely healed. The only downside was that the small backpack he had sewn for it had been burst open. The change from a 1-star enhancement is actually this dramatic. Does this mean that in this world, the gap between the upper and lower limits for the beaked eagle species is huge? At breakfast that morning, the others saw the dramatically changed beaked eagle. Qin Ziwen reached out his hand. The beaked eagle turned its head. His hand paused in midair for a moment, but when the eagle didn't react, he finally lowered it and gently rubbed its head. Maybe it's because it got bigger, but its eyes look even fiercer now, said Qin Ziwen. After breakfast, the 5 of them gathered downstairs, ready to set off for the bat cave again. Up ahead and to the side, an old man was clutching his chest, coughing violently, his stooped back bent almost into the shape of a bow. A lot of people in the gated community have been coughing lately. The contagiousness of a common cold. Zhao Pu didn't finish his sentence. Up ahead, the old man, in the middle of a coughing fit, suddenly let out a retching sound, WAH, and violently spat out a large mouthful of viscous, dark red, clotted blood. The 5 of them stopped in their tracks simultaneously. Zhao Pu's face instantly turned deathly pale. He connected this to the frequent coughing in the gated community recently. Those aren't the symptoms of a cold. It's some kind of infectious disease. He had never heard of these symptoms before, so it was highly likely to be some unknown virus native to this world. He thought of his son, Zhao Shuhuan, who had been in the gated community these past few days. He could have been infected, or maybe the disease was in its incubation period. Deng Guang's body trembled, his face turning ghostly white. Both of their hearts were thrown into a panic. The old man coughed, his body sinking lower and lower until it bent into a bow. He knelt on the ground, head hanging low, and didn't move for a long time. Dr. Zhao, what kind of disease is this? Is it contagious? Deng Guang asked, looking at Zhao Pu beside him. Zhao Pu's throat felt dry. I don't know, Mr. Qin, I need to go back for a minute. More and more neighbors came downstairs, and a few faint coughs could be heard here and there from the crowd. But if it is contagious, it's most likely spread through droplets. We have to stay away from anyone who's coughing, keep our homes clean, and don't gather in groups. I repeat, do not gather in groups. Perhaps it was just in his head, but as he spoke, Zhao Pu felt a tickle in his own throat like he was about to cough. He couldn't be sure if it was a psychogenic cough brought on by somatization or if he was actually infected. At that thought, Zhao Pu stopped in his tracks. If I'm infected, going back now would only endanger Xu Huan. Zhao Pu took a couple of steps to the side. Mr. Qin. Qin Ziwen, who had been gazing up at the sky, lowered his head. The weather hadn't changed, but after witnessing that scene, the sky seemed bleak and gray to him. Dr. Zhao, what if it's really an infectious disease? If it is, the few of us can't handle it alone. We'd need the entire gated community's cooperation to stamp it out completely, but Zhao Pu shook his head. Judging by everyone's recent behavior, getting the whole gated community to cooperate. The thought alone felt daunting. After a moment of thought, Qin Ziwen said, let's meet up in 602 later. Go and let your families know first. After they split up, Qin Ziwen went to apartment 101 in Unit 1 of Building 6 to find Wei Jiahua. He warned him and his family to avoid going outside unless absolutely necessary for the next few days. The color drained from Wei Jiahua's face and his voice became strained. Are you sure it's not just a common cold? My father-in-law, he started coughing a little this morning. Qin Ziwen fell silent, not knowing what to say. Wei Jiahua forced a smile. I understand, thanks for the warning. Next, Qin Ziwen went to Building 5 to tell Liua to stay home for the next few days and avoid going out as much as possible. Got it, bro, you guys stay safe too, Liua said from behind his door, watching Qin Ziwen walk away. Apartment 602, Unit 2, Building 8. The five of them were gathered in the room. I'm a surgeon. This isn't my area of expertise, Zhao Pu said with a wry smile. But I think we need to prepare for the worst. This is a highly contagious bacterium or virus. He took out a pen and paper. Don't be too nervous. In theory, the body's immune system has a chance of fighting off any virus or bacterium. It's not a guaranteed death sentence just because you catch an infectious disease. The healthier an adult, the stronger their immune system and the greater their chance of overcoming it. So what do we do now? Qin Ziwen asked. Zhao Pu mulled it over. Individually, we need to protect ourselves, wear masks. I have some surgical masks stocked at home. I'll hand some out later. If we run out of masks, we can tear old clothes into cloth strips, sterilize them in boiling water, dry them, and make makeshift ones. On a daily basis, we need to disinfect and sanitize everything and wash our hands frequently. Avoid crowded places. Ideally, we should also disinfect our surroundings. Qin Ziwen looked at Zhao Pu. And if we were to handle this as a whole gated community, what would that entail? Zhao Pu frowned. This would be a completely thankless task. He couldn't help but try to talk him out of it. Mr. Qin, that will be very difficult. Qin Ziwen was silent for a moment before speaking. Let's at least try. If we just let it spread, the gated community will be filled with the sick and the dead. How are we supposed to live then? Hide in our homes and never go out, or do you think we can just find somewhere else to live? This isn't just our problem anymore. It's the entire gated community's problem. We should get the word out now, while the number of infected people is still relatively small, and see what the others plan to do. If the other residents of the gated community showed no strong desire to save themselves, then Qin Ziwen could only respect their choices and let fate run its course. Worst case, I'll just seal my doors and windows and hide at home. I have the spring and a food stockpile, so I can live frugally and hold out for over half a month without any issues. But then he remembered a critical problem. If a large number of residents died, the percentage of households in the gated community with an awakened home would rise. Once it hit 20%, it would automatically trigger a 3-day countdown to the crossover. 3 days later, a new group of residents would arrive, the moment they came into contact with the existing patients. Oh great, a perfect cycle. Knock, 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 someone was knocking on the door downstairs. A moment later, the faint sound of conversation drifted up. Soon there was another knock from the apartment directly below them. It went on for a moment, then stopped. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the knocking came from the apartment across the hall. There's an infectious disease going around the gated community. Please take precautions at home and avoid gathering in crowded places. If you find anyone in your family coughing, please report it immediately. They could hear the voice from outside the door perfectly clearly. It seemed someone had beaten him to it and was already notifying the gated community's residents. Soon the knock came at their door. A masked Zhao Pu got up and opened the door. Outside stood a middle-aged woman also wearing a mask. There's an infectious disease going around the gated community. You all need to take precautions and stay out of crowded areas. In the early stages, it presents like a common cold, with coughing, a low-grade fever, and fatigue, symptoms similar to a normal cold or flu. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaopu's eyes. How do you know the symptoms in such detail? I'm with the Alliance Mutual Aid Association. Our leader is the one who told us all this, the middle-aged woman said. Would you like to join our Alliance Mutual Aid Association? We're one big, loving, harmonious family. Zhao Pu looked back at Qin Ziwen, who said, we'll think about it. Alrighty then. If you decide to join the Mutual Aid Association, remember to give them my referral number. I'm number 14. After speaking, the woman smiled, waved, and continued up the stairs. Once she was gone, they closed the door. Qin Ziwen remarked, this Mutual Aid Association certainly reacts fast. Zhao Pu shook his head and said with a sigh, but this is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. The best way is to gather all the patients, separate them from the healthy residents, and then centralize the disposal of their waste. Once their symptoms subside, they should be quarantined for observation, and only after they're confirmed to have recovered can they be sent home for further monitoring. Deng Guang thought Zhao Pu's idea was unrealistic. And who's going to take care of these patients? Who's going to collect and handle their waste? Let's go and ask, Qin Ziwen said. Since the people from the Alliance Mutual Aid Association are spreading the word, it means they also want to contain the epidemic. After all, we all have to live here. A deteriorating living environment is bad for everyone. When the masked woman came back downstairs, Qin Ziwen told her he wanted to meet Zhu Jiang's. Oh dear. He's the president of our Mutual Aid Association. You can't just meet him that easily, the middle-aged woman said, looking troubled. We'd appreciate it if you could ask for us. This is Dr. Zhao, a former practicing physician. He has some thoughts on this disease, and we just hope to make life better for everyone, Qin Ziwen said, handing her a small portion of falcon meat. The middle-aged woman took the bag and peeked at the meat inside. Her face immediately broke into a wide smile. Oh, so he's a doctor. I knew he looked like a kind man. No need for such formalities. I'll go ask for you. Our president is actually a pretty nice guy. 20 minutes later, the middle-aged woman returned, her attitude much more enthusiastic. I put in a good word for you and the president agreed to see you. I'll take you to him right now. Building 2, Unit 1, Apartment 202. When Qin Ziwen followed Zhao Pu through the door, 2 people were inside talking. One of them was a stranger, but the other he had met once before. It was the old doctor from Ren Hall. Their conversation came to a halt. Dr. Sun leaned back in a faded wooden chair, his fingertips twisting the tip of his goatee. His gaze swept over Qin Ziwen before settling on Zhao Pu, and he gave a slight nod. It was Zhu Jiang, sitting next to him, who moved. He stood from his stool, his gaze circling the 2 newcomers before he hurried over to greet them, his right hand already extended toward Zhao Pu. Dr. Zhao welcomes. After they shook hands, Zhu Jiang finally turned to Qin Ziwen and teased. Trying to see you is quite the challenge, younger brother Qin. Qin Ziwen replied humbly, I've been a bit busy the past couple of days and couldn't get away. Haha, I understand, Zhu Jiang let out a laugh. In this godforsaken place, just staying alive is hard enough. We're all busy. He stepped aside as he spoke, gesturing to an empty sofa. Have a seat, you've actually come at the perfect time. Dr. Sun and I were just discussing how to handle this epidemic. Qin Ziwen and Zhao Pu sat down. Chairman Zhu, how did this epidemic start? At the mention of this, the smile on Zhu Jiang's face faded. It seems to be related to the animal carcasses that washed up after the flood. In the beginning, a lot of people went to see Dr. Sun with similar symptoms. When questioned, we found that almost all of them had eaten meat from those dead animals. Frankly, it's all because of the food shortage. If we had more to eat, who would be willing to touch that stuff? Qin Ziwen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that to be the source. But I thought this disease was contagious, he recalled. Dr. Sun has treated so many patients. Zhu Jiang said admiringly, Dr. Sun was infected himself at the start. Afterward, he used his own body for experiments and managed to find a cure for the disease. Zhao Pu looked at Dr. Sun in astonishment. This man is the real deal. Dr. Sun slowly shook his head. This illness is a form of pneumonia, likely a bacterial lung infection. During the incubation period, the outward symptoms are similar to those of a common cold. Boiling honeysuckle and dandelion into a tea can provide antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects, which alleviates the symptoms. Then, licorice and mint can be used to stop the cough and protect the trachea. But a full recovery ultimately depends on one's own immune system. I regularly practice Badu and Jin, so my immunity is fairly strong, which is how I manage to pull through. People with poor immunity, the elderly, children, and anyone with a compromised immune system, would probably have a very hard time surviving it if they get sick. Zhao Pu frowned. Dr. Sun, since we were brought here, many people haven't been able to eat properly. Their mental state is poor, and they perform hard labor all day. Even a healthy adult's immune system wouldn't be in good shape after a long time in this environment. From that perspective, if the pathogen spreads, things could get very dangerous. Zhu Jiang sighed, "You're not wrong. That's why Dr. Sun and I are discussing how to proceed. Our current idea is to appoint a representative for each apartment unit. They'll be responsible for two things. First, registering the status of all residents, and second, isolating anyone with symptoms in an empty apartment within the unit to avoid infecting their families. Moving all the patients into a single building would be a logistical nightmare, and people would be unwilling to cooperate. But if we do it on a per-unit basis, they won't be too far from home. I believe most people would find that acceptable. So far, we've already chosen representatives for 7 units, but we're still deliberating on the others. My Alliance Mutual Aid Association was just recently formed, so our foundation isn't strong. If we appoint people rashly, they won't have the authority to get things done." Zhu Jiang's gaze fell on Zhao Pu as he spoke. "Dr. Zhao, you're a doctor. If you step up now, you'll surely gain everyone's trust. Besides, you have younger brother Qin with you, right? With the two of you working together, how about I put you in charge of Building 8? Zhao Pu was taken aback, "Me, the representative. Even if they're picking a representative, it should be Mr. Qin." Zhu Jiang then looked at Qin Ziwen. "Younger brother Qin, what do you think about Dr. Zhao being the representative?" Qin Ziwen seemed slightly surprised as Zhu Jiang stared at him, awaiting his answer. Qin Ziwen nodded. "I support Dr. Zhao for the position." Zhu Jiang was visibly pleased. "Haha, with everyone united, our gated community can only get better and better. Dr. Zhao, younger brother Qin, once you've gathered the data over there, report your findings. Dr. Sun and I will coordinate on our end. I'll dispatch people to gather medicinal herbs. In addition to the herbs, I also have some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory pills. If we all work together, we can overcome this crisis." After leaving Zhu Jiang's apartment, Qin Ziwen and Zhao Pu walked side by side. Zhao Pu lowered his voice. "Mr. Qin, I want to be clear, I have no ulterior motives. I really think you should be our unit's representative." Qin Ziwen said, "Don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter who takes the position." He genuinely didn't care. What was the point of being a unit representative anyway? Besides, it was a title bestowed by Zhu Jiang. In his eyes, titles like representative or chairman were all meaningless. Such positions are useful in times of peace where order exists. But in a place like this, only force was the true foundation of personal strength. Instead of wasting time vying for power and status, he'd rather recruit more subordinates, craft more weapons, and forge more sets of armor. The image of Zhu Jiang surfaced in his mind. He had a neutral opinion of the man. For now, they had no conflict of interest. No conflict meant no friction. And in this particular case, regardless of Zhu Jiang's motives, he was, in effect, doing something beneficial for the residents of the gated community. Seeing that Qin Ziwen was genuinely unconcerned, Zhao Pu finally breathed a small sigh of relief. He had been worried that Zhu Jiang's attempt to sow discord would damage their relationship. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not see that Zhu Jiang was trying to win him over? First, he'd singled him out for a handshake upon their arrival. Then, he'd nominated him to be the representative for Unit 1 of Building 8. But in Zhao Pu's eyes, it was all superficial. Even if he joined the Alliance Association, he would be nothing more than an ordinary doctor. But if he stayed with Mr. Qin, he might get a chance to obtain a card. With so many people in the Alliance Association, even if they had cards, it would never be his turn. Right now, Zhao Pu just wanted to cling tightly to Mr. Qin's coattails. He couldn't afford any misunderstandings. Qin Ziwen instructed Zhao Pu, "Dr. Zhao, when you get back, start acting as the unit representative. First, get a headcount, including anyone who's sick or showing symptoms. Don't worry if people try to hide it. Just be careful and make sure you don't get infected. I need to head out for a while." Okay, Zhao Pu's heart warmed at Qin Ziwen's concern. Back at his apartment, Qin Ziwen gathered his things and prepared to head for the mountains. Now that things in the gated community were starting to get organized, he shouldn't waste the day. He didn't know how many people would die from this epidemic. The more deaths, the smaller the population base, and the higher the proportion of people who would awaken a home. He had a feeling that his time in this forest was running out. Qin Ziwen then went upstairs to ask Deng Guang if he wanted to go up the mountain with them. Deng Guang hesitated for a moment and looked back at his family. Xiao Zume nodded. Go ahead, our daughter and I will stay home. We won't go anywheres. Deng Guang nodded. All right, I'll go pack my things. After meeting downstairs, the three of them left the gated community through the nearest south gate. They then circled around to the north side and started heading east. Qin Ziwen, Du Yu, and Deng Guang trekked through the mountain forest. To make it a quick round trip, they traveled light, bringing only their weapons, armor, and some dry rations for lunch. The beaked eagle flew overhead, keeping watch for them. Along the way, Deng Guang stepped behind a cluster of bushes to relieve himself. Qin Ziwen and Du Yu stood a short distance away, chatting. Brother Du Yu, I heard you've killed a tiger before. That's right, Du Yu nodded in acknowledgement. How many? Du Yu was taken aback. Sir, they're not exactly cabbages in a field. They aren't that easy to kill. I've only ever killed two. Oh, wait, two. The first part of his sentence was one thing, but the second half almost made Qin Ziwen do a double take. Du Yu said, that's right. The ferocious man-eating tiger I killed had a cub in its den, so I took care of it as well. Qin Ziwen couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect someone as straight-faced as you to tell a joke like that. Sir, watch out. Du Yu suddenly stretched out an arm, stopping Qin Ziwen. Up on the slope, a leopard emerged from behind a tree. It stared at the two men, then dropped something from its mouth before darting away in a flash. That's odd. The leopard didn't seem hostile. Why would it just leave its prey? Du Yu said, confused, but Qin Ziwen recognized it. It was the same leopard he had fed the wild boar's heart to. He walked over quickly and saw a dead rabbit lying on the ground. I've seen this leopard before. It was injured, so I gave it a piece of a heart to eat. I saw it once more when I came up the mountain after that, but it ran off. Do you understood now? Perhaps it came to repay your kindness. I go to the bathroom for 1 minute and you've already caught a rabbit, Deng Guang said as he walked up from behind. Seeing the rabbit in Qin Ziwen's hand, he clucked his tongue in amazement. I didn't catch it, it was a gift. Qin Ziwen explained what had just happened. Deng Guang found the story fascinating. He had only read tales of foxes repaying kindness in books. He never thought a leopard would do the same. He laughed and said, maybe it saw we didn't have any prey and decided to bring us some. Haha, all right, let's take it then. Qin Ziwen picked up the rabbit from the ground. It was a kind gesture from the leopard after all. Can't let it go to waste. Not far away, the leopard was hidden on a thick branch, quietly watching the three men walk away. It scraped its claws against the bark, a low whimper rumbling in its throat. For some reason, it had gotten nervous when it saw one of the humans, and its jaw had gone slack, causing it to drop its prey. As they continued up the mountain, two black falcons appeared overhead. They had learned their lesson this time and didn't approach, instead flying high above to watch from a distance. The three men arrived at the cave entrance, and Qin Ziwen peered into its depths. Inside, he could just make out a small white point of light. Is that an expansion card? Qin Ziwen frowned for a moment, then his expression relaxed. An expansion card is fine too. A card from this advanced altar can't be too shabby, and I happen to need more space for that advanced building. Qin Ziwen took a flashlight out of his bag. Du Yu glanced at it curiously. He had seen the glowing object yesterday. It was even brighter than a tallow torch. The only drawback was its limited range. Unlike a torch that could illuminate the surroundings, this marvel, called a flashlight, could only light up what was directly in front of it. Sir, let me go, Du Yu volunteered. You. Yes, I've spent years in the mountains. I'm skilled in this kind of terrain. All right, be careful then. Qin Ziwen handed the flashlight to Du Yu, then took a motorcycle helmet from Deng Guang. You want to wear this helmet? Du Yu tried it on, then took it off. It's too heavy. I can't hear properly with it on. I'm more comfortable when I can hear my surroundings. All right. Just be careful. Qin Ziwen watched intently as Du Yu entered the cave. That sound from the depths of the cave yesterday. Was it because taking the card startled something, or was it just a coincidence? As he neared the card, the flashlight's beam suddenly died. A moment later, when the light came back on, it was already moving back toward the cave entrance. Du Yu jogged out, his expression grim. Sir, mission accomplished. He took the white card from Du Yu's hand. Its front and back were both as pure white as jade. The moment he held it, he knew its name and purpose. Expansion card, small-sized blank expansion card. Compared to yesterday's advanced building and the red function card from the day before, this small-sized blank expansion card seemed a bit lackluster. Does this mean the rewards from the altar get worse over time? Qin Ziwen looked at Deng Guang. Brother Deng, do you want to reserve tomorrow's card? Deng Guang's face lit up with joy, but he hesitated, looking at Qin Ziwen. Can I reserve tomorrow's? Of course, Qin Ziwen said without hesitation. A man is nothing without his word, and he had no intention of going back on his promise. Deng Guang nodded. Then I'll take tomorrow's card. The three of them made their way back down the mountain. A little after 6 in the evening, they finally arrived back at the gated community. Compared to the bustling activity at this time yesterday, the gated community was somewhat desolate today. Most of the people still outside were wearing masks, and a few stalls were set up on the ground. Qin Ziwen saw someone selling medicine. The moment the stall was set up, several people crowded around it. They even started arguing over a particular medicine. The price of medicine will probably skyrocket soon, he estimated. Back at his apartment, Qin Ziwen went out onto the balcony. He activated the two small-sized blank expansion cards, extending the boundary outward from the 10x10-meter area where his tavern building was located. In the distance, the gray, misty boundary wall melted away like spring snow, expanding outward in a perfectly straight line. It continued outward, forming a new 20x40-meter expansion zone. He looked at the adjacent tavern and mentally commanded, "Rearrange." In the next second, the small light orb of his home appeared. It projected a screen of light that transformed into a top-down 3D map in front of him. Just like in some kind of city-building game, he felt he could now freely move any of the card-generated buildings and resource nodes within the area, rearranging them to more suitable locations. This rearranging ability is fascinating. If the cooldown is ever removed and my home becomes large enough, what if I get terrain cards for things like mountains or lakes? I'd basically have the power to move mountains and drain seas. Just by moving a card, I could crush someone under a mountain. Forget the future, even now, if someone broke into my home, couldn't I just activate the rearrange ability and drop a house on their head? Wouldn't that just crush them flat? In pulling his thoughts back, the celestial star arrow gallery was 10 by 50 meters. So, Qin Ziwen decided to first move the tavern to the upper right corner of the newly expanded area, then use the building card, Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, on the empty space he had cleared. With the genius idea he'd just had, Qin Ziwen wasn't in such a hurry to rearrange the other buildings. After all, each building had a 1-month cooldown. The priority was to make enough space for the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. As he activated the card, it shattered in his hand, transforming into a brilliant white light that flooded the area before him. When the light faded, an antique-style building appeared before his eyes. It had green bricks, black tiles, and flying upturned eaves. The vermilion main doors were shut tight. On the door plaque were 2 large words, Celestial Star. Advanced buildings really are on another level, Qin Ziwen sighed in admiration. Compared to an advanced building, the ordinary ones look so shabby. He pushed open the main doors, and a long, empty corridor came into view. To the left of the entrance was a row of bow racks, holding a total of 5 bows arranged from left to right. At the far end of the long corridor, strawman targets stood in place. Du glanced around and said, "My lord, I don't know why, but ever since I came in here, I've had the urge to try it out."
Qin Ziwen nodded. Same here.
Qin Ziwen used Insight. Level 1 Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, Level 2 Bow Skill Boost, Level 2 Stamina Recovery, Level 1 Stabilize Heart and Calm Spirit, Special Effect. Arrows are generated infinitely, but cannot be taken out of the arrow gallery. After seeing the effects of the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, Qin Ziwen finally understood the difference between an ordinary building and an advanced building. It had 3 attributes at just level 1, and 2 of them were even level 2. On top of that, it had a special effect that generated infinite arrows. So according to the home's evaluation standards, those boosts don't even count as special effects, just basic abilities. Only something that can create things from nothing, conjuring them out of thin air, qualifies. Qin Ziwen said, "This place is great. From now on, we can all come here to practice archery in our free time. Throughout history, archers have always been a minority. In the future, everyone in my home can practice here in their spare time. The arrows are infinite, and it even restores stamina. Great archers are made through sheer volume of arrows, just like with marksmanship. The more bullets you fire, the better your aim gets."
But what does this bow skill boost do?
It must be limited to within the building, right? Like getting a temporary buff. But Qin Ziwen quickly found out. He took a bow and a quiver from a nearby rack. He hung the quiver on his hip and drew an arrow from it. The arrow had a bamboo shaft and an iron head. The arrowhead was a 4-sided pyramid, and it had 3 fletchings. Its total length was about 80 centimeters. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and tried to draw the bow. Unlike a compound bow, this kind of traditional bow required more effort to hold steady at full draw. As he drew the bow, he felt a divine-like assistance, as if an invisible hand was correcting his posture. "Huh. My lord, your posture," Duyu's eyes lit up. Judging from the posture alone, his lord was definitely a master of arrow skill. Thwack. In an instant, the bamboo arrow crossed the 45-meter distance, accurately hitting the outer edge of the red bullseye on the straw target's chest. Excellent archery skill, Du praised. To achieve such accuracy on the first try with a new bow, his lord's arrow skill was truly impressive. Qin Ziwen's face flushed. He knew full well that a moment ago, it was as if a god had taken the shot for him. Normally, how could he possibly shoot so accurately from over 40 paces away on his first try with an unfamiliar bow? Recalling it now, the posture my body had taken, that feeling. Qin Ziwen drew another arrow from the quiver, took aim and loosed it. Thwack, this arrow hit the bullseye dead center. Qin Ziwen said, "Do you try it and you'll see. This place really is great for archery practice." "Yes, my lord." Du Yu had been itching to try. After getting his lord's permission, he took a bow and a quiver from the side. After loosing a few arrows, Du Yu finally understood why his lord was able to shoot so accurately. He took a deep breath, drew 2 arrows from the quiver, and set them in a shooting stance. The 2 consecutive arrows flew like a 2-star linked bead, one after the other, accurately hitting just to the left and right of the bulls. Du Yu was overjoyed. In the past, while he could perform a 2-star linked bead, he couldn't guarantee the accuracy of the second arrow. After all, the key to a continuous arrow shot was speed. If it was slow, it couldn't be called a 2-star linked bead. But here, he felt his arrow skill had risen dramatically, and he was actually able to pull it off. Qin Ziwen decided to go tell Li Taishan and Qin Ziwu that they could also come practice archery in their free time. There weren't many other recreational activities anyway, so practicing archery could be a way to relax. Before leaving, he deliberately took a quiver and a longbow with him. But the moment he stepped outside, his grip loosened, and the quiver and longbow vanished from his hands. Looking back, he saw the longbow had reappeared on the bow rack. It seems this place is purely for archery practice. Nothing inside can be taken out. Qin Ziwu was the most excited after learning the purpose of the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. He could finally experience what it felt like to be an archery master. Li Taishan's reaction, on the other hand, was lukewarm. He wasn't very interested in archery, but he figured it was an acceptable way to relax in his free time. Arriving at the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, Qin Ziwu couldn't wait to get started. "You use this one." Qin Ziwen picked out the lightest, weakest bow for him. Qin Ziwu looked at the small errand boy of a bow in his hand, then glanced at the bigger bows next to it. "Brother, I think I can draw a heavy one." "Though, give it a try then," Qin Ziwen said with a wry smile, handing him the bow he was holding. Qin Ziwu took the bow from his older brother. The moment he held it, a flicker of understanding appeared in his mind. "This is how you're supposed to hold a bow." He raised the bow, assuming a standard grip, then took an arrow and knocked it on the string. NNGH. Qin Ziwu's face turned red with effort. The bow in his hands trembled as he drew it back. It was slow, but he managed to pull it back bit by bit. Seeing his stance, Du Yu silently moved a safe distance away. He held his breath, focused his mind, and released the string. Thwack, the arrow hit the straw man's arm. "Not bad, you hit it on your first try," Qin Ziwen said, clapping encouragingly. Qin Ziwu's face was beet red. He silently handed the bow back to his brother. "I was actually aiming for the target next to it." Qin Ziwen clapped him on the shoulder. "Your back muscles provide the power, your lower body provides stability, and your core is the transfer point. You'll get better with practice. It's pretty good that you can draw a one-dan bow on your first try. You can barely manage this bow, but this is a practice range, not a battlefield. There's no need to force yourself to use a high draw-weight bow. What's most important is to shoot more arrows and get a feel for it." Qin Ziwu nodded silently. Li Taishan picked up a one-dan bow and silently fired a few arrows off to the side. He let out a small sound of surprise. "I can shoot this accurately too." After firing a few more arrows, Li Taishan quietly returned the bow to its place and walked over to Du Yu. "Do the brave, the precept saber you wanted is almost finished. If you have time, you can come with me to take a look." Du Yu readily agreed, "All right." Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from outside the living room. "Mr. Qin." Zhao Pu was at the door. He held a notebook in his hand. "I've compiled a list of all the residents in our building 1. Let's go upstairs to talk," Qin Ziwen said, leading him up. Apartment 602 now served as their regular meeting place. His own apartment held too many secrets to let others inside. "There aren't many people with symptoms in our building. I've checked everyone. Only 2 households are showing signs of a cough, 202 and 901. If Qin Ziwen remembered correctly, 202 was Granny Lei's apartment. He wasn't familiar with the resident of 901, having only met him once when dealing with the incident in 801. He seemed to be a tall, heavyset man. Zhao Pu said, "Not many people are showing symptoms yet, so I haven't had them quarantined together." The man in 901 is a bit hot-tempered. His wife is the one who's infected, but I have a feeling he might be showing some signs as well. The residents of 202 are an elderly couple. After I warned them, they promised to stay home and not go anywhere. At this, Zhao Pu sounded helpless. He'd had the door shut in his face several times today while making his rounds. The neighbors were all extremely wary. If he hadn't stressed the severity of this infectious disease, they might not have opened their doors at all. Qin Ziwen asked, "What's the situation in the other buildings in the gated community?" Zhao Pu shook his head. "I don't have the full picture, but I met with a few other building representatives today. Basically, every building has infected individuals. Some have just 1 or 2 like us, while others have 4 or 5. If you factor in those who might be hiding their condition, the number could be even higher. Ren Hall has also temporarily closed its doors. They don't have direct contact with patients, they're only responsible for brewing medicine. They're cooperating with the Mutual Aid Association now. It seems our building doesn't have many infected cases then." Qin Ziwen considered this to be good news. Zhao Pu's face was etched with worry. "That's just the number of people showing symptoms. There's still the incubation period. To be completely sure we're safe, we'll need to observe for another 2 or 3 days to be safe." Qin Ziwen said, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Zhao." Zhao Pu sighed. "It's not hard work, just a hard life. To be honest, I really don't want to be this building's representative. It's just a pile of responsibilities and I have no time for my own affairs anymore." As he spoke, Zhao Pu looked at Qin Ziwen. "Mr. Qin, when I went to the Mutual Aid Association to report the latest situation today, Zhu Jiang invited me to join them. I refused. A doctor is a scarce talent. It's only natural for them to try and recruit you," Qin Ziwen said with a smile. "Since he invited you, you might as well go ahead and join." Zhao Pu thought Qin Ziwen was being sarcastic, but after studying his expression, he realized that wasn't the case. "Mr. Qin, are you suggesting that I infiltrate their ranks?" Qin Ziwen waved his hand. "I never said that." After a pause, Qin Ziwen continued, "It's just that the Alliance Mutual Aid Association is a public welfare group dedicated to the entire gated community. I think our Building 8 should have someone on the inside, so we can all reap the benefits." Zhao Pu understood. "All right, then I'll infiltrate the enemy's ranks." Seeing Zhao Pu's hesitant expression, Qin Ziwen knew what he was thinking. "Tomorrow's card has been reserved by Deng Guang. After that, I'll give you the next card." Zhao Pu's face lit up. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Watching Qin Ziwen's back, Zhao Pu gloated inwardly. Following Mr. Qin was definitely the right choice. He had only learned today, when speaking with the other building representatives, that some teams had fallen apart and some people had even turned on their own comrades, all for the sake of a single card. It was just that the gated community was too large and populous for some of this news to have spread very far. Back home, Du Yu emerged from the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery and found Qin Ziwen. "My lord, earlier today when I was retrieving the card, I felt like something was watching me from the depths of the cave. I turned off my flashlight, grabbed the card, and only dared to turn it back on after I was far away." Qin Ziwen's brow furrowed. Last time a sound had come from the depths of the cave. This time something had been watching Du Yu. It meant there was truly something down there. Du Yu cupped his fists. "My lord, we must be on our guard. Let me be the one to go into the cave next time. My intuition tells me that thing inside, it's very dangerous. 10 times more dangerous than the tiger I once encountered in the mountains." "I understand. How's that precept's saber Li Taishan forged for you?" At the mention of this, the corners of Du Yu's mouth turned up. "It's a fine saber, feels good in my hands." After dinner, Qin Ziwen went to the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery to practice his archery for a while. An hour later, he felt his touch had improved considerably. Then he took a warm shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and went to the tavern. He felt he was being a rather unprofessional tavern owner. His opening hours were random, lasting only an hour or 2 each day, but the core reason was that he was short on help. Li Taishan was his only blacksmith. He was indispensable for forging ironware. When he wasn't making finished products, he was busy casting ferrous iron ingots. Du Yu was the waiter, and he needed to be ready to protect him, the shopkeeper, at all times. However, there was nowhere to spend the money they earned anyway, so there was no rush to attract customers. Night fell. Qin Ziwen and Du Yu sat in the tavern's main hall for a while, but no one came in. Qin Ziwen sighed. "I guess we can't attract any customers at night, huh?" It was the same last time. No customers at night, but people showed up as soon as it was daybreak. Du Yu was surprised. "My lord, are you trying to attract customers?" "Oh yes. Why else would we be here?" After a moment of silence, Du Yu looked at the extinguished lantern outside the shop. He found a stool, took the lantern down, and rummaged around inside. My lord, do you have any candles? No, Qin Ziwen shook his head. They really didn't have any candles. But you can try this. Du Yu took the flashlight, lost in thought. A moment later, the lantern was hanging from the bamboo pole outside the tavern, emitting a bright light. It was even brighter than a candle, though the light source was a bit strange, shining in only one direction. Excuse me, is the shop owner in? Before long, there was a knock on the door, a head poked in and a voice asked cautiously, We are, what would you like to eat, guest? Outside, an old man with a basket on his back first cleaned the mud off his feet before carefully stepping inside. I am a medicine gatherer from the nearby mountains. A sudden flash flood cut off my path and I passed by your esteemed establishment while taking a detour home. Might I rest my feet for a while? The old man first explained his origins. Qin Ziwen gestured for the old man to sit. Of course, please come in and sit. A trace of gratitude appeared on the old man's face. After sitting down, however, he seemed a bit uneasy. He fumbled in his pocket and said shyly, Do you have anything cheap to eat? I'll have one of those. Qin Ziwen saw his predicament and smiled faintly. It's all right, just sit and rest, old sir. You don't need to order anything. The old man thanked him profusely. Afterward, Qin Ziwen chatted with him for a bit. The old man was a medicine gatherer from a nearby village who had made a living collecting herbs for many years. He didn't know the current era name, only that there had been one called Yangjia some years ago. The only reason he remembered it so clearly was that His Majesty the Emperor had granted a general amnesty that year, exempting them from half a year's taxes. Seeing the old man drenched by the rain, his hair still wet and his gaunt frame trembling, Qin Ziwen said to Du Yu, go boil a pot of water. Oh yes. Qin Ziwen glanced at the large basket on his back. Is this basket filled with medicinal herbs? Yes, the old man hurriedly took out his basket. The herbs inside aren't worth much. Shopkeeper, feel free to take whatever you like. Qin Ziwen asked, do you have these for? Honeysuckle, dandelion, mint, and licorice. I do, these are common herbs. I picked quite a few this time. The old man quickly dumped the herbs onto the table and sorted out the 4 types. Du Yu came out with a kettle of boiling water and 3 pottery bowls. He first poured a bowl for Qin Ziwen, then one for the old man, and finally one for himself. Be careful, it's hot, Qin Ziwen said. A smile appeared on the old man's face. Thank you for your concern, shopkeeper. Here are the herbs you needed. He pushed the pile of sorted herbs forward. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted over. Qin Ziwen looked at Du Yu. Go to the cellar, cut off some meat, and cook it. A short while later, the old man accepted the strip of cooked cured meat. His eyes grew hot. Wiping away a tear, he said hastily, Shopkeeper, you are a good man. If you need any herbs, just let me know. If I come across them, I'll bring them to you. Qin Ziwen pointed to the honeysuckle and other 3 herbs on the table. If you find any more, just bringing more of these 4 types would be a great help. The old man nodded quickly to show he understood. The two chatted for a while longer before Qin Ziwen said, It's not safe at night. You can rest here for the night and leave at dawn tomorrow. I don't have a spare bed though. You can push some tables together. No, that's not necessary. I can just sleep on the floor. Qin Ziwen didn't press the issue. He just went back to get a straw mat for him, then took the herbs and left the tavern. In any case, these people couldn't get to his home through the tavern. Wherever they came from, that's where they'd be when they left. Night fell and the hours passed without incident. You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 19th day. You obtained a card from the altar and snatched a rabbit from a leopard. Overall score 54. You have received the following rewards. Building card, level 1 kanji shed, building card, level 1 farmland, building card, level 1 pharmacy, mountain animal encyclopedia fragment *2. The next morning, Qin Ziwen looked at his rewards. Qin Ziwen thought 2 new types of buildings had appeared. One was a kanji shed, the other a pharmacy. Thinking about recent events, Qin Ziwen decided to build the pharmacy first. The pharmacy required a 4x5 meter empty space. Qin Ziwen found an open area behind the bathroom. He silently willed it to be used. When the light faded, a small, elegant building of blue bricks and tiles stood before him. The small building was exquisite. He pulled open the main door. The layout inside resembled a traditional Chinese pharmacy. One wall was covered with a cabinet of drawers for storing herbs, and a brown wooden desk stood in the front. A faint medicinal fragrance filled the air. Could it be? Qin Ziwen's expression shifted. He walked over and pulled open a drawer. It was empty. He checked several more drawers. They were all the same. Qin Ziwen was speechless. Looks like I was overthinking things. Level 1 pharmacy, level 1 medicine fragrance, level 1 antiseptic. Well, what do you know? The fragrance in the air is actually an effect of the building itself. Level 1 medicine fragrance of all things. Qin Ziwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but besides the fragrance, there was also the level 1 antiseptic effect. He went to the living room and began sorting the herbs he got yesterday into the drawers. Sir, this is from the medicine gatherer yesterday. Du came in from behind, carrying a large bag full of herbs. Qin Ziwen was surprised. He left all of them. From the looks of it, this was nearly all the herbs the medicine gatherer had in his basket. Yes, I believe so. And he rolled up the straw mat and left it by the wall. Du nodded. A complex emotion flickered in Qin Ziwen's eyes. He hadn't really thought much of it yesterday. He just figured they had made a deal. The medicine gatherer gave him some herbs, so it was fine to let him stay the night in the tavern since he couldn't leave it anyway. He really hadn't thought about it too deeply. He didn't even know if people who left the tavern could ever return for a second time. For him and the medicine gatherer, that might have been the one and only time they would ever meet. Qin Ziwen looked at the herbs in the bag and asked do you recognize any of these herbs? Du quickly shook his head. Qin Ziwen was in a bind, he didn't recognize them either. Zhao Pu might know, but he couldn't possibly bring Zhao Pu here. That would reveal far too much. He knew that human nature rarely holds up to scrutiny, so sometimes it was best to eliminate the possibility of a test altogether. It's fine. Qin Ziwen then dumped all the herbs from the bag onto the table and began sorting them into drawers by type. Sir, so you do recognize them, Du said in surprise. I don't, I'm just putting them away randomly. When someone who knows herbs comes along, we can rearrange them, Qin Ziwen said calmly. By the way, Du take some of these herbs to apartment 202 downstairs. Du bowed. Yes, sir. After dealing with the pharmacy, it was time for the kanji shed. Honestly, Qin Ziwen felt the name of this building was a little bizarre. In ancient times, kanji sheds were used for disaster relief. So, is the purpose of giving me a kanji shed to provide disaster relief for the gated community? The problem is I don't have that much grain. After some thought, Qin Ziwen went to the expanded area behind the guest bedroom. It was adjacent to the mining area and there was still a 20x10 empty space. Unlike the pharmacy, whose purpose was relatively clear, he decided to place it here. The kanji shed required an 8x7 area, a very large footprint. He silently willed it to be used. When the light faded, a huge thatched shelter stood in its place. It was a simple structure built from wood, thatch, and broken planks, the joints tied directly with rope. The core area featured a large iron pot over a meter in diameter, sitting on a brick and stone stove. Next to it were several large bundles of firewood, and beside the stove, a large sack of rice. Under the further reaches of the shelter, straw mats were laid out over a sparse layer of thatch. These mats were probably meant to be temporary beds. This thing, it really is a kanji shed for disaster relief. Walking over to the stove, he looked at the large sack of rice. The budget for this shabby building had probably all been spent on this one sack. He opened the sack. The rice inside wasn't very fresh, it was likely old rice. He chose to use insight on the kanji shed. Level 1 kanji shed. Level 1 attracts vagrants, level 1 employment. Looking at the kanji shed's effects, Qin Ziwen couldn't help but ponder. He thought he, probably maybe sort of, figured out the kanji shed's purpose. After all, it was written quite clearly. Attract vagrants, then employ them. Wasn't this just a way to recruit temporary workers? Just like in the old days, trading labor for food, work for relief. As for how to attract them, Qin Ziwen's gaze fell on the large pot in the center. He decided to give it a try, but not to go overboard. If his theory was wrong, he could still eat the resulting porridge for breakfast, so it wouldn't be a waste. He poured some rice into the pot, then added water. Next to the stove was a large wooden ladle over a meter long. There was a lot of water and not much rice. He looked at it and felt like something was missing. He slapped his forehead. Of course, how could I forget the wild vegetables? He went to the farmland and picked some purslane. Zio Zume had given it to him earlier. There wasn't much, so he had planted it in the ground. After a few days, the purslane was looking much healthier, though it didn't seem to have grown many new leaves. After washing the wild vegetables, he returned to the porridge shed and added them to the pot. Then he stirred vigorously. He cooked it over a high flame for nearly 30 minutes. The rice in the pot had long since burst open and become slightly thick. A few chopped vegetable leaves floated sparsely on the surface. The broth was so clear he could even see his reflection when he leaned over. Qin Ziwen thought to himself, this porridge, isn't it a bit too thin? Could such a watery gruel really attract any refugees? Sir, spare a mouthful of food. Master, you're a lifesaver. From the side, two people scrambled out from who knows where. They approached and fell to their knees with a thud. They were dressed in rags, their hair was a mess, and their faces were covered in dust. It was impossible to tell how long they had gone without food. Here, eat. Qin Ziwen ladled a bowl of porridge for each of them from the pot. They drank it down with loud gulps, finishing it in seconds. After they had their fills, they curled up on a straw mat on the ground nearby. Qin Ziwen glanced at them, then tapped the side of the pot with the ladle. Can you work? The two of them scrambled to their feet. Just give us the order, sir. Go dig for some iron ore. Qin Ziwen pointed to the iron mine not far away. The two refugees froze, exchanged glances, and then headed toward the iron mine with long faces. Seeing that they didn't disappear even after leaving the porridge shed's vicinity, Qin Ziwen grew thoughtful. It seems that unlike the tavern, the refugees attracted by the porridge shed aren't confined to its immediate area. A short while later, the sound of striking metal came from the mine pit. The clinking and clanking went on for a bit before abruptly stopping. Qin Ziwen went to take a look and found the men had vanished without a trace. All that was left were two pickaxes lying on the ground and a few pieces of mined iron ore. Looks like these refugees can't handle heavy labor. They work for a moment, then get lazy and run off. Qin Ziwen understood now. If they couldn't even handle mining, they would probably flee at the first sign of danger if he took them out hunting or into battle. They were only good for making up the numbers and putting on a show. Looking at the thin porridge left in the pot, Qin Ziwen ladled it out. This will have to do for breakfast. After he had scooped out all the porridge, two more refugees walked into the shed. Finding no one there, they looked around. One of them walked over to the large iron pot and peered inside. Seeing the empty pot, he muttered something, then turned and left. As they walked away, their figures gradually vanished on the spot. After breakfast, Qin Ziwen went up the mountain with Deng Guang and Du Yu. They had walked this path several times already. It passed through the leopard's hunting grounds. But this time they didn't see the leopard. Arriving outside the cave, Qin Ziwen prepared to enter, but Du Yu stopped him. Sir, there are unknown dangers deep in the cave. Please let me go. Qin Ziwen readily accepted his advice. Soon Du Yu came out and handed the card to Qin Ziwen. Qin Ziwen took the building card, fish and shrimp ditch. He then handed it over to Deng Guang. As soon as Deng Guang got the card, an unstoppable grin spread across his face. Good fortune certainly put a spring in his step. Walking behind Deng Guang, Qin Ziwen suddenly thought of something. Li Taishan and the beaked eagle couldn't touch cards, so why could Du Yu? Is it because they were summoned with a recruitment card, or is there another reason? Qin Ziwen asked Du Yu, did you feel anything strange when you held the card? Du Yu hesitated. Sir, are you talking about the voice that appeared in my mind when I took it? It told me this was a building card. Just building card, nothing else. That is correct, sir. Qin Ziwen figured that either the people recruited from the tavern were special, or Du Yu himself was special. Once I recruit someone else from the tavern, I can test it again to be sure. When they returned to the gated community, they saw a crowd of people gathered in twos and threes from a distance, watching something. They still dare to gather like this at a time like this. The three of them silently skirted around the crowd. Back home, he went to his bedroom and looked down from the window. In the open space at the center of the crowd, two people were wrestling and fighting on the ground. The crowd was pushed aside as a group of people arrived. They separated the two brawlers and led them away while also dispersing the onlookers. That evening, after dinner, Qin Ziwen was about to practice with his bow when Deng Guang came to his door asking for help. He was planning to rearrange his living room, but some of the furniture was too heavy for him to move alone. Qin Ziwen happily agreed. Deng Guang was probably getting ready to use the card and needed to clear some space for it. Conveniently, he was also curious to see just what kind of structure this fish and shrimp ditch was. Arriving at Deng Guang's place, Qin Ziwen saw that he had already moved the TV stand, the floor-standing air conditioner unit, and some stools, leaving only a few of the heavier, larger items. I was going to ask you and Dr. Zhao, but Xu Huan said the doctor wasn't home, Deng Guang said with a cheerful laugh. He wasn't the showy type, so he had only invited Qin Ziwen's and Zhao Pu's families. He's probably busy, Qin Ziwen said, rolling up his sleeves. He and Deng Guang worked together to move the sofa that was against the wall. He noticed Deng Guang moving some unwanted items into a small room, clearing out the entire area along the living room walls. Qin Ziwen asked, where should we put this sofa? Deng Guang was conflicted. He wanted to throw it away but couldn't bear to part with it, yet keeping it would take up space. Just put it in the middle for now, Deng Guang finally said, pointing to the center of the room. In the end, Deng Guang's living room looked very strange. The middle was piled high with furniture and appliances, but a complete circle along the walls had been left empty. Deng Guang took out the card. It transformed into a ray of light in his hand and merged with the surroundings. When the light faded, A ditch running along the base of the wall appeared before their eyes. It looked like a small trench from the edge of a field, filled with water, stones, and some aquatic plants and moss. It had become a complete, self-contained ecosystem in the form of a small stream. Miraculously, the little ditch formed a closed loop. There was no telling where the water inside came from. After activating the card, Deng Guang's eyes went a little vacant, as if he were looking at something only he could see. Qin Ziwen looked at the small ditch with interest. Could this fish and shrimp ditch be a place specifically for raising small fish and shrimp? Just then, a line of text appeared before his eyes, activating Insight, checking permissions. Insight successful. Level 1 Fish and Shrimp Ditch. Level 1 Lush Water Plants. Level 1 Aquatic Animal Growth Boost. Qin Ziwen's eyelid twitched. I can even use Insight on other people's buildings. He silently apologized to Deng Guang in his heart. He hadn't meant to pry. Knock knock. There was another knock at the door. Zhao Zume went to open it. Zhao Pu couldn't help but complain the moment he walked in. Sigh, there's always so much going on with the Mutual Aid Association. Someone even got into a fight today. Stepping into the room, Zhao Pu paused at the sight of the drastically changed space and clicked his tongue in wonder. Is this your card building? Pretty interesting. What's it for? Deng Guang chuckled and said, for raising some small fish and shrimp. You can also raise crabs and eels. Not bad at all, congratulations, Zhao Pu said. He took a light leap over the channel at his feet, landing in the center. Deng Guang asked curiously, was the fight you mentioned the one downstairs just now? Yeah, you all saw it, huh? Man, what a mess. Zhao Pu sounded exasperated just bringing it up. Some people really take any little bit of power they get and blow it way out of proportion. Since the topic came up, Zhao Pu just let it all out in a rant. There's a building manager over in Building 3. He claimed a whole family was infected, so he posted a notice on their door forbidding them from going out. The man of the house wouldn't stand for it. He snuck out and tore off the seal. The building manager discovered him and told him to go back inside, but he refused. And that's when they came to blows. Hearing this, Deng Wen asked in surprise, Uncle Zhao, isn't that the right thing to do? If you're sick, shouldn't you stay home? Otherwise, you'll just infect other people. Zhao Pu replied that was the building manager's side of the story. The man of the house has another version. He says he wasn't infected, just his wife. He was getting ready to go out and find food, but the manager tried to solicit a bribe, telling him he had to pay up to be allowed outside. The manager claimed that since he was in charge, the man had to listen to him. The man got so angry that he started a fight. So was the man infected? Zhao Pu shook his head. I don't know, that manager has been temporarily dismissed though and they've appointed a new one. But I heard from others that the man showed no symptoms at all. The manager said he was in the incubation period. So just now the Alliance Association was discussing whether they could form some special teams for hunting or gathering, for example, and have the family members of sick patients form their own separate groups. Zhao Zume thought the idea was decent, but knew it wouldn't be that simple to execute. It's a good thing, no one can guarantee that their own family members won't get infected, but implementing it might not be so easy. Of course it's difficult. Healthy people certainly won't want to team up with the family members of patients. And those family members will be suspicious of one another, worried others might be in the incubation period, who wouldn't want to team up with healthy people. But if you're one of the healthy ones, are you willing to take that gamble? Zhao Pu clapped his hands. To put it bluntly, it's a trust issue. There's a lack of trust between everyone. At this, Zhao Pu shook his head. It'll probably be a mess for a while, but once they face reality, they'll form the teams anyway. Deng Guang sighed silently at these words. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Qin Ziwen. Brother Qin, I'd like to stay home tomorrow to catch more fish and shrimp to raise in the channels. Qin Ziwen teased, sure thing, the earth cage is here with you, right? Catch a lot tomorrow, Brother Deng. My future supply of fresh river delicacies depends on you. After leaving Deng Guang's place, Zhao Pu lowered his voice. By the way, Mr. Qin, the manager of Building 6, Unit 2, spoke to me about something today. What is it? There are rats inside the Alliance Association. Qin Ziwen's expression grew guarded. Aren't you a manager in the Alliance Association? Sensing Qin Ziwen's stare, Zhao Pu gave a bitter smile. I'm just a figurehead. The real mid-level managers are the captains who can rally people. He continued, the Alliance Association is developing very quickly. It's mainly because it's the only large, organized group in the gated community at the moment. With the outbreak of this infectious disease, many families have joined. Right now, the Alliance Association has 15 hunting teams alone, and even more gathering teams, 19 of them. If you add the logistics teams responsible for weaving cages, making simple masks, and drying herbs, we have almost 40 teams. And that number is still growing. A single team has 10 people. Mr. Qin, you can imagine the scale the Alliance Association has reached. Hearing this, Qin Ziwen was inwardly shocked. The Alliance Association has developed this quickly. At this scale, the food the Alliance Association is able to hunt and gather daily should not only cover its needs, but also leave a surplus. After all, we're in a forest. Resources are quite plentiful here. And I've heard that some homeowners who have cards have also privately reached agreements with the Alliance Association, selling them some of the resources produced by their cards at a favorable price. But almost no one inside the Alliance has ever seen these resources, and internal supplies are still frequently in short supply. That is absolutely not normal. Who do you think is doing it? Zhao Pu said, do we even need to guess? Only a few people are capable of pulling this off. Qin Ziwen found it hard to believe. Are they morons? After all the hard work to build up the Alliance Association, they pull this kind of self-sabotaging crap. Zhao Pu sounded resigned. There are plenty of people like that. A lot of people aren't greedy only because they lack the opportunity. The moment they get a chance, their true nature is exposed. Back when I was at the hospital, we got a new director. The first thing he did after taking office was to make drastic reforms, causing no end of misery and complaints from the staff. Less than half a year later, he was arrested. I heard he embezzled hundreds of millions and was keeping 4 mistresses on the side. He managed all of that in just those 6 months. So what are you planning to do? Gather evidence first. It's hard to make a solid case without concrete proof. Food isn't like other assets. It's only been a few days, they can't have consumed much. When the time comes, they can just claim it was being temporarily stored. What could we do to them then? The two talked for a while longer, and in the end, Qin Ziwen warned Zhao Pu to be careful. To the soggy riverbank, a group of people walked along the riverbank. Weeds grew rampant, and the ground was covered in mud that hadn't fully dried. It was a scene left behind by a flood that had just receded. Someone stopped in their tracks. Captain Zhang, I smell a strong scent of blood. Isn't that just the smell of the mud? I don't smell any blood. As they were talking, they all suddenly stopped. They rounded a bend, and ahead of them lay a cove. The surface of the water was stained red with blood. On the shore of the cove, 7 or 8 massive carcasses lay packed together. Is that a hippo? One of them yelled, pointing to a half-eaten carcass at the edge of the cove, its stark white bones exposed to the air. The hippo had been dead for who knows how long. A hippo eaten just like that? Who could possibly hunt something like this? Don't tell me it was a crocodile, someone muttered. Zhang Yuan's expression was grave. Looking at the wounds, it doesn't seem like the work of a crocodile. Besides, this was a pod of hippos. A typical crocodile wouldn't dare to provoke them. Captain Zhang, look over there. I think there's something in the water. Following his team member's finger, Zhang Yuan looked into the water. Near the hippo carcass, it looked like there were things moving. The distance was too great and the water's surface was reflecting the light, so he couldn't see clearly. He didn't dare get a closer look. Zhang Yuan said decisively, we're heading back. As they were leaving, Zhang Yuan glanced back one last time. He thought he saw, crawling on the hippo's carcass, a large pitch-black creature that looked like a water centipede. Under the setting sun, Wang Xiaoli carried a large bucket of water, struggling to haul it up to apartment 202. Hearing the violent coughing from inside the apartment, she subconsciously tightened her mask. She placed the bucket on the floor by the entrance, then knocked. A moment later, the door creaked open a crack. Wang Xiaoli intended to put the bucket inside just as she always did, but the door was blocked. Granny Li clutched her chest and waved a hand wearily. She turned away, covering her mouth to cough a few times, then pointed her free hand at a stool by the door. On the stool sat a large bag filled with some withered fruit, some cured meat and rice. Wang Xiaoli froze for a second. She picked up the bag. It was heavy. So heavy, don't tell me Granny Li gave me all the food she had left in her house. Go! Granny Li's hoarse voice came from inside. Wang Xiaoli took the bag, bowed to Granny Li and turned to go upstairs. She took 2 steps, stopped, and had just turned her head back. When the door behind her slammed shut with a clang, the setting sun cast long shadows on the wall. In a daze, Wang Xiaoli recalled a week ago, at about the same time. She had been coming home in the afternoon and saw Granny Li's hunched figure struggling to carry a bucket of water. On some impulse, she had gone up to help. After helping her to the 2nd floor, just as she was about to leave, Granny Li had called out to her. She gave her an apple and asked, "My back isn't what it used to be, and I have to take care of my husband. Could you help me carry some water every day? I'll make it worth your while." From then on, she helped Granny Li carry a bucket of water every day. Sometimes Granny Li would share some candy with her, other times a few pieces of fruit, and sometimes some dried nuts. Gradually, she got used to it. After all, she sometimes went for a walk downstairs after dinner anyway. But a contagious disease had been spreading through the gated community these past few days, so she hadn't been going out much. She only continued to fetch a bucket of water at dusk when there were fewer people around. From behind the tightly shut door came the sound of Granny Lee's strained coughing. Clutching the bag, Wang Xiaoli silently walked upstairs. For some reason, the things in her hand felt incredibly heavy. Back home, she placed the large bag on the table and took out its contents. Before taking anything out, she made a point of going to the bathroom to wash her hands thoroughly with soap. Air-dried cured meat, shriveled fruit, a small box of figs, half a bag of walnuts, a small bag of rice, 2 candies wrapped in colorful paper, 2 new unopened masks, and half a box of cold medicine. When she saw the cold medicine, Wang Xiaoli's hands trembled. She was certain now, Granny Lee was entrusting her with her final affairs. The thought left her feeling inexplicably depressed. She sat on the sofa, running both hands into her scalp, her eyes dazed. She didn't know what to do. Right, the building leader. Doesn't our building have a leader? Wang Xiaoli's eyes lit up. She hurried downstairs and knocked on Zhao Pu's door. After listening to Wang Xiaoli's story, Zhao Pu fell silent. Then he said, "I'll go downstairs with you to check on her." Standing in front of apartment 202, Zhao Pu felt conflicted. Over the past 2 days, Granny Lee had asked him for herbal medicine several times, even offering to trade rice for it. He had inquired, but herbs that could suppress coughs and bacteria were in extremely short supply within the Alliance Mutual Aid Association. He had asked several times, but they were always out. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside for a long time. The two of them stood at the door for over 10 minutes. When there was still no answer, they had no choice but to leave. Zhao Pu shook his head. "There's nothing I can do then. The elderly have weaker resistance to infectious diseases."
I suspect.
Since the transmigration, similar incidents had happened frequently in the gated community. After their spouses met with an accident, some elderly people with no other ties would choose to end their own lives rather than continue to suffer alone and desolate. Wang Xiaoli fretted, "So there's nothing we can do." Zhao Pu shook his head. "No, but the Alliance Association has a team that specializes in handling corpses. Once the homeowner's death is confirmed, they'll enter the apartment to remove the body. Whatever is left inside belongs to the cleanup team." What? Wang Xiaoli's face showed she couldn't bear the thought. Granny Lee she. "I don't know," Zhao Pu said. "All right, go back home and rest. Try to go out as little as possible. However, if you want to join a gathering team, let me know. I can ask around and see if any new teams are recruiting." Wang Xiaoli said softly, "Thank you, Dr. Zhao."
Don't mention it.
Watching Zhao Pu leave, Wang Xiaoli turned back to the door. She walked up and knocked. "Granny Lee, it's me, Wang Xiaoli. Granny Lee, are you home?" "Hey, keep it down," the resident of 201 said, opening their door. Wang Xiaoli bit her lip. This time she didn't speak, just kept knocking relentlessly. Finally, perhaps disturbed by the noise, Granny Lee opened the door. She looked up at Wang Xiaoli, her expression complex. "Good girl, you go get some rest. This old woman just wants to get some good sleep." After a pause, Granny Lee said, "You're still young like a flower, live a good life." With that, she closed the door. "Bro, I've been practicing for 2 days. I feel like my arm is about to fall off." Qin Ziwen rubbed his arm, sitting on a small stool and watching his older brother practice his archery. "If you're tired, just stay in here a bit longer. This place helps you recover." As his voice fell, Qin Ziwen released the bowstring, hitting the bullseye dead center. While practicing, Qin Ziwen felt his arrow skill improving by leaps and bounds, but as soon as he left the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery, that feeling of divine assistance would vanish. Fortunately, the feel he developed during practice didn't disappear. As long as he kept practicing diligently, his arrow skill would sooner or later get better and better. However, he was using a bow provided by the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. If he used his compound bow, the feel might be different. At this thought, Qin Ziwen frowned, but then inspiration struck. He turned, went back to his bedroom, and took out the bow and arrow equipment box. He took out the compound bow from inside and brought it into the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. His fingers touched the bowstring, that buffed feeling. It hadn't disappeared. He turned to look at the box used to hold his carbon fiber arrows, took one out and aimed at a distant target. Thwack! The target shuddered violently. The arrow pierced straight through the straw target, tearing a large chunk out of it. He fired off all 15 arrows in succession, then glanced down at his empty quiver. He carried his bow and quiver out the main door, then walked back in. The quiver was magically refilled, and at the same time the arrows that had been shot into the straw target vanished. "Ha ha," Qin Ziwen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had discovered a new use for the Celestial Star Arrow Gallery. The building granted a bow skill buff, but it didn't specify what kind of bow. Bows brought in from the outside counted too. Coupled with the special effect of infinitely generating arrows, he was no longer troubled by the limited number of carbon fiber arrows that had previously prevented him from practicing freely. Qin Ziwen practiced until well after 10 o'clock at night before stopping. He took a shower, then lit the tavern's lantern to prepare for customers. Feeling a bit bored in his downtime, he simply took out the 2 mountain animal encyclopedia fragments he had obtained yesterday. These fragments don't seem very useful. I've basically never encountered the plants and animals described on them. But then again, he thought, the forest is so vast with so many species of flora and fauna. Encountering them is a matter of fate. It's normal not to run into them. The 2 newly acquired animal encyclopedia fragments recorded 4 creatures: forest giant mayfly, stone cave ancient giant toad, monkey-eating albatrosses, and back cat. Qin Ziwen was reading it like a nature documentary, assuming it would all be new things he'd never seen. But he actually found something familiar: monkey-eating albatrosses, solitary flying bird. Adult wingspan exceeds 6 meters, with some individuals reaching an 8-meter wingspan. Fierce temperament. Feeds on monkeys, apes, and small to medium-sized mammals. Prefers to lift prey into the air and drop it. Also preys on smaller birds. Lifting strength can reach 100 to 150 kilograms, with a grip strength of up to 280 kilograms. After finishing the 2 pages, Qin Ziwen saw that Du Yu was curious and handed the fragments to him. Qin Ziwen asked, "Can you read the words on it?" Du Yu frowned, staring at it for a long time before finally shaking his head. "I almost understand. Some of the characters are similar to the script from my home, but not quite." "Haha, no problem, I'll teach you." Qin Ziwen then started teaching him the characters while chatting with him. Listening to the Lord's explanations, Du Yu sometimes shook his head, sometimes nodded in understanding, his eyes sparkling with fascination. "My lord, these exotic beasts are truly wondrous. I've never heard of such things in Great Yang. To think this giant bird can snatch people and eat them. Its strength is truly terrifying. But its large size also makes it an easy target. These birds may look big, but they aren't that heavy. As long as we prepare bows and crossbows in advance and fire a volley of arrows when it descends, we can definitely injure it. It's strange, though. After coming here twice, the monkey-eating albatross hasn't been back. It probably went to find other prey. This paper says they're solitary, so their hunting grounds must be quite large." Qin Ziwen smiled faintly. "Perhaps it's because our 2 worlds are different." He glanced at the still curtains. "Looks like there won't be any customers today. Let's get to bed early." "Yes, my lord." Du Yu slept on the living room sofa. It was a foldable one that turned into a bed when spread out. Qin Ziwen himself used to love sleeping on the sofa. He sometimes found it even more comfortable than a bed. He returned to the master bedroom and closed his eyes to rest. Waking the next day, he checked the previous day's settlement. "You have successfully survived in the wilderness for a 20th day. You obtained a card from the altar and gifted it away. Comprehensive score: 42 points. You have received rewards: building card, level 1 salt well resource card, level 1 stone quarry nylon woven bags x10. Oh, a salt well." Qin Ziwen let out a small sound of surprise. A salt well is an excellent thing to have. Zhang Bo used to have a monopoly because of his salt well, raising prices all over the place. Now I have one too. With this, I can cure any game I catch without worrying about running out of salt. The salt well didn't have a large footprint, requiring only a 2x8-meter area. The stone quarries, however, required a much larger area. Like the iron mine, it needed a 10x10-meter plot of land. He went to the mining area off to the side. This area had originally been created using a 20x20 sand expansion card. The top left and top right corners were now filled by 2 10x10 mines. The kanji shed occupied the bottom left, leaving a large, empty plot in the bottom right corner. He mentally activated it. When the light faded, a sunken patch of ground appeared before him. From a distance, it looked like a hollowed-out inkstone. The central area was sunk 1 to 2 meters into the ground, enclosed by uneven earthen slopes still covered in weeds and loose dirt. The most striking feature was the bluish-gray granite half embedded in the earth at the center. Nearby stood a large, crude wooden table with 2 baskets on it. Walking closer, he saw that the baskets were filled with chisels, hammers, and crowbars. There were also 3 sturdy, sheet metal wheelbarrows for transporting the quarried stone. "Now I have 3 resource sites: a coal mine, an iron mine, and a stone quarry. But the main problem is still a lack of workers. Right now, the main workers are still Qin Ziwen and Li Taishan. They only come over to mine for a bit when we need iron for forging. The rest of the time, the mines just sit idle." What a waste. After inspecting his new quarry for a moment, Qin Ziwen moved over to the kanji shed and used the salt well card next to it. The light faded, a long, low structure appeared. The first part was an earthen well 1.5 meters in diameter. The well was covered by a small rain canopy. A crooked wooden pole rested across the mouth of the well, with a worn wooden bucket tied to one end by a hemp rope. He approached the well and a briny, acrid smell immediately hit him. He squinted, peering inside. The salt well was deep and at the bottom lay the brine. Shifting his gaze, he saw the salt-drying beds next to the well. They looked like feeding troughs for pigs, except these were perfectly square, measuring 2 by 2 meters. The ground of the drying beds was covered in a layer of semi-dry yellow earth. Qin Ziwen had seen videos about ancient salt-making methods before. He knew the process: draw the brine from the well, pour it into the drying beds, and let it bake in the sun. Once the water evaporated, the layer left behind would be the crudest form of salt, which wasn't edible. To the right of the drying beds was a large cauldron. It was used for a second round of boiling and purification. Only after this second purification was the salt barely edible. Because it was rich in minerals, it had a greenish tint, which was why it was called green salt. He used insight on the salt well. Level 1 salt well. Level 1 rapid evaporation. Level 1 rapid purification. This salt well is like the blacksmith shop, Qin Ziwen mused. It won't just produce salt on its own. To get the most value out of it, I need someone with the right skills. Of course, a salt worker isn't the same as a blacksmith. A blacksmith needs skill and strength. A salt worker needs strength and experience. As for mining, that's just pure backbreaking labor. He looked toward the kanji shed. Since I'm short on people, could I recruit some of these refugees? He started a pot of kanji, and soon 2 vagrants arrived together. It was a man and a woman, both sallow and emaciated with hunger. Do you know how to produce salt? Sir, I'm a farmer. I know how to farm, the two said hurriedly. Qin Ziwen waved a hand, dismissing them. Huh. Sir, isn't this a kanji shed? We're so hungry, can we please have a little to eat? Like ravenous ghosts, the two clutched at the wooden posts, their faces etched with desperation. Resigned, Qin Ziwen ladled a bowl of thin kanji for each of them. After finishing, they wanted more, licking their lips as they stared at the fragrant white kanji in the pot. Qin Ziwen's expression darkened. Do you? Hearing his name called, Du Yu hurried over. At the sight of the burly Du Yu, the two panicked and quickly scurried away. This was the first time Qin Ziwen had seen with his own eyes how the refugees from the kanji shed disappeared. They ran a few steps to the side, their bodies gradually turning transparent. Ripples spread out around them and then they vanished from sight. These cards, they really are something else. Sir, so you were handing out kanji. Du Yu glanced around and added a word of caution. These vagrants have all been driven from their homes. A few are fine, but if too many gather, there's no telling what they might do. You must be careful, sir. Qin Ziwen gave Du Yu a curious look. You know about this sort of thing. Du Yu's voice was grave. I've seen vagrants riot before, looting kanji sheds and clashing with officials. All right, I'll be careful, Qin Ziwen said. I'm looking for skilled workers who know how to produce salt, Qin Ziwen said, pointing to the nearby salt well. It would be a shame to let this go to waste. Du Yu understood. Ah, sir, the professional salt workers from the saltworks are usually from hereditary salt-producing families. They're registered, so they rarely become refugees. However, some villages dig their own simple wells, and the villagers will produce salt in their free time when they're not busy with farm work. 3 more groups of people came and went, but none knew how to produce salt. Just as the small pot of kanji was nearly empty, a man finally arrived who had experience. He was a skilled worker who had drawn brine and boiled salt in his village, but he was old, 53 to be exact. Because of his age, Qin Ziwen decided to also keep the younger man traveling with him. What are your names? The man who'd been kept replied without a second thought, I didn't call for anything, sir. I'm asking for your names. Though, right, I'm called De Zhuang. This old one is Liu San. All right, you said you know how to make salt. You two can stay here and do that every day. I'll provide all your meals. Liu San immediately dropped to his knees. Thank you, sir. De Zhuang stared blankly for a second, then seeing Liu San on the ground, he quickly knelt as well. Thank you, sir. Get up, no need to kneel. Let me ask you, with the two of you using this equipment, how many jin of salt can you produce for me each day? Liu San hesitated. Sir, we can probably produce 20 to 30 jin of crude salt. If you want the twice purified green salt, it would only be about 10 jin. That's a lot. Liu San puffed out his chest. We can do even more. The process has 3 steps: drawing the brine, drying it, and boiling it for purification. There are only 2 of us. If we had 2 more helpers, we could double the daily output, however. Boiling the salt uses a lot of firewood, sir. Don't worry about firewood, I'll take care of it. Qin Ziwen now understood. If Zhang Bo's salt well was the same type as his, then with a full crew, he was likely producing 40 to 50 jin of crude salt per day. That guy must have produced hundreds of jin of crude salt by now. He must be rolling in it. Alright, I'll go recruit 2 more helpers. You two can get started. Qin Ziwen then picked out 2 more vagrants who looked honest. When they learned he would provide all their meals in exchange for working as salt workers, the two were overcome with gratitude. Turning away, Qin Ziwen began to calculate in his head. Now that I have the salt well, I'm not short on salt anymore. That means I need to start planning my hunting expeditions. While I'm still in the forest where game is plentiful, I should stockpile as much meat as possible. I don't want to wait until I reach the Gobi Desert, where the only prey will be scorpions and western diamondback rattlesnakes, creatures with barely any meat on them. Do you, if we want to hunt some big game in this forest and stock up on meat, what animal do you think would be our best bet? Do you mulled it over for a long moment before giving a decisive answer? Wild boars. Why wild boars? Do you explained because boars are reckless. Other predators like tigers and leopards are cautious, agile, and extremely wary. Bears might look dopey, but they're actually cunning. Only boars are impulsive. If you can provoke one and then lead it to a trap, it'll walk right into it. Qin Ziwen joked, and here I thought you were going to say it's because wild boar is the tastiest. Do you let out a hearty laugh? Well, wild boar meat does taste pretty damn good. Qin Ziwen thought of the giant boar he'd seen before. Good, I actually know where to find a big one, but it's huge, about as tall as a man. Do you's brow tightened. A boar that big, it must weigh over 1,000 pounds. Head on, not even a tiger would dare challenge it, we'll have to use a trap. We have this. Qin Ziwen took out the heavy-duty beast trap he'd made earlier.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.